This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Welcome everybody to round 6 of the MXGP British Championship here at Duns. I'm Jeff Perrott, Phil G. Phil, we're in for a great day here at Duns. It's going to be a spectacular weekend. 2 days of racing.
Yep, 2 days
round
of racing.
6 and 7.
First time that's been done, as far as I'm aware, in the ACU British Championship. Great view of the pitch there and the surrounding countryside. We've got a really, really good track here this weekend. Been used for the British Championship a few times, and yeah, it's going to be a good weekend. We've got a lot of things to talk about.
We have loads to talk about. The champ is in the house.
Yes, we have
the reigning MX1 champion.
Yeah, Jeffrey Hurlings is back after not competing in the Motul ACU British Championship at all this year. He is back to do both rounds here this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Which obviously is going to be exciting for us.
Yeah.
And obviously exciting for you guys at home.
It's becoming a bit of a Dutch takeover. We've got Guy Karsmarkers, we've got Davy Puches as well.
Davy Puches as well on the TPC SAS team. I'm not sure if he's filling in for the Mio brothers, but that's the only rider that they have there this weekend, and he is in MX2. For those of you who not familiar with Davy Puches, he was a guy who was tipped to be the next Jeffrey Hurlings when he came off of 85s into 125s, but an injury blighted career has meant that he's never really got a chance to shine at the highest level. But he is here with us in MX2 this weekend as well, which is great. Sad news is we've got a few riders who are not here, which we'll come to later, but Martin Barr, Tristan Purd and Jamie Carpenter not with us in MX1.
But like you said, 2 days of racing. We've got Conrad Muse in MX1. We joked about it last time. Said, is he really worried about the win streak? Turns out that he is, and he really wants to try and do a season unbeaten. But my God, he's going to be up against it. Not only because Jeffrey's here, but also we all follow British Motocross, and we're all aware that Conrad took a bit of a digger at Monster Mountain in a midweek race. Kind of bashed himself up a little bit.
He did, yes.
Again, like his wrist injury, he's kind of kept low and quiet. We don't know exactly where he's at, but qualifying this morning and seeing out, he looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, so this is the schedule then for today, and will also be for tomorrow here at the ACU Motul British Motocross Championship, brought to you by MXGP TV. We'll have race 1 will be in the holding area at 11:50 and going at 12. That is our RFX 125cc Championship, which is absolutely on fire this year. And then that will be followed by our MX2 Championship race at 12:45, and our first MX1 race will go off the line at 13:35, and then we will rinse and repeat and do the same later on this afternoon with Moto 2 of our RFX 125 Championship at 2, 10 past 3 for MX2, and final race of the day will be the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Moto 2, 25 minutes plus 2 laps at 4 o'clock.
And then we get to do it all again tomorrow.
And then we get to
which
do
is
it
absolutely
tomorrow.
Brilliant. You would have seen there before the caption come up just how cool Duns actually is as a motocross venue. Not only that, but just an amazing bit of countryside. Look at that view. It's probably, I would say, regards of British Championships, it's got a kind of slightly different feel to it. I don't know if it's because we're so exposed or the track layout. It kind of has a genuine, what I would say, a kind of AMA feel to it. Enough elevation. There's plenty of jumps, which is a more modern day track. Johnny Hamilton and obviously the team and everybody at Duns here done an incredible job. So watching practice and qualifying, I think we are genuinely in for some unbelievable racing. We're going to get on to talking to you about who did what in qualifying in a short while. When we do, you'll then realise how good it's set up. It's going to be an amazing day. There's the water going down. The track crew here know their stuff. Johnny Hamilton, obviously, and the whole Duns crew, but Johnny in particular, one of the best track builders on planet Earth.
Now, I made a comment yesterday about we've only got half a Bowser then. You should see the speed that he went round with that Bowser yesterday. Didn't really start watering in earnest until the sun set, or started to set, and he was absolutely on rails with that tractor. Little Bowser flies around the track, gets the water where it needs to be, no problems getting up any of the jumps, and literally is like bump, bump, bump round. Well,
there they are out there now doing their stuff. Also, big shout out to Dave McVie, the track owner, because they've developed the track over the year. There's even like a flat track kind of speedway track up the top.
Yeah, they've got a speedway
now. That wasn't here last time I came, so they're developing the venue. And look at that. I mean, Scottish borders. It's just an amazing bit of countryside. I have to say, on the drive up, I came up the West Coast, and then cut across. Oh my God! Just the drive here, I was like, I'm in a good mood already.
Yes.
And then I found a nice little local boozer last night. Brilliant. The locals were at it with the karaoke. I'm like, I'm having a great weekend, and we haven't even started. So it's going to be absolutely brilliant.
And a really decent deal for the fans who are coming to the circuit. As always, if you can't be at the races, then you need to be here with us on Dirt Store, MXGB TV. But if you can get to the races, please do come. There's some great family ticket prices available on the gate all weekend. You can camp overnight for basically buttons, I think.
Yeah.
It's not much. Got a nice campsite over at the side of the circuit, and everything really is revved up for this double header. There's a big buzz around the paddock that we've had all year, but especially this weekend, it just feels like everybody's like they're getting themselves kind of dug in for 2 days.
They've embraced it. I've seen the Works Triumph team. They've all got the Scottish hats on with the ginger wigs and the so they're embracing it. Here we go. This is the current championship standings in the 125 RFX class.
Yeah, so Charlie Richmond then, he's the red plate holder on 223, but Ryan Waggett there on the Raggi Racing KTM there in second on 210, Drew Stock third on 191, Hayden Statt fourth 174, Harry Lee fifth on 151. All of these guys are still in with a chance of winning the championship. Lucas Moncrief 6th, Zane Stevens 7th, Chris Brindley 8th, Jack Evans 9th, and Alfie Geddes Green 10th. Let's not forget, at the last round we saw Charlie Richmond become the first repeat winner, because in the first 4 rounds of the championship we had 4 different winners all going 1-1. Richmond was the first guy to repeat an overall victory. It will be interesting to see how this hard pack circuit, who is it going to favour? We've got Drew Stock, who's coming off the back of a win in the Yamaha Blue Crew Championship event out there in Sweden, so he's on a high. He's off to the Motocross of Nations in a couple of weeks. Hayden Statt chased him home hard. Another lap, that could have been a different result. So lots to play for in this RFX 125 Championship, and I think that championship could still be won by any of those top 4 riders. And again, props to Harry Lee, Lucas Moncrief, Zane Stevens and Chris Brindley for always being there or thereabouts as well.
100%. Like the top 4, honestly, it's still anybody's at this point. And you could even say, I think Harry Lee might be a little bit out of it, but certainly any of those top 4 are still in with a shout. Little update, Lucas Moncrief, I'm not sure where he's at this morning, because he took a big crash on the opening lap of practice. Might have damaged some ribs, collarbone or whatever. So he's going to be going out there, I know that much. But let's see if he can duke it out and tough it out. But he's going to be riding injured.
Oh, that's a shame for Lucas, because he's one of the youngest riders in the class and has shown some good speed. Been building up all year. Here is the MX2 Championship then, currently being led by Tommy Searle on 178 points, remarkably missing a round and still not losing the red plate from his Dirt Store Triumph teammate Billy Askew. And then it's Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He's only a point adrift. And then Ben Musto, who took a first pro win at Landrake and looked like he was going to back it up to get on the podium, and unfortunately went down and DNF'd. He's here and he's riding. The wrist injury is not too severe, so he's here and back out there and did quite well in qualifying. 5th place Cian Doonson, He's unfortunately injured, not here this weekend. He took a spill at the Swedish Grand Prix, and he is out for the rest of the season, as far as I'm aware. Jake Nichols in 6th on 126. The Irishman Glenn McCormack there in 7th on 121. Oriol Oliver, the Spaniard, on the second of the SS24 Gabriel KTMs. Obviously missed the first few rounds, but he's a man to bank on for race wins. Ollie Colmer in 9th on the Chambers KTM, and Josh Vale on the Phoenix Tool Fantic. He is there in 10th place.
Yeah, and we are going to touch on qualifying before we get down to business with the MX2, but just trust me, it's close. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Let's move into the Apico MX1 class, Phil.
Yeah, Conrad Muse then on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Maximum man 250 points. There's not an opportunity for him to wrap the championship today. He needs to be going into the final round after close of play tomorrow with more than 50 points in the bag. Adam Sterry currently 43 points adrift in second place on the Chambers KTM. Josh Gilbert then, he's there in third position on the Lexa MX Honda. Tristan Purden, another rider that took a big digger at Landrake. He was in the bear tent last night, but he'll be taking no further part in the British Championship this season, which is a shame for him because he was looking like he was going to be nagging for a possibility of a top 3. Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, he's there in 5th on 128. Martin Barr, another rider out injured. He suffered an ankle injury at the VMXDN last weekend at Fox Hills, and that's going to put him out for the remainder of the season as far as we are aware, which is a shame. John Adamson on the second of the Lexa Hondas. Jamie Carpenter on the Crendon True 7 Honda. He's also a rider that is out for the rest of the year with a knee injury sustained at Preston Docks. 9th place then Dan Thornhill. He's on 97 points, so he will more than likely move up this weekend on the Chambers KTM. And 10th place Carlton Husband on the Phoenix Tools Fantic. And just a note for Phoenix Tools, they've got Jed Etchells, the enduro rider, in under their tent this weekend, so it will be interesting to see how they go.
I will watch that with interest. Jed, a former Team Green rider under my tenure when I was doing that, so good to see him back racing motocross. Right, Planet Moto first lap leader. Let me quickly explain what this is. This is a points system, a mini championship awarded to riders first rider over the start finish line on the opening lap. That's what first lap leader is, and then we give 5 points to the winner. Top 5, obviously whoever's 5th over the line gets 1 point. Across all classes to this point, that is who's leading it. Ryan Waggett clearly indicates that he's good out the traps and a good starter. Charlie Richmond, look at that, 2-1-2-5 riders leading the way, and then Adam Sterry clearly has been getting the better of Conrad Muse on the opening lap at least.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously that's a real good prize. It's I think it's a week or so at a Spanish training camp.
Absolutely.
Over the winter, which all of these riders will want to take advantage of.
And let me just highlight, Max has contacted me this week. They've got a brand new venue down there now. They've just acquired an old hotel, not an old as in it was a hotel. Now they've purchased that, so they've got even better facilities. So the winner of this will get down there. Good accommodation, pool, all those things. You can go ride and jump in the jacuzzi, do all that. They take care of everything. Take your bike down there. It's a brilliant prize. Yeah,
so Ryan Waggett, Charlie Richmond, Adam Sterry, they're the guys in the frame for that Planet Moto first lap leader prize at the end of this 2025 championship, which is very, very quickly coming to a close. Our Phoenix Tools fastest lap then. That's another one that's been very, very hotly contested, and the Landrake winners were Charlie Richmond in the RFX 125 class, Tommy Searle in MX2, and Conrad Muse in MX1 in the Apico MX1 class. Conrad obviously sweeping the MX1 class at every round, as you would expect. But the 125 and MX2 are all up for grabs.
Yes, they are. Yeah, it's been so close. And more often than not, we're seeing some of these fastest laps not necessarily at the start of the motos. We've seen a lot of them come towards the latter part of the race, and that just goes to show how hard these riders are pushing and their level of fitness. Don't forget, they are athletes. Anybody new watching motocross, these riders are athletes. It's one of the toughest sports on planet Earth. So, that's who's doing what in the Phoenix Tools fastest lap. We've also got other championships, of course. We've got a manufacturers championship as well going on.
We have. I don't know whether we've got the electronic results for the manufacturers championship. We have them in front of us here as we watch the final prep being done for the opening motos of the day. The Manufacturers' Championship 125cc then currently being led by Yamaha on 239 points, with KTM second on 210 and Fantic third on 151. The MX2 Championship very, very tight at the minute. KTM leading on 207 from Triumph on 204, with Kawasaki there in third on 183. And finally the Apico MX1 Championship currently obviously being led by the Crendon True 7 Honda team on 250 points, with the KTM team on 207, and third on 161 is Husqvarna. So that is your Manufacturers' Championship. You can say the last few bits of water being put down on this circuit and getting it ready for what will be the sight lap for our opening moto of the day. Decent crowd getting in here nice and early. It's a beautiful day, nice bit of cloud cover as well.
Yeah, we always like to, being British, weather is a big talking point, particularly in a motocross event. We know that there's rain sweeping across the country this weekend. So far, so good. It hasn't come yet. There's scheduling that they reckon it might come after today's racing, which if it did, would be absolutely bang on. If it actually rained the minute we stop racing right through to tomorrow morning, that would save the track crew a load of work, because it would water the track to perfection. But right now, the track is in great shape. You just saw some of the Michelin banners there. We've got Stuart Dozy just come into the commentary booth from Michelin. We'll have a word with him a bit later on, because obviously the guys from Michelin, another massive partner of this British Motocross Championship. And without people like that, it doesn't happen. And
another thing you were mentioning about the work that's gone on here at Duns, you can't see it in this shot, but back at the top end of the circuit we've got a beautiful now flat area where we can put our Michelin hospitality tent that comes to all of these events up for the VIP area, and there's a bar and a band on and everything organised tonight. Again, a lot of work gone into that, and thanks to Michelin for making all of that possible with their continued sponsorship of this Motul ACU British Championship.
I could do with listening to some of that music, because last night I had to endure some local karaoke, and I got to say, there were some genuine Liam Gallagher wannabes. My room was right above it as well. I tell you what, talk about killing a song, but they give it their all, which is what we're going to get from the riders this weekend as well.
The band, I am reliably informed from one of the organisers who I was talking to last night while we were up at the hospitality tent, is actually a local twin shock racer. It's his band.
Brilliant.
Or he is in the band, so we will see how that all pans out. We're going to go and take a quick word from all of our excellent sponsors, and we will be back for the build-up of our first race of the day, which is the RFX 125 Championship Moto 1.
hardest start you want?
The most important lesson my dad taught me was on those days you don't really feel like going the extra mile. You just got to go out there and do the work. The go time for me is the last half of the race. I'm trying to hunt down first place. For a true championship fight, you never want to give up.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm now joined by Stuart Doze. Did I say that right?
That's absolutely.
He's got an
perfect.
accent. He's got a nice. He's not got an accent. He's got one of those little acute accents above the E.
Correct. Yeah, I
Yes.
do have an accent.
Yes.
I'm a northerner. But
Yeah. Stuart, it's always great to have you at events because I say this with genuine, thankful compassion because you, as a company, Michelin, have been so supportive of first the MX Nationals.
Yes.
That wouldn't have happened without you guys. And then there's been obviously it's now evolved that Paul and the team are now running the British Motocross Championship. So you must be happy. Well, you must be because you keep coming back and supporting the series. So from a Michelin standpoint, how important is it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, bearing in mind that MXGB is the pinnacle of UK motocross, so why would we not want to be involved? Heavily involved in off-road in all areas of off-road, but motocross particularly. And we have, been involved, as you say, with Paul for a number of years. When the opportunity arose to be involved at this level, it was a no-brainer, really.
Yeah.
And we do have a number of teams who compete here. We've got your Pico Honda, we've got Phoenix Tools Fantic, we've got the SAS team. So we've got an involvement at racing level as well. So it's nice. It's a full package, and to be able to be involved with the academy.
Yes, that's another thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Bringing on new riders, young riders. Hopefully, we're desperate to have another world champion, aren't we? We're, British rider. So yeah, anything we can do to help. Obviously, we want to be involved.
Tell me this. Obviously, there's loads of tyre testing goes on away from the track, but how much, as a company like Michelin, take as in R&D from actual race environment? How much do your teams? It must be like constant feedback. Yeah,
it's constant. The moment a new tyre is launched, they've already started developing the next one, and they'll work in, not necessarily just in the UK, but obviously across Europe and the world. So there's always constant feedback coming, and they will actually tweak product through its life cycle. We don't necessarily mention it, but they're constantly just tweaking this and that, perhaps a compound here or whatever, and it's constantly evolving.
And the new Starcross again performing great.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that the feedback we get is how long it lasts, how well it performs. So not only are you getting plenty of grip, but you get longevity, which when you're not at the top level getting a lot of support, when you're at grassroots level and you're having to pay for your product, the longer that you can get out of that product, the better.
So I'm gonna big it up here because quite right. I say it all the time. Anybody that's supporting our cause, the British Championship, and growing it, everybody watching at home, if you do race motocross or enduro, do us a favour and go and buy Michelin's.
That would be very nice.
Because ultimately that means more money in the coffers, and then we can really twist your arm and say, come on.
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, all of the budget, not just from us, but anybody that's involved in any form of motorsport, it comes out of your profits. It's, so the more you can sell, the more, whatever that is, whether it's car or truck or whatever, it allows us to do more of this in the sport.
Well, look, we're really thankful of your support. It's always great seeing you, because I have to say, I know he's sat next to me, but he's always good value with some good comedy, this gent. So, Stuart, enjoy your day. Thanks for the continued support, and hope it all goes well.
Cheers, Jeff. Thank you
nice
very
one.
much.
So there you go.
Cheers.
So that's Stuart. We're going to go to a quick advert. It might well be a Michelin advert. Who knows? But we're going to go to a quick advert. while the riders for this 125 class are out on their sighting lap. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with the first gate drop coming up soon.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Welcome back. As you can see, the riders now coming in off their sighting lap. The track's been watered since practice. It's looking great out there. Talking of practicing qualifying, let's give you the rundown on who did what in qualifying for the RFX 125s. So, Phil, over to you. You've got the sheet in front of you there.
I have indeed. We'll get a graphic ping up. I'm not sure we're going to get that or not. But it was our championship leader, Charlie Richmond, that he took the fastest time this morning. 1 minute 59. He was the only man under 2 minutes in the qualifying this morning. He took pole position from Ryan Waggett, who on the Raji Rai Racing at KTM, the man currently in second place in the championship. Third was the 5:48 of Hayden Statt. Fourth, the 4:18 of Drew Stock. Fifth, the 5:31 of Lucas Moncrief, and I did just see him out there on the site lap, and he looked okay, so he's definitely out there for the gate drop. Sixth, the 17 of Harry Lee. Seventh, the 3:57 of Finley Pickering, another guy returning from injury. Eighth, the 80 of Zane Stevens on the second of the S. Briggs Commercials team Yamahas. Ninth, Joe Granger, and 10th, Jack Evans, but quite tight, only 2 seconds just over separating the top 4 or 5 in that one. And we did see, like I say, the track obviously was prime first thing this morning, and as always it does go away a little bit, but it swings and roundabouts in that first session. You get a few nicer berms and a few bits and bobs appearing, and it was Charlie Richmond then, the championship leader, red plate holder, that took pole. Do you think he's going to turn that into a race win today?
Come on, that's a bit of throwing me into the deep end that early, because like you said earlier on, we've only had one back-to-back winner, which is Charlie Richmond. We had 4 different winners at the first 4 rounds.
Yes.
This is such a fiercely competitive class, and it's a healthy class. You know, we're at round 6 of a championship. You're getting into the final stretch, and sometimes you see riders drop out of the championship. We've still got a healthy lineup of over 30 riders travelling all the way up here to Dun. You know, for most of them, it's a long way to come. Obviously, we've got Scottish and Irish riders as well. But it's been healthy, and I'm sure this class is going to continue to grow next year. So any youth riders coming out of 85s,
this is where you need to be.
This is where you need to be if you want to, have a proper shot at becoming a pro rider.
Interesting to see that going to the line first, Richmond has all the guys that qualified behind him to the inside of him. There's Richmond there on the 30, Stock on the 418, the 548 of Hayden Statt. So all of the guys, and Ryan Waggett was further to the left. So everybody deciding that they want to be on the inside of our pole setup. Now maybe Charlie Richmond has had a good look at the start straight and decided this is where I think the grip and the drive is going to be, in the middle. We will soon find out.
We will, because I think they've regraded the start a little bit, laid more water down. A right-handed first corner, we all know it's not preferable, but you've got to work with it because the rear brake pedal on the right-hand side of a motocross bike, and of course they want to try and control that as much as they can, but as they go tearing into the first corner, sometimes they have to take their foot off to counterbalance and then obviously lose control of the rear brake. So, but it's a nice wide first corner, right first corner. This track is so good to watch. There's a lot of cool jumps, there's a lot of inside outsides. We've got a great view down the pipe here. So here we go, round 6 MXGB, brought to you by Dirt Store TV Motul MXGB RFX 125 class about to go.
Here we go then, 5 second board is up. Somebody tried to get a flyer there.
And didn't, very much so. Is that Hayden Stat? I can't really say from there.
Difficult. It looks like that might be Richmond that's taken the whole shot as they come out of turn 1. It is the number 30.
Richmond, yep.
So it's Stat, Raji Racing.
Yeah, Stat in all the red, so that's
Ryan
easy to
Wagon
see.
The outside, he's there in second, and the rest of the riders streaming through. Everybody cleanly away as far as we can see.
Oh, this is going to be good. I mean, there's 3 contenders right there. Can't see, is that Drew Stock back and forth as well? If it is, we're in for a ripper.
That's quite
Moncrief 5th. No, Stock back in about 7th, I think.
Yeah, it's a rutty corner, that one. Everybody got to get through. They fly their way up to the top end of the circuit on the first lap. Everybody safely through so far, and we've got to change for the lead. Is that Waggett round the outside? No, Waggett's still there in second. So Waggett coming under pressure already from the 548 Hayden Stat.
And Stat was so quick in the last few laps of the Blue Crew Super Finale in Sweden. So he's got the fitness, no doubt.
But Richmond already just starting to make a little bit of a gap at the front. This is the battle for second. There's Richmond. These two neck and neck. No, Waggett just got it a couple of bike lengths as they come round there. You can see the big hospitality area up in the background that's been freshly done for this race.
Yeah, a bit of water has gone down between their practice and now the first race. So it'll be similar to how they went out this morning, but with more ruts, because obviously they were first out on track this morning. So they got more to hit into now, Phil. This is going to be a ripper.
This is a real fast bit of the track round here. Looks like Stat ran a bit wide, but there's some big ruts there on the outside. You can see dropping into that rut there. But it is the 548 Hayden Stat currently in third. But our championship leader takes the whole shot, Charlie Richmond.
His confidence is sky high. Last time out, the only rider, as we said, to have back-to-back race wins, as in the overalls in this class. So he's going to try and make it a hat-trick of wins this week. And the Planet Moto first lap leader indeed is Charlie Richmond. 5 points to him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether we were going to get that up. It's close enough to being a full lap. And it is indeed Charlie Richmond that will take the maximum points in that one. But obviously Waggett there or thereabouts. But Richmond finding a little bit of speed and starting to pull a bit of a gap, Jeff.
A very, very good lap. Early doors there for Drew Stock, because he's already found himself into 4th. And he was about 7th or 8th around the first corner. So, again, a rider highly confident because he actually won the Blue Crew Super Finale, and because of winning that, he's off to race Ironman in the Motocross of Nations in the World's Blue Crew Super Finale. So massive kudos to him for that.
And obviously that all as a direct result of riding the Yamaha and obviously the exposure that he's getting from that and this RFX 125 Championship, getting him into places that he needs to be for a rider of his age, which there he is in the background. Finley Pickering on the 357. He's a man returning from injury. He's there in 5th. Lucas Moncrief then on the 3 float race.
Oh, right. Hayden Stat just riding it out there. I thought he was a goner, but he clenched everything he could there and pulled that back into line.
He knew nothing about that, did he? That was a good save from Hayden Stat. But yeah, getting back. Lucas Moncrief, your 3 flow racing Yamaha rider, took a big crash in practice. He's there in 6th. Harry Lee, always inside the top 10. He's there in 7th. We've got the 110, which is Alfie Heron, who I think is a local Scottish rider.
No, he's from Ireland. He's from there in Ireland, but obviously, you know, ship ferry trip, and he's over here this time.
I've not seen him. And then the 79 of Wyatt McGregor, he is there in 9th with Jack Evans, another guy who we're used to seeing inside the top 10. He is there in 10th as they come round to complete lap 2 in the first of our RFX 125 championship races.
Yeah, so Richmond's starting to get away. Here he is. We haven't seen much of him just yet because we've got that incredible battle going on for second. He is all decked out with the Union flag on top of his crash helmet, looking the part. He's gapped a little bit, but I wouldn't as much as maybe as he would have liked at this stage, but they are so tightly fought, these 125 riders, nicely on the pegs. Where's Stat dropped back a little bit? So I think he's made a slight mistake. There is your race leader on the S. Briggs Yamaha youth development team. Big up to the Briggs family for getting behind our next generation of 125 rider, and they're going to look to take them to more EMX rounds, I think, next year as well.
Yes, they are.
I think Charlie ages out. He might have to be in the EMX 250 next year. Don't hold me to that. I'm not 100% sure. But I think he might be moving up to a 250 next year. That's unofficial.
And obviously his teammate then, the 80 of Zane Stevens, he's had some good results this year, but not able to see where Stevens is. He's certainly not inside the top 10, Jeff. Can we see him on the...
No, I can't see him. Let's go on the timing board here. So, no, not seeing it.
Stevens currently 7th in the championship, so he's whatever ills have befallen him, he's certainly not inside the top 10. As we look at Charlie Richmond then, just bouncing his way through the tabletops. This soil here at Dunn's holding the moisture really well. We are going to get a bit of dust, but water in between races will hopefully keep everything as it needs to be for today. We are forecast some moisture later on this afternoon, stroke early evening, which is going to make a big difference to the circuit and maybe give us a completely different complexion on the way that the meeting runs. But if you can see on the K-Tech tower there on the left hand side of your screen, Richmond then 2 seconds to the good on the Rajubai Racing KTM of Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, I'm just looking for Zane Stevens. He's actually down in 16th, so not sure if he's taken an early tumble or just made a terrible start. Phoenix Tools' fastest lap of the race, by the way, is your current race leader. He has posted a time of 2:03.762. That might come down as the track dries a little bit, but right now Charlie Richmond doing everything right. Got the whole shot, leading obviously from the front with a nice pace, in control of the race.
Yeah, he made a nice job down there around that Prox hairpin at the bottom end of the circuit, just letting the bike run through the ruts, through the turn. And this is the thing where a lot of these riders are getting coaching from different ex-pros, and the biggest thing that they always teach you is roll speed in the corners, and Richmond really did get that dead on down there in that Prox loop at the bottom end of the track, now through the centre of the circuit. We've got a decent crowd in. Bearing in mind it's a Saturday here in Scotland. We've got a decent crowd in already queuing to get in this morning as we came in. But Richmond then,
what we've also got is unbelievable setting. The photographers are going to have a field day out there regards of the kind of imagery you can get with the backdrops that we got, all these beautiful pine trees and rolling green fields and whatever. It's we're going to get some incredible imagery and videography from this weekend, no doubt.
So the gap at the front looks like it's come down a little bit. Doesn't look like 2.5 seconds to me. We'll see where we get a nice roll around the inside. There is Wagger in the background.
I like the little tip to retro look as well that the S-Briggs Yamaha riders have got. They've got the good old 80s style Yamaha speed blocks. They've gone all retro. Actually, Zane Stevens was rocking a yellow Yamaha at the beginning of the year, which I thought was pretty cool in Arena Cross.
So there's the battle then. This is second and third, and that is closing up. So all of a sudden, Hayden Stat starting to get onto the back of the 55 of Ryan Waggett as we watch Richmond down into the Apico hairpin at the bottom after the start. And it is closing up. And this was where we were seeing Richmond, nice corner speed. Waggett goes a little bit wide around there. And then they've got the big tabletop here, and then this big kind of wall jump at the top end of the circuit, which big sended. He's closing up, Jeff.
He is. This is on. I'll tell you what, it does look like a fun track to ride. I would genuinely like a few laps around this place.
I think I would until I got off the ground the first time.
Come on, Phil, you've still got the minerals. Stop playing yourself down. I think we should see you out there in the 125 class. Oh, there's an age restriction. You can't. Unlucky.
Yeah. I was so close.
It's a beautiful set and a beautiful track. So we're in for a great couple of days racing. Remember that 2 days. We're back around 7 tomorrow. We've got round 6 to get through yet.
Yeah. So Richmond still just showing 2 seconds. The gap But it is the battle now for second and third that he's starting to warm up.
They are, yeah, you're right. I think that gap is coming down. Look, he's going to come into shot. I would say that's yep. And I think it's because Hayden Statt is pushing them both on. Yeah, it looks like they've maybe dropped Drew Stock a little bit here.
Yeah,
this is soon going to become a three-way battle. Well, it is already. But what I mean is I think it will tighten up a little bit here if Richmond doesn't press go, go, go now.
Yeah. Waggett is certainly not letting him off the hook, and we did see this a couple of rounds ago where Waggett had late race pace, which is a phrase I absolutely love. And
say it again, it was that good. Go on, say it again.
Late race pace, and he did close down Charlie Richmond with a couple of laps to go, only to make not a major mistake, but enough of a mistake to know that it was done halfway around the last lap. But this is starting to concertina in nicely, and Hayden Statt, you see that ruts then start to dig out, some big old holes starting to form, and they're going to start getting into lap traffic as well, Jeff.
Yeah, they are. I'm just also with interest keeping an eye on Lucas Moncrief and Sick and Harry Lee, because they are dicing it out in the championship for fifth and sixth. There's not much between them.
Not much at all.
And that's an interesting take as well. Remember, like Moncrief we mentioned earlier, had a big crash in qualification this morning, riding sore. But he's making a good stab at it at the minute. And Finley Pickering, great to see him back out there rocking in the top five.
Yeah, we had Marcus Smith of Next Generations giving him a big up when he came back from injury. And he's certainly delivering results that you would would not expect. But it means he's finding his feet and finding his form nicely after coming back mid-season from what was quite a bad leg injury over the winter. Also a shout out then to Alfie Heron, who's there. Still there in 8th position. That wasn't just a good gate. He's there currently in 8th and holding on to a good top 10.
Yeah, I'm just again looking at battles further down. So the Moncrief Harry Lee thing, he's got he's got basically quite a gap between them. So they're not as close. They're 6th and 7th, but there's a bit of a gap between them. I would say the best competitive racing on track right now is actually right at the front here, the top 3. There's a few closer battles further down the field. Young Robbie Scott, the Scottish rider, he is currently in 12th, so he's having a pretty good ride.
But yeah, this is it. If Waggett can keep Richmond within a couple of seconds, it's not going to be over till it's over.
No, I think that was a good lap for Richmond. I think he's upped his game.
We've got a Phoenix Tools fastest lap. Have we had another?
Let's see.
Richmond gone faster. Gap is 1.8.
No.
Is it Waggett?
Hayden Statt is the new quickest rider on track, and I thought he was getting dropped. Maybe that was the lap before, because Hayden got it down to 2:02.684. But he looks to me like, look, he's just starting to lose the toe.
Yeah, he's 3 seconds adrift now. Drew Stock not even not in the back of that shot. But again, these guys are used to running these longer races now. Sometimes they just let it come to them. It's fair to say that these are all well-trained athletes, these youngsters now. Oh, Waggett, was that Waggett had a big moment there? Was that one of our... I think that's one of the riders that's further down the field. This is our race leader coming through.
Well, Waggett is still there.
Yeah.
Like, you're absolutely right, Phil. It's Constantine and back and forth.
So there's Richmond, Waggett round the outside. Richmond, the first guys to meet the lap as the leader.
Well, they have dropped Hayden Statt now. I don't know if that's a combination of them up in the ante and a little bit of maybe Hayden making a mistake. Look like Charlie, I thought so. He messed up that jump, couldn't get the rut right, and he had to hang it up. And now, look at that. Ryan Waggett is right there now. So he's pulled at least probably another second in this half a lap. He's going to come into view. There he is. So, it's on. We got 12:17 on the clock. So we've just been joined by a very special guest. We're going to bring him in a moment. But it's as we're watching these guys go around.
This is setting itself up to be an absolute barn burner of a 1-2-5 race. Yeah. Just
okay. With such a good race going on, let's bring in a rider that knows a thing or two about tight racing at the sharp end. I'll let you introduce him, Phil. I'm going to hand the bins over to him.
Right, cheers, Jeff. So as we watch Charlie Richmond then, our current RFX 125 race leader, coming round the bottom end of the Apico hairpin. Welcome to the booth again, our reigning MX1 British champion, Jeffrey Hurlings. Welcome back to the British Championship.
Sounds weird to say reigning champion, but yeah, last year we did a full series, but it's good to be back. It's my first British Championship round of the year, and it's quite far up, man, all the way in Scotland. So really, really enjoy being here, and the track looks nice. So try to have a good day.
Yeah, you had a good, obviously good qualification.
Yeah,
but close at the top.
Yeah, it was. I think half a second to Conrad and just over a second to Josh. Track was quite flat in the morning, but I think track will get more rough throughout the day, and we'll just get better and better.
So this is our RFX 125 Championship first race, and Charlie Richmond, the current championship leader. He's the first guy to actually win 2 rounds. We have 4 different winners in the first 4 rounds in this, all of them going 1-1. So Richmond taking victory at the last round. He's the man with the momentum, fastest qualifier, and he's currently in the lead by just under 3 seconds now. Is this a track that you think could be good fun on a 125?
Yeah, I think the track's a lot of fun on 125s. I mean, by now also in GPs, you have this whole step up. We're going from 125s to European 250s to MX2 to 450. Well, actually MXGP. So I think it's really good for the youth, and I think also with the 125s being a bit slower than the current 254 strokes, I think it's a great step up for the kids to go to the bigger bikes at some point. But you see a lot of talent in this class.
And obviously, you came off a great race weekend last weekend, 111 in Arnhem. My son was there, said it's one of the best GPs he's been to.
Oh, really?
And he's been to a lot.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, obviously from my side, going 111 at home is always special, I think. It was my 16th time I won my Dutch GP, and winning my 110 race is quite special. I mean, nobody ever got to this point of winning so many races, so every time I win, the record gets higher and higher. So and I just love racing. Also, that's why I'm here. I think also doing the British with Conrad, it's great. Great competition, and the track's always quite good.
Yeah, and of course it was a different GP for you in Arnhem for the simple reason that you nailed your starts. You got the lead early. We used to see you coming through and being the chaser. This time you were the chased.
Exactly. With Lucas, I mean, he was super fast. I think if we would have started first and second, I think maybe the first 50 minutes I would have had something for him, but the last 15 he was just on another level. He was super fast, super consistent, and he was taking some risks, but hey, he made it work, and he was super fast. But I got the win, so at the end of the day, I came from the back many times, and obviously I didn't win. So now finally I got the good starts and managed to lead every single lap. So but I'll fight him again in the future.
Yeah, I would imagine that the number of races that you've led every single lap, certainly in MX1, it isn't that many because
my starts were always quite bad.
What's changed?
We got an update on our bike, and I think our bike got a bit better this year. If you see Lucas's average on starts and also mine, we definitely improved. But I mean, the rest of the competition also try to improve. It's not just us; it's also other manufacturers which try to keep improving. And the sport gets bigger and bigger, and more manufacturers are involved, as well as money. So yeah, it's hard for us to have the best bike every single year. But I think right now as in KTM, we have a really good and strong bike.
So it's looking like Ryan Waggett, then our first round double race winner, is starting to close in on Charlie Richmond. This is what we normally see.
Yeah.
If Richmond's at the front, Waggett can get 3-4 seconds adrift, and he will start to close him down. We've got a minute and a bit plus 2 left on the clock. So the man on the 125, Raji Roy Racing KTM, starting to close in on our race leader. Obviously, we've got a few of these guys are going in and doing EMX as well, and doing EMX 125, and we're starting. We're getting some decent British guys out there. We just need to get them maybe on. Get them out into EMX more full time.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's for British motocross. It's not looking absolutely great because obviously you have Conrad, but he's not racing the MXGP. So right now for England, it's quite weak because you have such a big country. It's a wealthy country. You have a lot of great tracks, but actually riders in the World Championship, there are not many right now. So that's quite a shame for England. But hopefully at some point all this youth will come through, and England will have a future world champion again.
Yeah, so this is getting tight now at the front. So Richmond and Wagger right on each other. Hayden Stapp also he started to get dropped off a little bit at the back, but this is the battle for the win. Clock is only 6 seconds left, so it's going to be 2 to go next time by with the RFX 125. So obviously we've got you here this weekend. We've also got the return of Davey Pooches, a rider that we've not seen for a long time, and obviously you raced with him previously quite a bit. Are you close? Are you friendly with him, or are you familiar with what he's doing over here?
Well, I know him. We're not friends, but I know him. He's Dutch as well. We used to be in Rebel Gate, the MS teammates, which was in 2015 and possibly 2016, I think, as well, or half of 15 and 16. So, but I know he's been having quite some injuries. So have I. But it's good to see him back because he had some really bad injury on his arm. I think that's why he kind of retired or something happened like that. So it's good to see him back, and I think he's been in the MX2 class. I don't know where he got this morning. I think it was around 10th somewhere. So yeah, looking forward to see him back racing, and it's good to have a few Dutch guys here racing in Scotland.
Yeah, so obviously with your injury a few weeks ago, which kept you out of a couple of GPs, and it also kept you out of our British Championship round at Preston Docks. We had Kai de Walls come over. We've got Kai Karsmakers in the Kawasaki team, so you're well represented here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was a shame about Preston Docks because I think it was a beautiful track, and obviously I run that last year, and it's I think all the British Championship tracks are actually really, really good. Like some of them are even better than the GPs. No offense to MXGP, but some of them are really, really good here in England, and I'm really happy I did them last year. I think it was a good practice. I'm going to try to take this one as a good practice as well, to heading up to Turkey next weekend, and try to be as good as I can in the GPs again. But hey, up here at the 125s, it's the fight for the lead is quite on.
It's still there, isn't it? Waggett is doing everything that he can. It was a second across the line last time with the 2-lap board going out. So Waggett then a little bit older than our race leader Charlie Richmond, but he's putting the pressure on. And like I say, the championship positions as they stand at the moment, then the 13-point lead for the 30 of Charlie Richmond on the S-Bridge Yamaha at the top of the championship. And Waggett then on 210 with Drew Stock on 191 and Hayden Stapp on 174. Stapp currently third. Finley Pickering is fourth. We have lost. In fact, it looks like we have lost. We've lost Drew Stock somewhere. He's tumbled down the order. I'm not quite sure where he is. Can't see him on live timing. So a problem then for Stock. That's not going to do his championship positions much good. Right, 1 lap board is out. It's now or never for our second place man, Ryan Waggett. Do you go all in on the last lap as early as you can, or do you just pick your spot at the end of the race?
If I would be him, I would just send that last lap. I mean, you still got quite some races to do. They have a race today, second moto coming. They got 2 more motos coming tomorrow. Then they have the last race in Ling, if I'm right. So they're still after this 5 more motos. But as it looks right now, the championship will go up to 16 points difference. So he needs to start sending it. Once you give him too much points, he starts to get a lot of confidence, and then he even can sell it for second at some point. So if I will be Ryan, I would just send it.
So Ryan just made a little bit of a mistake round the outside on that turn there, the Prox hairpin at the bottom, which cost him a little bit of time. But he's still there or thereabouts. You've raced him a couple of times. I certainly remember seeing you. I think yourself and Ben Watson, when he first started with the 450 Yamaha, that was a really good battle. We were there for that in the crowd. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Obviously, with the hecticness of the tail end of the season, not a possibility that we're going to see you there, I would imagine. But
together with Australia, with the last GP, I wish I could have been there. But obviously, Australia has the priorities. But it's also crazy. Like when I see the British riders, when they're on the home soil, you see with Conrad, you see with Josh, for some reason they feel just and they look just faster once they get over the Atlantic Ocean. They get over the water. But hey, there's half a lap to go, and
this is close. This could still go any way. Waggett has not given this one up. They've got a little bit of traffic. Waggett's clear. He comes. He's got a couple of corners left. Got the inside.
If he protects the inside, it's hard to pass him. He just got inside, and then he should be getting the win in. But
here we go then. Run up to the finish, and I think this is going to be.
He gave up. He gave up now.
Yeah, he knows it's done. So checkered flag and a first race win then for Charlie Richmond. He takes victory. The gap will show a second, but it was closer than that for most of the last bit of the lap. A nice handshake. Waggett comes home second. Hayden Stats should come across the line in third. A good fall for Finley Pickering on the 3.5 second. Then it's Lucas Moncrief on the 5.31. And then it's Harry Lee on the number 17. And again, the man that is always there or thereabouts in the top 6.
So he made his points up to 16 points, if I'm right. So
yeah.
if he can settle just for all going seconds. Even if he would go 5 more times second and Waggett will win all motos, he's not going to be champion. So it's...
But again, it's that kind of mathematics that as a rider, you're doing that on the fly all the while.
Yeah.
You know that, I don't need to win all the races, but if I can win this next one, then it gives me a little bit more. The thing with this 125 class, there's 4 or 5 guys who are certainly fast enough to win. So it's not like where you've got like two guys
who can
and it's going to be first and second.
Nah,
so
you go like he's up to 16 points. If he can make it with the one motor up front, then it just, as a rider, you get so much confidence because you know, okay, even if I mess up an entire moto, DNF or my bike breaks, I'm still in a spot to win, you know. While with Waggett, he knows, like, if he will have one more DNF, it's kind of over, you know. It's like, if Richmond doesn't get hurt, I mean. So, quite interesting.
It's so good. Right, we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors and we'll join Jeff, who will be down in the winner's circle with Charlie Richmond, Ryan Waggett and Hayden Stat.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Carl?
Yeah, go.
You like? Okay, apparently we're live. I wasn't sure about that. Charlie, so that was, this championship.
Are my comms up?
But you handled the pressure well there. You obviously knew you were there. Very smart last lap. How was that? Nervy towards the end, or did you feel quite calm?
I don't know, I felt really chilled. Like, I really struggled with intensity. Like, I didn't have any intensity. Like, I always felt like I was getting going. Like, I always felt I was riding comfortable over the edge.
That's a good sign, though, isn't it? If you're not riding with intensity, you should take a race win. So, obviously, you're going to try and look to step the intensity up, or it worked.
Yeah.
Whatever you did worked.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I just always felt, I don't know, like, too relaxed. Like, I needed to get going. I tried to get going, and then I just made a mistake, and it was good.
But extended the points lead. That's the key thing. We're getting towards the sharp end. How are you actually feeling in the running now? You know, this championship is going to go down, I'm sure, to the final round.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just got to keep beating Ryan. That's the main goal, so I can go to do comfortably. But yeah.
Well, obviously, team behind you again. They always do that shout. They're doing good things for you guys.
Yeah. I want to thank the whole team. Esprit, Mobius, Track Industries, Melo, Roland Shaw, last entered
Well, mate, go get yourself scrubbed up. Not even that dirty. Wide a wire win. There you go. He takes the opening race win in the RFX 125. We're going to bring in Ryan Waggett. Ryan's going to come on in. As I said with Ryan, he's a rider. He's going to take his dream with his race kit and the colour of his bike. We like you. Mate, what a run at the end there. You gave it your all. I thought you was going to get it right there, but that last little mistake, and then it was a done deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I went for it the whole way through and it stopped pushing. A couple of mistakes I had, which he like pulled me. Mistakes throughout the pack. I went for it on the last lap and I just wasn't close enough.
It's a real technical circuit out there. It looks fast and wide, but there's more to it than that, isn't there? Like you've got to treat it with a lot of respect, a lot of ruts and big break comes already.
Yeah, the ruts quite technical. They're not like a nice fast flow. You've got to like aggressive through the pass.
Yeah. Just to make you feel even better, you know that's going to get you a rut here for your next race, but you can go with it because you've got a Sturge on. This championship's going to go, I'm sure, to the wire, and unfortunately not giving up yet, as proven there. So come out next one, give it to him, right?
Yeah, I've just got to keep swinging.
Yeah.
Okay, get as much points as I can.
Again, you've got a great team behind us, and like you said, so give them honourable mention. Yeah, you said that your colours are pretty varied.
Yeah, 91 models looking through some new kits. Rip Road goggles, Dirt Star, ASC, R&R.
It's hard to remember. I always put you under pressure. That you've got your Blues hat on, which is just as well because the boss man's right there filming you. Okay, look, you can get yourself ready next time. Have a good one next time.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. So there's Brian. He's going to move out the way. That you can see it's hard work here because of the state of his number plate. Mate, you gave up your all there, but I think maybe in the end, like trying to see the next ride a bit hard, you didn't get it over the soil in the park. It's technical out there, right?
Yeah, it's like
but obviously, you could start to feel like you can run with them. You just have got to go.
Yeah, I just lost the time to the bad line. Yeah, I'm trying to get it off.
But listen, we know, okay, you took me in 4.10, but you are definitely in this champion, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'm a bit far from sorry. I think I'll be third.
All in, yeah, third, because that's the point, so you can still be a third. Good luck to second Moto. There you go, Hemstat taking third in the first RFX 125. Right, we're going to throw back, I think, some adverts, and then we'll be back with the MX2 action coming up next.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
All right, so welcome back then to the booth here at Duns, alongside me, Jeffrey Hurlins, and we just talked through that really good 125 race.
Yeah.
Just thanks a lot for coming and spending some time with us. Thank you very much for coming back as a reigning champion to, obviously you're not able to defend your title this year, but coming back and hopefully giving Conrad Muse a run for his money and putting on some good racing. And obviously, best of luck for, obviously, Turkey next week and then China and Australia, and more importantly, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Lovely.
All right,
Cheers,
thank you.
Jeffrey. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much to Jeffrey Hurlins for coming and spending a bit of time with us. That was nice as always. It was a nice interview, and
from one Jeffrey to another.
From one Jeffrey.
Painfully slower than the other.
No. Listen, like, it's all good, mate. It's all good. That was a decent 125 race,
wasn't it? Oh yeah, I had the pleasure of actually, because you obviously had Jeffrey in the booth. I went out and actually watched the last couple of laps, real time with my own eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, he. Right on that last two corners to go, he ran it in there.
He did. He didn't quite get there in time. And like Jeffrey just said, Ryan just needs to send it. You know what I mean? It's funny with that. Oh yeah, we'll clip that. So these are our qualifiers then for our MX2 Championship race, and it was the very fast 419 of Joe Brooks that took pole position, Jeff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's a shock based on what we saw from him at the last round.
No.
He definitely was there. Fastest time of 155.2, but the top 6 riders all within a second. Kai Carsmaker's there in second, Aurel Oliver on the SS24 Gabriel KTM in third, Billy Askew in fourth on the Triumph, and then obviously he's managed to best Tommy Searle in 5th, and then Musto 6th, Glenn McCormack 7th, Charlie Heyman 8th, Eddie J. Wade returning Eddie J. Wade in 9th, and then Maxie Werner in 10th, and there is 11th through 20th, Colm Mitchell, Jack Nichols, Josh Vale. Davey Pooge is returning from injury with the TPC SAS team. He's in there in 15th, Lennox Dickinson, Leon Garland, Tyler Hooley, Josh Coleman, and the 38 of Gav Stevenson. And we've got a 37 rider field here.
Yeah, very healthy. So there you go. That's all the riders. Obviously, incorporated into this as well, we've got the Jude Morris JMR 100 Jude Morris Racing Under 21 Championship. Listen, we're not going to dwell on it too much, but obviously our thoughts right now are with the Morris family. We all know the story. So, thoughts to all those guys out there. And remember, keep giving to the Jude Morris Racing Foundation, because if you do, that goes back into the sport. The amount of money they've raised for air ambulances and stuff like that. So this weekend is very much dedicated to Jude Morris. He's got his memorial bench here as well, and that's a nice touch by the club and everybody. And I know the family have been up here this week, so as I said, thoughts are with those guys. We're going to go to a quick advert break. We won't be too long though, because you can see they're starting to stack up. Don't go too far away. Back in a mo.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Welcome back then to Duns. It's the first of our Jude Morris Racing Foundation MX2 races of the day coming to the grid. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our feeds, MXGB-TV on Facebook. Our Instagram feed is also MXGB-TV. The website you can watch all this coverage on is mxgb-tv.co.uk, and our YouTube feed is mxgb-tv. Also available on FIM-moto.tv. So quite a lot of places to watch our coverage this weekend, and in the chat between while we were waiting for the ads to finish there with Jeffrey, he was amazed that this is free to air.
He was genuinely taken back. I saw the look on his face.
Yeah.
He's like, what? Really? And of course, the more of you that like and subscribe, let's hear your comments. Let's also hear where you are watching around the world, because we like to know where you are on planet Earth and if you're enjoying the coverage. But yeah, so incredible sponsors, mostly Dirt Store for making it happen, but all these people. And you're going to see this amazing MX2 race, because I'm confident it will be, because qualifying was so close. Here we go, Phil.
15-second board is up, and then it will turn. You see there on the right-hand side. Turn to 5. Green flag has already been waved at the back of the grid. Is Joe Brooks going to nail a whole shot? So here we go then. Away they go. Oh, it's an even break.
Who was that coming across? I couldn't say that. Was that
that's a case,
Musto?
Yeah. No.
I think it might be Musto. I think it was a gas. It is Musto, isn't it?
It is
163,
Musto,
yeah. And Brooks is
Brooks
there.
around the outside, all a few riders down in the first turn. Not sure who that is, but it is.
Wow, great start for Ben Musto, right where he wants to be, because, listen, he is riding injured. They're not giving too much away, but let's just say he's not 100%. He took his first pro win at Landrake, crashed in the second, broke his wrist, so let's say whatever, but either way, he's out here riding. Let's see if he can tough it out.
He did well in qualifying, Jeff, so I don't think there's any, obviously his fitness may be an issue, but is that Charlie Heyman up there?
Yes, it is.
The back of Brooks in third.
And then Oriel, is it, or is it Doosan?
Doosan's out injured, so if it's him, it's going to be Werner.
Werner, yeah, no, you're right, Werner,
fact, it's not. Is that the 24 of Liam Garland?
Is it? It could well be. We can't quite get a visual on it. No, I think that's Oriel Olivier.
Right. We'll just have a look. Trying to get
I can tell by his style. That is, that's the Spaniard.
It is Olivier. It's difficult to say. The number was all filled in, and here comes Olivier down the inside. Some water gone down between races. A run round the outside for the past 4 seconds.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this field. This is a stat class. Searle is in there as well. Of course, Askew, his teammate.
Oriel round the outside of Charlie Heyman there, Jeff.
Yeah, brilliant. No, not at all, man. This is, I think he fancies this. He looked good in qualifying. And he's missed a round. Is it a round or two? I can't forget. But I definitely missed one round, didn't he, Oriel?
I don't think he missed
two. I think.
Did he miss three? He was
either way.
Canada Heights was his first round.
Yeah, you're right. So it's great to have the Spaniard here racing the championship. But this is absolutely huge for Musto. It's all about how badly his wrist is damaged. Can he go 25 plus 2? Fitness-wise, yes. Can the wrist... it's not an easy track.
He's going to take the Planet Moto first lap leader. There's Oriel Olivier
right, it's off. Jumping into view.
Yeah, that's on the top of the start straight. So Brooks then now back to third. In fact, was that Olivier that tipped off at the...
No, he's still there in third. Looked like it might have been
101.
Roderick, I think... Roderick David,
He's the one. Is 101 in MX2. But Musto it was that led him across the line then from Brooks. Where is Tommy Searle? Tommy Searle then on the Dirt Store Triumph. He's currently there in 6th position. 25 minutes plus 2 laps then, the first of our JMR 250 championship races of the weekend.
And of course the race leader is also registered as an under 21 rider. I think Brooks is as well.
Yes, so Musto then 168 in the under 21 championship. Where is Billy Askew? The 441. He's currently there in 9th place, so obviously
sorry Phil,
he looked a bit short there.
I thought he was going out the front door there for a minute. Brooks, he had a little bit nose down.
For this track, it's treacherous. You have got to be precise. You cannot second guess any of these takeoffs and landings. But it is Musto that is he's showing that his early race speed at Landrake that saw him build a nice gap on the rest of the field is no fluke. He was at 0.8 of a second on Brooks last time by, but I think he's going to be a second and a half over Oriel Olivier.
What I'm seeing, or I think I'm seeing, is the fact that his confidence wasn't dented by the fact he went out and got injured after winning that first race. You know, he knows he can win now, and his confidence is up.
I did have a chance to have a bit of a chat with him on track walk last night. And I did say to him, you know, have you kind of got your head around taking the win at Landrake as the high point rather than the crash as the low point? He went, yeah, 100% with that.
Yeah, but he's going to have to work overtime to keep the Spaniard behind him, because I tell you what, he's a class act. We saw him at some rounds, notably when we was at Blacksall. It's like he was going round on rails.
It was indeed. And let's not forget Kai Karsmakers then on the Kawasaki. He's there in 5th, Searle in 6th, Askew now up to 2nd, Callum Mitchell 8th, Glenn McCormack in 9th, and Jake Nichols on the number 45 Brendan True 7 Honda. He is there in 10th.
What a stacked out class. Just 10, the 10 riders that you mentioned there. Like this, we got some calibre. There's no doubt about it. Ben Mustoe, probably on lap 1 when he had a first clear track, is the quickest rider on track. Phoenix Tools, quickest lap of the moto so far, is your race leader, Ben Mustoe, with a time of 1:59.189.
So that's a sub 2 minute lap in race conditions. That's the first one of those that we've seen, Jeff.
Yeah, the track will dry a little bit. I should imagine as we go throughout this moto, times will drop down a bit. I know Ben had a clean track, but they've put a bit of water down between practice, qualifying and now racing. It's still a bit greasy, notably when they come over the jump just after the finish line and that sweeping left-hander back up towards the start. I noticed that's really quite polished and greasy there.
Yeah, Joe Brooks just having to foot his way around that quite fast left-hander. Lost the front once or twice round there. And Charlie Heyman on the 422 is not letting him off the hook either as they come round to complete another lap. Come past the mechanics area, and the SC Sport Homes Husky of Charlie Heyman finding his feet in the second half of this season, Jeff. He's the speed that he's always threatened, he's delivered for the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, I really do think no matter what happens from here, this is my personal opinion for Charlie Heyman, it's been a bit of a breakthrough season.
Yes.
By that I mean in adults. I think he's just finally realised, you know, all that hard work, starting to believe that he belongs up the front, and that bit of confidence. And whatever happens for Charlie, I think he's going to be very confident going into 2026.
Definitely. And it's, like I say, we're only 2 and a bit rounds away from the end of this 2025 Motul ACU British Championship. An awful lot of racing left to go, an awful lot of points up for grabs, and as it stands,
well, he's only 15 off the lead, isn't he? So he's, you know, he's got a great chance of winning this championship. And right now, he's pulling points on Searle and Askew, the 2 riders ahead of him in the championship.
Obviously, this 25 points for Ben Mustoe will take him on to 175 as soon as he manages to hold off the charge of Aurel Oliver, who is currently 8th in points and
currently right alongside him as well. So I think Aurel there just sniffing out different lines. I think he's really starting to take a view on, like, okay, this works, that doesn't work. He's not following, which of course, you know,
golden rule,
told not to do.
Don't follow.
He is trying, and he'll be able to work out straight away. Well, that worked, that didn't, you know. And he's obviously trying to tee up a pass here somewhere, I should imagine, in the next couple of laps, because he's definitely within striking distance now.
Yeah, Aurel Oliver then missed a few rounds, obviously at the beginning of the season. Also missed a round through illness at, I want to say, Preston Docks. So, and he missed a few GPs. So he's finding his way back into form, and the expectation that Ben Mustoe is going to have something for him for the entire 25+2 of this race.
And of course, Phil,
is that
Askew? Is that Askew or Tommy? It's Askew, isn't it?
Askew, yeah, Askew got down.
That looked like his number on his helmet. It wasn't Tommy, and it looked definitely like a Triumph rider. I think that was Askew going out of the race there. It looked like 441 on top of his lid. We only had a quick snapshot of that.
Yeah, definitely was Billy Askew there. Not sure whether we've got a replay of that or not, but that's a big thing for the championship.
Huge.
That's Askew then only a point in front of Charlie Heyman,
and also in the Jude Morris Racing under 21, he's gonna probably drop out of the lead of that, because he's leading that championship, but he's not now.
That will go to Heyman.
This is becoming a good race for Heyman here then. Yeah, that is Askew. We can see him on another screen. He looks a bit wobbly on his feet, I've got to say. I think he's race leader getting a bit twitchy. back end stepping out. He had to pull it back in line for those ruts.
So the AC United gas of Ben Mustoe. One-man team at the moment this year, and Lee Tolan's outfit doing a really good job in keeping Ben Mustoe at the front end of this championship battle. Like I say, currently fourth in the series, but with a DNF after that off at Landray, he could have been second in points, only a few adrift of Tommy Searle. Tommy's still there in fifth, not able to find a way past Kai Karsmakers.
No, Joe Brooks is not doing too bad either, I've got to say. He's holding on to these top three, quickest in qualifying. Just got to look further down the field to see if we've got any real battles going on inside the top 10 that are worth looking at.
This is too close at the front to really look away.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, that was a massive moment for Mustoe there. He got on the gas on the downside of that and lit the rear up. Everybody's been doing that, but he went the wrong side of the berm with the back wheel. That could have been a massive off. And that might not have done his wrist a lot of good either, Jeff.
No, this is the thing I'm really looking at. If he gets to the 20-minute mark, I think he can probably hold on. But again, just looking. Remember, he's riding with a wrist injury. We didn't press the team too much for it. You know, they don't want to give too much away, but we know that obviously he's toughing it out, and right now he's toughing it out pretty darn good.
He said, when I spoke to him yesterday, he said, yeah, look, I'm okay. I'm ridden enough to know I'm okay. We'll find out tomorrow. But hey, he's finding out. This is a great battle. They've gapped out Brooks, Karsmakers and Tommy Searle. In fact, Heyman's gone back to sixth, though.
Yeah,
he's obviously had a moment somewhere a couple of laps ago, Jeff, off screen. So all of a sudden, Charlie Heyman there in fourth. He's gone behind Karsmakers and Searle. Lost about 7 or 8 seconds.
At the inside. Is he going to make it stick? Yes, pinches him.
Mustoe did not give him that.
No, he did not, but he made the right call in backing out at the last minute, because if he'd taken that jump on, they would have definitely hit him mid-air. So Oriel putting the squeeze there on Mustoe. I have to say, Phil, it's still a really good race for Mustoe.
Oh, mate.
With regards of championship.
Look, he would have taken second behind Oriel Oliver all day long.
Yeah,
3 rounds ago.
Because the Spaniard's not really in the championship hunt, and right now Mustoe is pulling a handful of points, loads on Askew, pulling certainly on Tommy as well, and Heyman as well. So this championship is going to tighten up when we come out of here this weekend.
I say Tommy Searle 3 seconds of risk to Kai Karsmakers in fourth, so he's going to post a fifth here in Moto 1 of this Stu Morris Racing Foundation MX2 race. Still 13 minutes on the clock, a long way to go.
Yeah, there is indeed. Looking further down the field, where you can see Searle riding solid in fifth, but not really eating into Karsmakers too much. Heyman, we think's made that some kind of mistake there. Helen Mitchell currently holding seventh, then McCormick, Nichols and Garland. Nice ride from Liam Garland.
Let's give that tip to Liam Garland, a man who's been on the fringes of the top 10 numerous times this year. A man who's come back from more comebacks than Lazarus. I'm sure Dave Garland will get the gag there, but he's a rider that's been fighting injury, and he is also riding injured as well, because he took a digger at Fox Hills last week and he's riding with stitches in I think in his left hand. So a good showing from Liam Garland. Maxi Werner there behind him in 11th, with Colmer 12th, Lennox Dickinson 13th, Vale 14th and Carl McNichol 15th, with George Hopkins in 16th on the K-Tech tower there on the left-hand side of your screen.
I'm going to give you props for the Sid Waddell darts reference there. For those of us that know the Lazarus quote, it's a great quote. I don't blame you. I don't blame you for using it at all. Sid's a top sports commentator, but this is great stuff from Mustoe, I have to say. And he's actually not letting him get away when he could easily just go, let's just get a good first race back under my belt. But no, he is pushing back on for the race win here. He is giving it his all. But then that is Ben Mustoe.
And again, chatting with him, I know I've commentated on him in 85, stuff like that, and he openly admitted on the 85s I wasn't the kid, I was alright, but I was nothing special. But here he is, pushing Oriel Oliver. Let's not forget, Oliver led massively Mason.
That's what I'm saying.
And so,
led well.
He led well. It was just one of those, we'll say, a silly tip-off. Mustoe's not give this up.
Not at all. There was somebody down there. He just had to go up his racing line. Having said that, last lap around, not this lap, the previous lap, Oriel set the quickest lap of the race, so he is now the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race with a 1:58.581.
Karsmacher's up to fourth then. Brooks on the Triumph back to fourth, but still a really good performance from Joe Brooks, another rider that has spent a lot of the season on the sidelines and come back with a bang. Tommy Searle fifth, Heyman sixth, Mitchell still seventh.
So Ben just caught his leg going into that corner, did a bit of a kind of like terra firma side saddle knack round that corner, but didn't crash, still pushing on. Okay, Karsmakers, let's see if he's making progress. He's 5 seconds off the lead. Joe Brooks is now, so he's gone past Brooks. Brooks is now down to fourth. We'll maybe go and check that battle in a minute, but right now we don't really want to take our eyes off this battle out front because there's not much in it.
No, it's not like Oliver's just set sail and rode away from Ben Musto on the AC United gas. This is very much a battle, but with 10 minutes to go, could still go either way.
Yeah, a really healthy guy. So Billy Askew is showing as not as a DNF, but he's gone red on the timing screen, which indicates he's not even continued to circulate. So it looks like a DNF. It's going to be a DNF for Billy Askew, I think.
Okay, so that's not good news for the Dirt Store Triumph team. And obviously with him at the head of the Under-21 Championship, that's going to be a big change in that. It's going to close up between massively. I think Heyman in sixth may still hold on to the points lead as Musto makes a little bit of a bobble and possibly loses a little bit more time. It was 1.2 across the line. What is the pit board going to say for Ben Musto? Is it going to be push or is it going to be +4 steady?
Well, it looks like there's a good battle going on now between the two Triumph riders, not teammates. Back in fourth and fifth. Joe Brooks is now coming under pressure from Tommy Searle. Riders 419 and 100. So maybe we'll go back to that in a minute, but we don't want to miss anything up front at the same time. But we'll keep an eye on that because it looks to me like Tommy Searle, with he's only 1.2 seconds behind. Charlie Heyman has actually dropped off the pace a little bit by another 5 seconds. So. And that will be key for Searle with championship points. Every point counts if he wants to keep hold of this championship lead. So we're going to try and find Tommy Searle and Joe Brooks on track.
Yeah, there's Musto, and it's the battle behind these.
Yeah, so Musto still hanging tough. I'm surprised, Welly, because this is...
there it is.
Yeah, there we are. I knew they were close. But now...
And Brooks... So Brooks then on the 419 coming under pressure from our championship leader Tommy Searle.
Yeah, this is the closest battle on track, Phil, easily.
This is an important pass for Tommy because he's giving away a bunch of points at the moment to Ben Musto, and although the gap is 28, the form that we've seen from the youngster from Cheltenham, if he's going to take 8 or 10 points out of Tommy each race over this double header here at Duns for round 6 and 7 of the Motul ACU British Championship, that is going to put a big dent in his championship lead. Notwithstanding that we already know that Tommy has missed a round through that back injury that he sustained in the Arena Cross.
Yeah, I mean, for the sake of the championship, not Tommy, it's made the championship unbelievably good and obviously close. Because if he hadn't got injured, you could arguably say he was getting away with it, but pulling out his points lead. But now this is so up for grabs, and this is a bit of Tommy, this circuit. You know, we know how good he is on hard pack and throttle control, as proven at Landrake.
Yeah, he was really good at Landrake and get through everything at Ben Musto in that first moto and came up just a little bit short. Well, they come through.
Well, he had a good shakedown last week, albeit on a 2-stroke, because he certainly was twisting that thing last week at the BMXDN.
Yeah, if you get a chance to re-watch that, that was certainly one of the more fun races of that weekend. But this is coming down now to 6 and a bit minutes plus 2 laps to go. Tommy Searle going to make a move down the inside of Brooks. No, Brooks takes the inside line. Tommy goes, I think, the next rut out. Track riding really well though, Jeff.
Yeah, it is. It looks to me second part of the circuit, or sorry, the first part of the lap, Tommy is definitely quicker than Brooks on that first part. Well, look how he's closed in. So let's see if he can actually back that up with nailing his lines and keeping that gap in the second part. But he's right on him, but just can't get to him. But I have to say, Brooks has been impressive on his comeback. He didn't rush to come back, took his time. And
a lot to be said for that. Once the championship's gone, you need to come back and achieve something, not just there's rising yourself back into fitness, but there's also, right, let's just try and get as ready as we can and come back and hit the ground running. And obviously, not sure what his injury was, Jeff, but whatever it was, it's certainly not giving him that much stick now, because he's running a really, really good fourth place, which
and he's young. It is actually his birthday today, I think, if I've got that right.
That's cool.
He's 20 years of age today.
And he's been doing okay in the EMX as well. He's done a couple of rounds of that, I believe.
Yeah.
Riding better than the results would suggest by all accounts.
Yeah, he was pretty solid in Sweden. I was fortunate to be there with my Yamaha duties with the Blue Crew and got to watch him ride. He looked good.
Yeah, so Tommy then still knows that we're still a lot of racing to go. He's not wanting to give up any points. 2.5 seconds now, the gap between Oriol Oliver and Ben Musto, and then Cars Makers closing in slightly on the AC United gas rider, the DRT Kawasaki rider then in traffic further down the loop. But it's this battle between Brooks and Tommy Searle as they come round this Opico loop at this fantastic done circuit. We've got a lot of nice cloud cover, which is helping keep the moisture in the ground. Not particularly hot here in the booth today, fortunately for us.
And the winds died down, importantly, because it was quite windy when we arrived yesterday and Thursday, but the winds died down. And the reason I say that is just like there's some big jumps up there, particularly the top part of the circuit, and you do feel the wind. So from a rider standpoint, it's nice to have the wind come down a bit.
So we've got a big group there now. Is that Karsmakers on the 33? It is. So the green bike there, that is Kai Karsmakers, and there's Brooks and there's Searle. You can see them really struggling to get the power down coming out of that turn. And this jump along this straight, Jeff, that's on much more of a turn when you see it from the front view than it looks from the side.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good flowing circuit. It's stalled it. No, he didn't. He managed to get the clutch in just in time. I thought that was going to be enough, but still, right there, putting the pressure on. You could argue and say that Tommy maybe forced him into that mistake a bit. Good recovery, because I thought he didn't have the clutch in there, but he did, and managed to keep it rolling.
No, Tommy did nip the pass, pull the tear off, and now he'll set off after Kai Karsmakers. It's 2.8 seconds, or 2.8 to Brooks, so it's probably going to be closer to 3.
Of course, it's hard to say if they stalled it these days, because they've all got the electric start button, and they could have been just like, maybe he did stall it, but straight on the button, clutch in, blue flags are waving, trying to they're going to come into a lot of lap traffic now, because we've got a good lineup, 250s here.
Yeah, we got
deep field.
37 riders came to qualify this morning, and pretty tight qualifying, to be honest with you. And a few two-strokes out there as well, which was nice to hear. Joe Brooks has not given this up, you know.
No, he's not. He will push all the way. Obviously, learned a lot from Tommy. Remember what we just said. You know, very different ends of their career. Tommy, is he going to go another season? We've had that last 2 years. I don't know, but certainly it wouldn't surprise anybody if he hangs his boots up at the end of the year. Whereas Joe Brooks really is just starting out in his career to try and be a British champion and top level GP rider.
I think Tommy Searle is right on the back of Kai Karsmakers as they go through there. I'm not sure it's a Kawasaki. Is it a lap rider? No, it's a lap rider. But Karsmakers is not far away.
No, but he's turning pretty good laps here, you know. And again, another rider from I don't ever recall him racing here. I'm sure I've got that right. So a new track for him, but then actually it's been a while since we've been here, and the track layout's slightly different than when we were last here as well.
Yeah, a lot of work gone into it to keep it up to scratch, and obviously keep it fresh. Nobody wants to ride the same track week in, week out, or year in, year out. But if you're riding up here as a local, these changes are certainly welcome. But with 1 minute and 30 left on the clock, Oriol Oliver has a 3.5 second lead then over Ben Musto on the AC United gas with the DRT Kawasaki of Kai Karsmakers in third, the Dirt Store triumph of Tommy Searle 4, the Joe Brooks triumph in 5th, Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husky, he's in 6th, and Glenn McNichol is 7th on the 337. 8th is Jake Nichols on the Crendon True 7 Honda. 9th, Callum Mitchell on the Works Triumph, and Ollie Colmer on the Chambers KTM working his way into the top 10. So he had a couple of offs in practice and they had to do some work on that bike to get it ready for the race, but he's there in 10th. Well, Tommy having to foot his way through the traffic a bit there, or was that Brooks?
No, Brooks, because of that, Tommy's got held up a little bit. Championship leader with the red plate there. The back marker moves out of the way, but that cost Tommy a little bit, because look at that, Joe Brooks is still right there after that mistake he made to allow Tommy pass, but he's now turned the tables and applying pressure on Tommy Searle. Meanwhile, out front, Auriel Olivier has got the gap out to 3.7 seconds, so Musto still hanging tough, but maybe, just maybe, starting to feel the effects of that wrist injury.
Well, he's 3 seconds. He's under 4 seconds. It's close enough to be close, though. We're getting 2 laps to go next time by, but I think that Ben Musto will go, do you know what? We've beat all the people that are a championship threat. It would have been nice to have Auriel Olivier. As what you mentioned, Auriel, he comes on screen. Perfect timing, guys. So a race leader then, Auriel Olivier. And there's Musto in the background. He's still close.
He's hovering. Yeah,
Olivier only needs a stall or just get tucked behind a couple of back markers, and Musto is going to be back on him. But I think that the Gabriel SS24 rider is more than comfortable at the front of this one, and he'll be pleased to find his way back onto the top step of the podium in this first race of round 6 of our ACU Motul British Motocross Championship here at Dunshere on Saturday. Let's not forget, it's a 2-dayer. We're here tomorrow as well, doing all the same thing all over again. So time is up.
Yeah, so he's on 2 laps to go. Is it? I think it is. It should be. Let's see. Yes, it is.
2 to go, yeah.
There we go. Bit of a primitive 2 lap to go board,
yeah.
But it doesn't matter. They can see it, and that's what counts. So, who's that down?
That looked like Jake Nichols.
Did it?
That looked like
a little bit.
Trendon True 700 Jake Nichols. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I thought maybe it was one of the Acer Gas boys. I hope it's not Musto. There's Musto.
No, it's not Musto. So
okay.
Musto's still there in second.
Well, I'm trying to see on the other screen, but we can't see who that was.
There is our race leader then round through the Prox hairpin. Up there for the penultimate time. It looks a lovely bit of track to ride that. The landings look really nice, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'd imagine the wind could be a bit iffy across there.
This jump, it looks cool. I'd love to do that section there, because you just come off that little corner jump, you G out, your suspension goes down, and then it pops again for that jump. So
Nichols was showing in 7th across the line that time. So
was it Glenn McCormick? Maybe I think it might have been.
Yeah. So unlucky for Fano McCormick, still there in 8th.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, somebody's screaming at the TV screen, because we just caught that the very last second and we didn't quite see who that was. But whoever it is, hopefully they're back up. Auriel looking.
Yeah, can't see anybody tumbling down the order.
No, nobody obvious. So.
Yeah, certainly in the top 10. So 3.5 seconds then still. That's a nice holding gap. And we've had 2 great races so far, and we've still got the big one to come.
Yeah.
This 6th round of our Motul ACU British Championship well underway.
No, that was nicely done, Phil. He just feet on the peg, not so much there, dabbing his way around that corner, but the corner before was beautiful. Feet on the pegs all the way round there. Good roll speed. Okay. He's going to get the 1 lap to go board, which signifies my walk down to the winner's circle. Phil's going to bring this in.
Yeah, cheers, Jeff. So another great race for us here to enjoy. And it is going to be Auriel Olivier on the Gabriel SS24 KTM, the KTM Factory Juniors team. A man down this weekend with Ian Doonson being out through injury. But Sean Simpson and his guys there run a nice tight ship, and it'd be good for them to take victory. But let's not forget that Ben Musto on the 163 AC United Gas bouncing back after that disaster at Landray, which robbed him of almost a certain podium and possibly an overall win on the day, because he was there or thereabouts early on in the race and certainly had the speed to move forward. as Oliver gets a little bit just held up there, finding his way through traffic on this 25-minute +2, almost half an hour race, these British Championship legs now, and he will know he's been there. The track stayed really nice. Dust is at a minimum, and when you consider how much of a long dry spell we've had here in the UK and also here in the Scottish borders, excellent prep, just a little bit of dust there kicking up out the bottoms of these ruts. So here comes Oriol Oliver. He will come down and round the so this is a really awkward corner bit. It's a long corner that feels like it goes on and on forever, and if you lose your balance early on in that, it's a proper struggle to keep the bike going where you want it to go. But here it comes out past the signal area for the final time. It will be a race victory for the number 51 of Oriol Oliver. He will take Moto 1, and then we will wait and see the rest of the riders come across the line. Wait for Ben Musto across the line. There's Karsmakers in 3rd, Tommy Searle in 4th, and then it will be Joe Brooks 5th. A recovering Charlie Heyman looks across, he'd come across the line in 6th. In fact, that all tightened up quite nicely at the end. I'm just going to move over to the other side of the comms box so I can get the full thing. So yeah, Heyman across the line in 6th. We're waiting for Jake Nichols. So yeah, that all tightened up at the end. Obviously Oliver just riding it in to take victory. Should get the top 10 across the line. So it is the 45 of Jake Nichols there in 7th. Glenn McCormick in 8th. Callum Mitchell a good 9th. Ollie Colmer should be the next rider across the line in 10th on the Chambers KTM. Colmer comes across the line, and then 11th should be the SRS KTM 4 of Liam Garland. So just outside the top 10 for the number 24, and then it will be, wait for the screen to click around, I'll just give you the top 15. So then it will be the 217 of Eddie J. Wade, the 13 of Maxi Werner, 14th Josh Vale, and 15th Lennox Dickinson. Right then, we will go and have a quick word from our fantastic sponsors, and they will be back with Jeff, who will be down in the winner's circle with Oriol Oliver, Ben Musto and Kai Karsmakers.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, here we are, winner's circle. We managed to pin him down. You were so quick, Oriol, that you went back to the. We literally couldn't stop you to get you here. An impressive race win, well calculated. Took your time. It seemed like it. Got plenty of roost off the back of Ben Musto, but once you got into the lead, it was a comfortable race.
Yeah, it was quite sketchy because they put some water on top. For sure, they need water, and was slippery. So the first laps I tried to go a little bit carefully, But super happy with the win. I make some passes in the beginning. And yeah, lead almost all the laps, so I'm really happy. And yeah, a little bit of arm pump, but we'll try to get better for the second one.
Listen, I know for the best part you guys always race to win, but in some ways
you miss some rounds of the championships, you're not in it. Does that make it a little bit easier because you don't have to manage the championship? You can just literally I go for every race win all of the time.
Yeah, no, for sure. I took a break in the middle of the season, so now I'm feeling this rhythm that I need to get on. So it's really good training to come here. Spectacular track, actually. It's so rutty, so like a GP. So yeah, it's a good training. Yeah,
that's good. Is it any similar to any Spanish tracks? I mean, it's got like clay content. I mean, it's pretty hard pack out there.
Yeah, the ground is quite similar to Spain, so I'm quite. I feel like I'm in Spain a little bit. Yeah.
Apart from the weather, but it's got to be good. So very happy, Oriel. So there you go. He takes the first race win. Well done. Thanks very much. Let's bring in Ben Musto. He's just talking to his team manager. Ben, if you want to come on in, come on over, because I definitely want to speak to Ben. Obviously, he's going to play it down. But like I said, mate, we were saying in commentary, Ben Musto took your first pro win at Landrake. Then it went a bit pear-shaped. But clearly that race win has given you a massive shot in the arm with confidence. It showed in that race.
Well, yeah, that race at Landrake, obviously, I led from start to finish, which, I wasn't given it. And that just proves to me that I've got the pace, got what it takes to be in the top three. And, we went a bit pear-shaped, like you said, a little bit injured, wrist is a bit sore, but I just knew I needed to get a good start in that one and out of the trouble, out of everyone's way, and just ride my own laps like I did and brought it back to second.
We say it in commentary. I mean, I've been fortunate to work with you when you were a younger kid, and it's very much you are one of those guys that just get on with it. I know you're not going to tell us the you shouldn't have to, but clearly it's tough out there. It's a rutty track. There's a lot of already like hard edges or whatever. So I mean, you're just gritting your teeth and getting on with it.
Yeah, I don't really like to make excuses. Yeah, if I say that, my dad would be like, no, it's not. You're just making excuses. So yeah, he sort of just taught me to suck it up and get on with it. But yeah, like you said, the track's nice. There's a few lines that are good, but they're getting the hooks in them now where they've had a few bites go through them, and that's not ideal for the hand. But we'll just have to get on with it.
Coach Saudy's happy anyway.
Yeah, I should hope so. Yeah, we've been working really hard. Just putting the motors in, and I joined Steve halfway through last year, and I think he's brought my riding on a fair bit, and thank you to him.
Good stuff. Right, well, he's happy. You seem happy enough, and more importantly, mate, you've gained some championship points there because you beat most of your contenders in that one.
Yeah, obviously having the crash last round, I lost a fair few points. I had it down to 3 on Tommy, but there's not much to say about that. Yeah, clawed some points back. We'll try and get that points lead back down before Ling, and hopefully can have a good last round.
It's on. Look, go and get prepared for second moto. Great ride. Okay, we're gonna cut it there because I can't see Kai Karsmarkers anywhere, so there's no point hanging around. I don't know where he's gone back to the van. So look, we'll go either to some adverts or back to field. Don't go too far away because we have the Pico MX1 class coming up next. Hurlins against Conrad and Co. Get buckled in for that. We'll see you in a bit.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at Duns in Scotland for round 6 of the ACU Motul British Championship. You can see the riders are just completing their sighting lap. Well, we had a great MX2 race there, Jeff. You had a chance to talk to 2 of the 3 podium protagonists.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion with grabbing some of the riders off the track there. But still, Ben Mustoe, great to hear his take on it all. Good vibe out there, Phil. You know, obviously, while I go off and do that, you have to stay in the Tupperware box. But there's a nice feeling out there. I think Scottish Motocross is on the up. Anyway, the Scottish Championship's been really good, and you know, I think we're seeing a fair few of them come out. Fans from Scottish Motocross, obviously, an opportunity to see the British Championship come to town. So, yeah, and you know, Hurlins and Conrad Muse going at it. I mean, what's not to like about that? Well, we're going to find out.
It was very tight at the top of qualifying, Jeff, and it was Jeffrey Hurlins that took the best time with a 1:51, which was very, very fast, bearing in mind that we've seen the other classes only just go under 2 minutes. 1:51, half a second clear of the 426 True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse, and it was Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda in 3rd, with Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM 4th, John Adamson 5th, Taylor Hamill 6th, Brad Todd 7th, returning from his USA trip, Carlton Husband 8th, Jed Etchells, the Enduro rider, he was there in 9th on the Phoenix Talks Fantic, and Joel Rizzi on the Dirt Store Tron 10th. 11th was Dan Thornhill, 12th was Tom Grimshaw, 13th Stewie Edmonds, 14th Charlie Putnam, 15th on the Kawasaki Charlie Cole, Ross Rutherford the Scotsman, then he's there 16th, Liam Knight 17th, Nathan Green 18th, Tom Murphy 19th, and Jack Mediston, the man from Colville, he is there in 20th. And there are the rest of our qualifiers. It was a really, really tight qualifying session. We went down to the wire. Adam Sterry was fastest for a while, then it was Josh Gilbert, then it was Conrad, finally Jeffrey banging in a lap at the probably about 2/3 of the way through the session that took him to the top, which nobody else was able to beat. Sterry did go faster towards the end on lap 7, but it wasn't quite enough to put him inside the top 3. A big up to the ACU, Jeff, for doing everything to look after this championship.
Yeah,
it's been we've got Tim Lightfoot on here
again. I mean, he's definitely getting his motocross fix. The new chairman coming to do as many of these as he can. He has reassured me though his schedule can't allow him to get to the final round at Ling. I'm like, we'll work on you. We'll get you there.
but he was away to a trial or something. The last time we saw him, it's good that this is not an easy place to get to. The best times, the fact that he's here on site this weekend, overseeing what we're doing and having a look and see.
Yeah.
And also, obviously, we got the announcement that we would be business as usual for 2026.
Yes.
Which was announced after it was teased out at the last round. You did it at the last round at Landrake, but for those of you that didn't see the press releases, the 2026 ACU British Championship will continue under the tutelage of Paul Irwin and the team. Obviously, sponsors yet to be confirmed.
Yeah.
I think that hopefully we've done enough to keep those people there, Motul, who are our title sponsor of the British Championship, happy. And everybody else that helps to support us in this, notwithstanding FXR, who if you come to the studio shot and look at our lovely T-shirts that we've got, our FXR stuff is standing up really nicely for a season. Just there we look at this, all fancy and stuff.
After this is the bit where they come in. This is difficult because this is where we have to commentate while breathing in the guts, and it's not easy to exhale air when you're trying to actually keep it in, suck it in, so.
Yeah,
stuck in the guts, Phil. We're on telly.
I know, it's terrible. Isn't it? Both faces for radio, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
But this MX1, this Pico MX1 class, like I say, added spice this weekend, because not only have we got Jeffrey Hurlings here and he obviously, for those of you who were missed earlier on, he came into the booth during the first of the RFX 125 races. I had a nice chat with him for 10 or 15 minutes, and always a pleasure to talk to, and he was really appreciative of how much work had gone into this track here at Duns, and he said he really enjoyed riding it in practice. And we are like, with Jeffrey here, it's adding a little bit of spice to the fact that we've got Conrad Muse, is currently undefeated in British Championship. Let's not forget Ben Edwards, the Scotsman, who unfortunately not here riding this weekend, took a race win off him in the Scottish Championship, and Adam Serry took one off him at one of the midweek races. British Championship wise, Conrad, he's the man.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? I mean, we said again, he took a big hit. For those of you that have maybe seen it on social media at Monster Mountain, he landed very heavy on his left side. They haven't said too much. Conrad's taken a bit of time off the bike to recuperate. We're going to find out if his fitness levels, as in any injuries from the crash, not his overall fitness levels, because we know they're high. Certainly the way he gets the hammer down. Elliot Spencer made an interesting fact last night. We were talking about he was going to send it to me about the stats of his average race victory at the end of motos.
Yes.
And it's alarmingly more in the first motos than the second. And he's like, well, is that because he's managing the situation to go again? But I think his average win margin, over all the races so far, is I think he said something like 22, 23 seconds. If he does that today against Hurlins,
yes,
he's earned it.
He has. And look, let's be honest. One of the things that Conrad Muse, and he said it to you in interviews, Jeff, he races himself, and sometimes the win isn't enough. If he doesn't win in a way that he's happy with, if he struggled with his riding, he's not happy with his riding, he can't just take the victory for the sake of victory. He feels that he has to perform in the way that he's expected to perform.
Well, that's the best way to keep on top of it, isn't it? Keep on top of your A game. There's no complacency in any professional sport, particularly ours. But anyway, the riders are coming out on track. I think we're maybe going to go to a quick commercial break. Time to maybe get the kettle on if you've got one of those super duper ones that boil real quick. Don't go too far away, because MX1, the Pico MX1 is coming up. Hurlings v Conrad and Co.
So we look at the 162 of Stewie Edmonds on the TM. Charlie Putnam there as well. The 2-on-2 of John Adamson. But just the other side of the doghouse, Jeffrey Hurlings. And just outside of him, Conrad Muse. There's Charlie Cole, the 134 of Liam Knight in there on the KTM as well. The last few riders coming to the line. The 181 of Ryan Thompson. Assuming he's a local, we've not seen him. I've not seen him in the championship regularly. We've got Josh Canton, Charlie Hamlet, Gary Sharp, Travis Steels, Aidan Bruce on the far end of the gate on his number 20 Honda. So who is going to get the whole shot? And wait for the green flag to go up. Here we go then. 5-second board is up. And they're away. Oh, Muse looks like he's got a good start, but it's going to be Hurlings into turn 1 with a whole shot. Muse second, who's that up the inside? It's Sterry, Adam Sterry then, the 811 gets in there in second. Conrad Muse there in third, somebody around the outside in fourth.
Well, Conrad's going to have to go here.
There was a few creative lines around those first couple of corners in the background.
Yes, there was. I'm not calling any names and getting them in trouble. So Hurling's making a good start and obviously clear track now. Everybody's going to try and chase down Hurlings, but what I'm getting at here is, remember, Conrad really wants to try and clean sweep this season, so that's the emphasis on it.
Yeah, so Conrad there already up to second. Adam Sterry 811 on the Chambers KTM in third. Then it looks like it's the 326 Lexa Honda of Josh Gilbert in fourth, and then I think that's Adamson fifth, and maybe Todd in sixth. We'll have to wait for the wider shot on that one, Jeff, but
he's giving it some already.
So Conrad already wanting to make sure that Jeffrey Hurlings does not run and hide. It's in actual fact it was it looked like the try for Joel Rizzi that was well up there as well, as we look at the 228 of Charlie Cole.
Can he keep it up there? That's the thing. We'd like to see Joel just try and turn that speed into end results, and certainly Triumph would as well. But I'm intrigued already, Phil, because Conrad, that's a different Conrad I've seen on an opening lap.
Yes, it is indeed,
because he knows the urgency of it.
Right, yeah, so that's Adam Sterry. He's currently there in third, but here's Hurlings then in the lead as we come to the close of the first lap. Then Conrad Muse, then Sterry, then a good fourth. Then it is Rizzi. Yeah, Rizzi is in there. Then Adamson, Dan Thornhill, a good start from the 95 Chambers KTM. He's on a good run of form at the minute, Jeff, as well, Dan Thornhill.
Yeah, and he was good. We were watching him last week at Fox Hill as well. Stats out class as Brad Todd, back for you said from his American ventures, tries to stick it up the inside. This is going to be an intriguing opening few laps, Phil.
It is indeed. Adam Sterry is not letting Conrad Muse off the hook here. Let's not forget, he's the man that's chasing Conrad Muse for the championship. It's 43 points is the gap at the top of the championship at the moment. Jeffrey Hurling's already starting to gap away at the front.
Oh, a little bit of mistake from Adam there. Getting a little bit cross-rutted on the takeoff. And that has allowed Conrad to stretch away a bit further. Gilbert was pretty solid in qualifying. I think, was he third, did we say? I think he was, wasn't he? So
yeah,
he's got some more pace seemingly in qualifying over Sterry. So I expect those two to go at it. Meanwhile, that gap's about the same.
So Conrad Muse, he needs to get his finger out to be able to stay in front of Adam Sterry. Has he got anything to close down? It's 3.3 seconds across the line last time. Don't think that's going to wait much, and it just depends is how hard is Conrad Muse prepared to push to keep that win streak alive, Jeff.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? He's got to manage that situation. As much as it's great to say that you've gone unbeaten, at the end of the day, the championship is the most important thing. I know that Dave Thorpe's not here this weekend. Dave's actually tuning in and watching, and I bet Dave sat in his comfy chair going, yes, Jeff, exactly. A championship is what we want. A perfect season would be great, but the championship is what Conrad and Honda, would obviously like to seal the deal with.
That's what they're expected to deliver, is a championship. And obviously we saw Dave down at Landrake. It's quite amusing. Saw him ride in on his Honda adventure bike, and even riding an adventure bike, Dave Thorpe looks like Dave Thorpe on a bike. You could tell it was him by the way he rode it. Just rode in even at 5 miles an hour. Yeah. So the team then have been solid all season, Conrad Muse, and they did announce that they have retained Conrad and Jamie Carpenter and Jake Nichols for 2026, so that's good for those guys. A nice solid season this year and carrying forward all three guys into 2026. So that's good for the team and the riders.
I'm made up to see that Jake Nichols is still going another year. He's not looking to hang his boots up. Of course, Jake in MX2, so we'll come back to him in the next moto.
So that last lap then, Jeff, Conrad Mewes still keeping Jeffrey Hurlings within 4 seconds. I think that that's reasonable at this time in the moto. Jeffrey is not checking out at a rate of knots.
No, but he's got the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, which you'd expect, with a time of 1:56.215. So, 5 seconds nearly off their qualifying pace, but of course the track has got a lot rougher.
Here we see John Adamson and Brad Todd battling. Todd on the 714 DK Off-Road Honda, and John Adamson on the Lexa MX KTM. Todd has been he's been out plying his trade in the States, done 3 or 4 rounds of the AMA series this year, and enjoyed that thoroughly, watching him in the races and on his YouTube and stuff like that. Nice to see a rider get that opportunity. Been plying his trade in the British Championship now for probably 10 or 12 years and getting the option to go out there. But nice to see him back at what is a fairly local race for him. He's from over there in Wigton in Cumbria, so a trip across from there.
So I mentioned just a while ago about Elliot's done those stats. Let me very, very quickly go through them. Round 1 and 2, basically first round, his win average was 29 seconds, Conrad. 32 at round 2, 35 at round 3, 28 at round 4, Landrake 6.1.
Yeah.
So it was much tighter at Landrake.
Looking at Tom Grimshaw then on the Apico Honda, the sole Apico Honda this weekend, unfortunately, with his teammate Martin Barr being out through injury sustained at the VMX Nations last weekend. So no Martin Barr this weekend or for the final round at Ling. Also not out there, Tristan Purden, the SC Sport Hopes Husky rider. He suffered a broken leg at Landrake, unfortunately. And Jamie Carpenter, who is now long-term injured with a knee injury, talking to Ryan Thorpe last night, and he was saying that obviously long recovery for the number 184, but he will be back for next year, so that's good for him.
It was a real shame for Burden because it didn't look much on when we saw it on TV, did it? It was something or nothing.
He still doesn't know what happened. He just think he got a little bit. He caught a rot. He was trying to cut back up the inside of another rider to get a run up the start straight round the back of the start gate at Landrake, and he just went down. And it was not a great thing for him, but he was okay and in reasonable spirits last night. But Jeffrey Curlings then on the number 84, the factory KTM, let's not forget, went 1-1-1 last weekend at the GP at Arnhem.
I will say one thing, Phil, I don't expect Hurlings to be panicked in any way, shape or form with all his experience or whatever. He'll know that Conrad is going to bring it, as he's always said, as he said to you earlier on. The Brits on home turf, they just ride brilliant. So he knows Conrad's a threat. Clearly he is, but like Jeffrey, with all his experience, he's not going to start panicking and throwing out super quick laps right now. He'll just keep that pace. And if Conrad starts to close, that's when we might see, obviously, up out. But I mean, Hurlings coming in is so confident after winning your home GP
for the 16th time.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
He told me that. I didn't even need to point it out. But look, the guy is a legend of the sport. He's still out here racing week in, week out. He doesn't need to come and race Conrad Mewes in the British Championship this weekend. He's got Turkey, China and Australia still left in his calendar for the year, but he just wants to come and race. And as you said, he was very respectful of the speed of Conrad Mewes and all of the British guys here in the UK, and also the tracks, saying that he really enjoyed the tracks, and the opportunity to come and ride here was good practice for Turkey. Conrad's still doing what he needs to do. It's still under 4 seconds, Jeff.
I tell you what, he's giving it his all, and I like that. Obviously he is. He wants to keep that win streak alive, but it would be quite easy for Conrad to even come into this event going, I'm in championship mode. I don't have to beat Jeffrey. He's not in the championship. I'll come out of Duns with 4 seconds. Thank you very much. But he's not. You can see in his body language, he is really trying to close that gap and win this race.
And the thing is, there's almost a level of expectation that Conrad's going to pull this off. Hurlings beat everybody in the world last weekend. Granted, that was on sand, and I think if it was on sand here this weekend, I think it'd even be a little bit closer. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard to say.
There's so many things on the season. I was genuinely, obviously gutted for Conrad that he injured his wrist, but I was more gutted as a British fan, or equally as gutted, that we never got to see him go and do that AMA trip that was kind of scheduled, because I would have loved to have seen him. I think he was going to do Southwick, wasn't he, as well, which would have been awesome.
Let's hope that might, with a prevailing wind and a decent set of dates next year, that might be something that we will get to see, and as a result we will get to see Conrad going and plying his trade on the other side of the Atlantic. Let's have a look and see what the gap was. It's still 155.9. It's still under 4 seconds, Jeff. It's still close enough. In fact, like you say, it is closing up just a little bit. 15 minutes left. Let's not forget, Jeffrey Hurlings is riding himself back into fitness. He's been out with a broken collarbone, or a little bit of a mistake there from Conrad. But Adam Sterry's still there in third. Gilbert 4. Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. He's there in a very good fifth. Joel Rizzi on the Dirt Store Triumph back to 6th. Then it's Brad Todd on the Honda in 7th. Tom Grimshaw 8th. John Adamson 9th. And the man that we are looking at there now, the number 6 of Carlton Husband. He's just finding his way. It looks like he may. In fact, no, that's
Jed. Yes, that's Jed Etchells.
Yeah, that's Jed. So Jed Etchells just putting a pass on the 95 of Dan Thornhill. So that will move him up to 11th.
Oh, good on Jed. I tell you, he was a good youth rider for Team Green.
Yes.
You know, he really was. But he was always destined to be an enduro guy, particularly living on the Isle of Man. We were even speaking about it when he was a youngster on Team Green, like thinking, I think that could be the route that you go. And it did, and he did. But he can, listen, he can moto.
He can. I mean, it looks like Todd has put a pass on the number 912 of Joel Rizzi. So it's Todd moving up to 6th. So this is a good return to the British Championship for Brad Todd on the DK Racing Honda.
Yeah, that's one of the closest battles on track, actually, Phil. It's a good spot. That's there's not much in it.
Still 3.5 seconds the lead at the front between Jeffrey Hurlings and Conrad Muse, with Adam Sterry a further 5 seconds adrift. Taylor Hamill having a fairly lonely race in 5th, but a lonely one that we will enjoy, because being 5th and not having somebody pestering your back wheel for another 13 minutes plus 2 laps is definitely something that he will be relishing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see that. Obviously, Gilbert there, he's still maybe getting the gap between him and Sterry. There's not much in it. Let's see last lap around. Yeah, it seemed to me last lap around that Gilbert has started to up the ante and is closing in on Adam Sterry. Fastest lap of the race is still.
I think that's going to be Conrad Muse, because the gap is now down to 3 seconds.
It is. He's taken 4/10 out of Hurlings that last lap around. So Conrad is on it. There's 12, plenty of time to go if you count the 2 laps as well.
Oh yes, still plenty of time to go as we look at Brad Todd and say the man from Wheaton putting the pass on the 912. Grimshaw there. It's you can see how this track is starting to rut out there.
Yeah, that's Gilbert definitely getting closer. Josh Gilbert closing in rapidly on Adam Sterry here. Again, Gilbert likes a bit of hard pack. That's more of his thing. From down there in Cornwall, they don't have too many sand tracks down there.
No, still 30 odd points between Sterry and Josh Gilbert in the championship. But let's not forget that Josh Gilbert had a DNF at Blacksall with a thrown chain on that Alexa Honda. Stone took him out while he was in a solid 3rd, I believe. So that's a lot of points gone walkabout for the man from Cornwall, who had his local race last round of the championship, and obviously this is nowhere near his local race. A long journey up from Cornwall for Josh Gilbert. We'll have a look and see what the gap across the line is. Our leaders will be across the line in the next couple of seconds.
Yeah,
he's down to 1.5.
Oh, he's on him. So we're gonna, as much as we see this battle, we got a couple of individual battles, maybe 2 or 3 going on, but the one that matters is the one at the front. We'll probably break away from this in a moment and get back to the top 2, because Conrad Muse on that True 7 Crendon Honda racing team is absolutely on it and closing in on Hurlins. Is Hurlins doing the classic rope-a-dope, or is he riding at max speed? I don't know. We're going to find out. There they are, I think, going on the top section. There they are, because that was Conrad absolutely cranked over that second jump up the top. So we're going to get our cameras back on them anytime soon. There we are, we just missed them, rapidly trying to find them on track. So the guys are pinning down to the, there we go, there's Hurlins, and there, scrubbing into the frame is Conrad Muse.
10 plus 2 to go.
Yeah, let's see what Jeffrey's got here then. He knows.
Conrad's closing it. 1.5 seconds. He halved the lead on that last lap, Jeff. Was that a mistake from Hurlins? What does the lap times tell us?
No, I don't think it was really. I think Conrad just upped it because he's gone quicker again. Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. Conrad. It was Conrad who stepped up, not Jeffrey who slowed down. Conrad, they're both going quicker, but Conrad went even quicker. We're 154.765.
So is Jeffrey starting to maybe get a little bit of arm pump? Because obviously in the sand last week in Arnhem, he can ride that and conserve his energy with his technique. There, this is coming down. There's only 10 bike lengths between them. This is the race that we were so looking forward to seeing, and you never know what's going to happen.
It's such a talking point whenever Jeffrey comes and races the British Championship, but even more so with Conrad's situation. Look, you know, we know, I'm not stoking the fire here, but you've only got to go on social media at any given week to say, like, you know, what Conrad and people's opinions of what he should be doing with his career.
He's riding where his team can be. He's riding the championship that is a competitive championship, and he's making a living.
Yeah.
The amount of money that he needs to go to make no money,
yeah,
it just doesn't make sense for him at this point in his career. But we see Jeffrey Hurlins is having to dig deep. Conrad is styling his way onto the back of the factory KTM. It was 1.3 across the line, so another 0.2 of a second. That time, Jeffrey will know he's coming. He's been hunted down for the second time in 2 weeks.
What I would say about all that is let's just enjoy watching two world-class athletes. You know, like,
Conrad is coming.
Simple as that.
He's there, he's running a nice line there. Tight round the inside. And they're going to start coming into lap traffic as well, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be key. Oh, they are definitely going to do that. The point is, as always, catching the rider is one thing, of course, but then you've got to get by them.
Yeah. So this next 2 or 3 minutes is going to be absolutely key in this first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 races. You come and put a lap on the 300 gas of Charlie Hamlet, but
again, nicely on the pegs. Those ruts are pretty deep there. It's very easy to snag your foot peg or your gear lever going around there.
And this is the kind of stuff that Conrad is really, really good at. Being inch perfect, just almost like energy conservation. He has such a really relaxed style when he's on form.
Again, Phil, I will say track conditions are very similar to his home practice track. It's a kind of clay content that he's got at his track down near Shepton Mallet, and he's used to these conditions.
1.5 this time, so 0.2 swing back to the bullet. Hurlins then just pulling out a tiny amount, but it's too close to call with 7 minutes plus 2 laps to go in this first of our Apico Factory Racing MX1 motos of the weekend. They slide past the number 20 of Aidan Bruce.
While we were watching this battle, Josh Gilbert has indeed gone past Adam Sterry into third position, which you can see they're starting to gap away.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this one till the end. We cannot take our eyes off the battle that everybody's come to see here. People lining the track. There's a decent crowd here in for the Saturday. Don't forget, we've got another day's action tomorrow here at Duns. As always, you cannot beat being at the circuit, but if you can't be here, then MXGB TV is the place to be. Thanks to Dirt Store bringing you this coverage. And as Jeffrey Hurlins was surprised to find out for free, but Hurlins absolutely railing that berm, Jeff. But Conrad is not giving this one up.
Yeah, talking of Ling, of course, we've got tomorrow's round 7 here at Duns, but don't forget, final round of the British Championship is going to be at Ling in Norfolk on the 21st of September. If you can get there, do so, it will be a cracking final round.
It's a great track, Isling. One of my favourites. So Jeffrey then, 6 minutes to go. Horse 2 laps.
Nice and smooth through there, Phil. Up on the pegs again, which we'd expect. A little bit of a foot dab. That gap, I tell you what, he really is keeping him honest.
He is,
I'd love to know how much Hurlins is trying here. I think he's treating it like he should do, with the full respect. Probably on GP pace right now.
He knows he can't back off. 1 point, another 0.2 in the favour of the number 84. But I think that Conrad Muse has just not quite had the run of the traffic as they put a lap on the 220 of Josh Canton, the man all the way from South Wales. He's come from Haverfordwest on that Yamaha, a regular in the championship. He's a rider that we want to see here week in, week out. Conrad Muse looking a little bit closer then this time by eye.
Yeah, they've got obviously the gap. If you want to know what the gap is to Gilbert, it's a whopping 24 seconds to the race leader, to Gilbert in third. So these two are just setting a ridiculous pace.
We're on 6-2. Stewie Edmonds goes a lap down. I think we did see him on the floor in the background a few laps ago. So the man on the TM, another 1-2 fall, a lap down to Jeffrey Hurlins, but it's still tight. It's not over.
No, it's not. Any mistake from Jeffrey, and Conrad is close enough to pick up on it, or certainly get right on his exhaust pipe if Jeffrey makes any kind of serious bobble. And he did make a little one there. Conrad is really good on that first section of all these switchbacks.
We know that they're going to the GP of Turkey next week, and that is it's a car park circuit, it's hardback that's watered. I can't think of a better British Championship track to come to for practice for Turkey than here, and Conrad is still there.
Well, he's closer. I'm not by much, but I think he's marginally closer. He is. Yeah, that cap's coming down again. Listen, let's keep an eye on these lap times, because it will be a few tenths, but it's another few tenths in the right direction. Look at this. He is definitely closing again, Conrad. They're going to cross the line. Let's see what the lap times tell us. Okay.
Hurlins did not get over there particularly nicely, and Conrad is definitely closing. 1.1. It's 0.6 that time. Back to the 426 Crendon True 7 Honda of Conrad Muse.
Yeah, he took just over 5 tenths, a half a second out of Hurlins that lap. 3:22 on the clock. You can see it counting down at the top of the K-Tech timing tower, and then +2 to go. It only needs like one back marker to hold up Hurlins or anything here, and it's on. All of a sudden, Conrad will have literally like a fingernail in him.
It's getting close. You can see the gap visually coming down. Jeffrey Hurlins is having to pour on the coals here.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be right now. I'd definitely be conscious of that.
Yeah, that's Jack Benison. Here comes Hurlins. And all of the back markers so far doing a great job of getting themselves off the racing line. That's Jack Beniston going a lap down. The next rider will be the 134 of Liam Knight and the Garland SRS KTM. Let's hope that Conrad does not get too held up. He's got somebody between himself now. Hurlins has just got a little bit of a gap.
I think as well, just looking at the intensity in Hurlins, I think he's hit the it's got a go time. He looks a little bit more aggressive than he's done the last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah. So Liam Knight moves over. Is Conrad the next rider? Yes, he is. He's still there, Jeff.
Jeffrey.
2 minutes on the clock, so it's going to be 3 laps.
I mean,
well, actually, it's going to be close. What lap times will be doing?
Well, it's going to be touch and go. No, I think we're going to see at least. No, I think it'll be a 3 lapper, maybe from here.
That lap looks like it's took the sting out of the tail for Conrad Muse. I think that's close to 2 seconds now, Jeff.
Well,
look at that.
For British fans,
2.1.
For the sake of a good race, I want Conrad to go all Isaac Gifting on it now. If he could do that, that'd be great.
Yeah, so he's got a clear track. He's got a chance to have a proper go now. He's cleared that lap traffic. Let's just see. We've got a couple of riders that we're going to catch probably halfway around the lap. A nicer line then. So Muse looks like he's caught onto that tighter inside line in that Prox hairpin that he wasn't taking earlier on. He was 2 seconds across the line last time by, and they're going to get the 2-lap board next time. So let's see whether Conrad Muse has got anything left in the tank to run down the number 84 of Jeffrey Hurlings.
I think Hurlings has dropped the hammer. I really do. Basically the last lap, certainly whole lap. He just started to pick it up like a quarter of the way round that last lap, and that looks like the gap's going back out to me. We've got no slip time in this one this time around, so we can't give you that. But visually, yeah, that's gone out, definitely.
Yeah. So Hurlings were hammering again at the end of this 20-minute plus 2-lap race. The clock has 27 seconds left on it, and he's not going to get back to the line in time. It will be 2 laps to go next time by, and it does look like the charge and the challenge of Conrad Muse just got a little bit blunted as they caught that lap traffic. I'm sure with the you'll be going to do the interview, Jeff, at the end of this one. I'm sure Conrad will feel that with a start he would have had something to offer, the man from Holland. So clock goes to 0, 2-lap board goes out. It's Ross Rutherford, I think, that's going a lap down. But go through the rest of the top 10. No apologies for keeping our eyes on this battle at the front, because this is what everybody's come to see this weekend. So it is Hurlings from Muse, then it's the 326 of Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda, Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM, he is there in 4th. Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, a very, very good 5th, and a good 6th for the 714 of Brad Todd. He's there currently on the Airport Autos D&K Honda in 6th place. 7th, moving through the field, Tom Grimshaw on the Apico Honda. 8th is John Adamson on the 2nd of the Lexa Hondas. Carlton Husband there in 9th on the Phoenix Tools Fantic, and 10th place is currently Joel Rizzi on the 912 Dirt Store Triumph, having a good run. But there is the battle with 2 laps to go. Conrad Muse, then it was 2.6 over the line last time. So this is where Conrad Muse needs to go all in to try and pull a little bit of time out of Jeffrey Hurlings as they approach this final lap. He's barely put a wheel wrong as the bullet, but I think that Conrad Muse is still closing in. That is a less of a gap, another little bobble from Jeffrey Hurlings. Does he think he's broken him? He does not look particularly fast down there. Certainly trying and being very careful not to make any mistakes. And Conrad is there. He's there. The gap is coming down. Let's hope that this back marker stays clear. Lets these guys by. He does indeed. No, he doesn't. Get out of the way. There's a race going on and you're not in it. That's cost Conrad half a second, maybe more. That might be it. 1.3, he got it down to that lap. It only took a little look over the shoulder. He knew Jeffrey Hurlings was there, and he could have just held himself out of the way. So Conrad Muse then is the win streak finally going to end. He's still unbeaten in the British Championship by a full-time British Championship rider, and when the guy who's just gone 1-1-1 in the last Grand Prix, he's literally at the end of your front mudguard on this final lap, you will say he has done everything he could possibly do. The Crendon True 7 Honda rider has given Jeffrey Hurlings a run for his money here in the first race of our round 6 of our Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. But it looks like the bullet has got this covered. It looks like the gap has gone out a little bit. Oh, nice there from Hurlings. He has not had a second to relax in this 25 plus 2 minute 25 minute plus 2 lap race, and just the last few corners now for the man on the factory Red Bull KTM. There's Muse. He's still close, but not close enough. But it is going to be a victory then for Jeffrey Hurlings. The streak for Conrad Muse is over. But what a fight that was. The Crendon True 7 Honda man pushed the factory KTM man all the way to the flag. What a race that was. I've got a feeling that we've not seen the best out of those two yet. I think that with a start, this could be different. Let's not forget, Conrad did not get the best of drops off of the gate. But Hurlings and Muse across the line, still waiting for Josh Gilbert on the 326. He is the man that's going to come across the line in third. But that is our first group of races here at round 6. So Gilbert comes across the line, 42 seconds adrift of the Conrad Muse, Jeffrey Hurlings battle. Adam Sterry across the line in fourth. Fifth place across the line, a good fifth for the 23 of Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. So Hamill will come across the line in fifth. Sixth should be the 714 of Brad Todd. A good seventh for Tom Grimshaw, assuming that they get round the final lap. Okay. I'll say some big gaps in the middle of the field there, but that says more about the pace. There is the 714 of Brad Todd, so he'll be happy to come back with a top 6 in the British Championship. 7th Tom Grimshaw, 8th across the line John Adamson, 9th will be Carlton Husband on the number 6 Phoenix Tools Fantic, and 10th place will be the 912 of Joel Rizzi, and there is Joel Rizzi. We will have a quick word from our sponsors and we will be back with Jeff down in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
And how they prep the track is really good, like got a lot of lines. So luckily I didn't have to overtake, but I think for overtaking it's quite a good track. So yeah, it's so far so good.
Listen, it's always a pleasure to have you back. As I said, it's a shame you can't ride with the number one, play a champion, but what's it like being back in Britain? You really like coming back to the UK, don't you?
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I like the public, I always like the British fans, so even today I see quite some Hurlings merchandise, so it's quite fun. And obviously never been up that much north, like last year was in Schoolhouse I think, or whatever it was called, but now yeah, coming up this high, it's even quite chilly up here, like at home is way more warm, so feels like a winter day almost, but I really enjoy it.
Well, look, go and get ready for the second moto. We're looking for more of the same of that. That was a really good battle. So Jeffrey's going to move out of the way. Hopefully the mic's working okay. I think it is. The green light on anyway. Let's bring in Conrad. Loads of people. That's what Jeffrey brings to the British Championship as well. Loads of people coming out. But this dude as well. Conrad, I'd like to shake hand. Thank you, because that was an entertaining race. It's not obviously what you wanted, but you knew the challenge coming in. But mate, you pushed him all the way then.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't prepared to lose my win streak.
No.
I wanted to keep that. I was gutting, but hey, I'd done all I could. He's a 5-time world champion, so being able to follow him's one thing, but passing him's a complete different thing, you know. So I tried my best, and yeah, some difficulty with the lappers, but yeah, they're in their race as well, you know. So it's I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, and I gave it my best shot, and he just got me in that one. So we'll go back, regroup, and try again in the next one.
Like I say, win streak, you really wanted that, because that's a big statement to say you could do that. But the championship is obviously still very much on the radar. And the thing is now, you still got 3 stabs at him this weekend. You still got 3 more goes. So look, you know it's doable.
Yeah, definitely. If I can pinch one, I'll be happy. So yeah, no, it's definitely doable. I mean, championship's obviously the main picture, but right now I've got a new motivation, and that's chasing Jeffrey. So that's my main focus this weekend, and yeah, hopefully we can. I'd like to say we can get closer and closer each race, but I was pretty close then. So yeah, we'll see. But no, thanks to the team. They've done a fantastic job, and my suspension guys over from Belgium as well, WV2 suspension, Mick, and we made some changes in qualifying, and the bike's fantastic. So yeah, everything's all good today, and yeah, hello to my girlfriend back home. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it, fiance, shall I say. So yeah, I'll try my best in the next one.
And the sausage dogs are watching as well, right? You're going to get yourself ready for the second moto, because you know it's definitely on, it's doable, and we're going to get some amazing racing between those two of the weekend. Fair to say they were a cut above the others, but no disrespect to this cat, Josh Gilbert. Josh, that was a solid ride. I mean, you had to work hard to put one on Adam, and you wore him down and got it done. And I know this is like favourable conditions for you. You like a bit of hard pack, so are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that ride actually. I don't know what's going on with my starts. We was dialed in, but then that I just popped off the start, and I kind of double clutched it, and it all kind of went a bit wrong. So need to sort that out. It would have been nice to have been behind Conrad from the start and just tried to tag on and watch him a little bit, because yeah, he's riding really well. I think he got on the back of Jeffrey, didn't he? So yeah, those two at the minute are another level. But if I could get out behind him and tag on and try and just, even if I can for 3, 4, 5 laps, whatever. I'm feeling quite comfortable today. I like the track. Yeah, just need to sort my start out.
Well, as we said, it's a double-header round, so you're going to have 3 more attempts to try and do that. And you're absolutely right. If you can just get with them for a couple of laps, it drags you on, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually glad that it's here. There's a double-header and not Hawkstone, because I hate the place. But
at least
yeah, it worked into my advantage this year with it.
Well, look, go and get yourself ready for the next moto, and hopefully we'll see you back up there. There you go. There's Josh, happy with his performance to a degree, but like you hear him say, bit of work to close up with those top 2. Brilliant opening moto in the Apico MX1 class. The action doesn't stop, because we are straight back now into the RFX 125 again, so don't go too far away. 125 action coming up right now.
a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
As the rocks crumbled, tiny pieces mingled with decayed leaves, old roots. Dirt. This dirt was special.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are for the second group of races here at Duns, and round 6 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship, brought to you by MXGB TV and of course our sponsor Dirt Store, bringing you this free live stream as always from the heart of the paddock, looking out of that beautiful view. I can't believe they let us have a track here, Jeff.
There's a lot of land, obviously.
You can't see it. We approached it. You can't see it until you get here. It's in a great place, miles from anywhere.
Yeah, we are. We're, what, I'd say about 2 or 3 miles out of town, up the hill. So, not causing any trouble to anyone. I'd like to think not anyway. So it's a great place to be.
We're about 45 minutes out of Berwick, upon Tweed, and about an hour south of Edinburgh, and a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. And we've had some fantastic racing so far here today. Our first RFX 125 race was interesting to say the least, and it was a win for the number 30 of Charlie Richmond, and he took victory by not a massive amount. It was 1 second in the end from Ryan Waggett. Did a bit of catching up and just when I nipped out there, Jeff, and saw that Drew Stock, he was a DNF in that one. He hit a post and took a radiator off, so that was why he was
that'll do it.
That'll do it, yeah. They're fortunate enough that they are rather surf it with bikes at the minute, because they did a practice week up here, and so they have their race bikes and practice bikes with them. Yeah,
I think they've done a bit of coach. I think a bit of riding with Billy Mackenzie this week. Obviously, one of Scotland's greatest riders.
Yes,
and actually, cousin Brian as well. Which Brian actually, and Brian's brother Dino as well. They actually ran this facility for quite a while.
Yeah.
So Brian put a lot of time and effort into this venue as well.
So the breeze just starting to get up a little bit, and we will be hopefully underway with the RFS 125 guys. They are now just going off on their side lap to check out the conditions. Yeah, if we can get the results up for race 1 then, and we will just run through those quickly before we nip for an ad break.
Yeah, so I also just quickly spoke to Lucas Moncrieff's mother there, walking back over, and yeah, he is sore. He's feeling it. He's taken a big old whack to his collarbone and his ribs. I think he'll be feeling it more tomorrow morning when he wakes up.
Yeah, and then he's got to ride again tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I didn't want to remind him or her of that.
So we'll just whip through the results then of race 1. We did see a win there for race 1 for the number 30, our championship leader of Charlie Richmond, on the S. Briggs Racing Yamaha. Second place was the Raji Roy Racing KTM of Ryan Waggett. Third, number 548, Hayden Stat. A good 4th position for Harry Lee on the number 17 Fantic. Then it was the Three Flow Racing Crescent Yamaha of Lucas Moncrieff. 6th place was Finley Pickering. 7th place Zane Stevens on the second of the SR Yamahas, and then it was Jack Evans, Joe Granger and Wyatt McGregor rounding out the top 10. So the riders then out on their side lap, and obviously you can see that they put some water down in a few places to try and to keep the dust down. We've got good cloud cover here today, Jeff, so we shouldn't be in a situation where the dust or the sun is drying out the track ridiculously quickly.
No, it's like you said, from a rider's standpoint, Phil, nice gentle breeze, although it is starting to pick up a little bit. It's turned a bit colder, but from an athlete's point of view, a rider's point of view, ideal, I would say.
Yes, I think this is exactly what you want to be riding in. Not too hot, and the track's standing up pretty well. We're just going to take another quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with the gate drop of our second RFX 125 championship race of round 6 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
So here we are, we're getting ready for the second moto of round 6 for the RFX 125s. This championship is very, very tight, and it's going to go, I'm sure, right up to the last round to decide who's going to win this championship. Last race of the last round, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment you'd have to say that Charlie Richmond is the form man. He's the first guy to win 2 rounds, and he won 2 rounds on the bounce, let's not forget, because he, up until the point that he won his first round at round 4, he hadn't taken the win, and then he backed it up with a win in round 5, and he's won the first race here. So can Ryan Waggett swing it back? Whatever happens, he's not going to gain any points.
No, that's true. Not this round anyway. We're doing it all again tomorrow. Charlie was, I wouldn't say cocky, and by any stretch he wasn't, but he was quite, how will I word it, in the post-event race interview. Kind of said that I didn't really feel it out there in that first race. I didn't really find my best or find any kind of aggression or flow, and yet he still took the race win. So, you know.
So these guys benefiting from our youth academy stuff that's going on, where we get some famous racers of the past and trainers and stuff, and talk about things usually prior to the races taking part. But this weekend it's a double header. We'll be doing that this evening.
We're doing that tonight. Yes. So with myself, Justin Morris, we got Sean Simpson coming up. He's like the guest speaker this week. You know, and we might even get Jeffrey up there if we can twist his arm enough. Tom Grimshaw's also going to go up there, so we're going to be doing some good stuff tonight. We're going to be doing a bit different tonight. We're going to be giving them, it's almost like speed dating. We got 4 tables set up, and what we're going to do is we're going to spend a little time with each group highlighting certain things. So tonight in there, for example, I'm going to be talking to them about media duties and how a modern athlete needs to conduct themselves, all that kind of stuff. And then, of course, Justin and Yanis will talk through fitness and riding, etc., etc. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. It's been going real well. And, more importantly, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to grow it with the ACU next year.
Yes, that's the big hope. Don't forget that to like and subscribe on all of our feeds. Whether you're watching on Facebook on MXGB-TV, Instagram on MXGB-TV, our website mxgb-tv.co.uk, or the YouTube channel MXGB-TV. Please like and subscribe. Leave us a comment. We'll try and get back to them at some point. We did a bit of that last week, Jeff. When we had the break, we managed to have a bit of live interaction with the people on the live stream. But this.
It comes a bit faster and furious British Championship round than it does the VMXDN at Fox Hill. We've got a bit more time to play with there.
Yeah, and don't forget that we're also going out on FIM-moto.tv as well. So lots of platforms across the globe, as again we see that the 30 of Charlie Richmond has given up the inside. In fact, he's got Finlay Pickering, Drew Stock, Hayden Statt and Ryan Waggett all inside of him.
Confidence, then. That's what, you got to be confident. If you put most of your rivals up the inside of you,
if he goes where Ryan Waggett is, I don't think that those other guys are going to go inside of him. I think they're going where they're going, and I just think that he's decided to Lucas Moncrief, then Harry Lee, there's the Zane Stevens on the other S-Briggs Racing 125, the 24. Was he a DNF in the first one? No, Cole Nally. He had a decent run in the first one, 14th, so that's good points for Cole on the TM.
Yeah, good team as well. I think he's coming over from Northern Ireland. Could be Ireland, I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, teammates with Stewie Edmonds.
Yes,
good little team. They look cool. They got a very bright vehicle. Paddock wear all looks cool. They do good on them.
Stewie Edmonds always been well turned out. Whoever he's ridden for. All of the teams that they do a good job, and great to see them over here. I know they're doing stuff. Green flag out the back of the grid then, and we will wait for our starter to drop the gate on the second half of our day's action here at Duns for round 6 of the ACU Motul British Motocross Championship. 15-second board is up and about to turn. A few spaces, so a few guys not made it into race 2. 5 seconds. Gate drop, and away they go. And it looks like Waggett's got a good jump this time, but it's Richmond up the inside. No, Waggett, that was a bit of a...
Okay, so he wants it. He's protected the inside well.
Finlay
there,
Pickering
Waggett.
around the outside. Pickering goes down.
No, I think he stayed upright. He stayed upright.
He did. Finlay Pickering then manages to salvage third position, but it's Waggett then that takes the lead on Richmond. So this is for the overall, let's not forget, because Waggett was second in Moto 1.
Yep, exactly that. And whoever gets the better second moto results, if it's a tiebreaker, takes the nod.
Was that Hayden Stack round the outside for fourth? They come up over the big jump at the top end of the track. A lot of water gone down.
That's Hayden in third. Yeah, he's in that bright flow fly kit. That's slippery down there. Now they've put water down. They've got to be nice. Oh, Charlie just stuffing it into a rut there. Probably a load of hard clay pressing into the bottom of his forks.
So Waggett, he's a guy that can lead a race. He showed it earlier on in the season. I will say that he was a surprise winner of round one, and I mean that in a nice way, because there was a lot of people that were expecting big things from all of these Yamahas. We've got to move down the inside. Hayden Stack goes through into second on Charlie Richmond.
Is he going to make it stick though? Because that outside that comes in the inside of that corner. Yes, he does.
Got it back on the ground really nice and early there, Jeff.
Yeah,
Richmond's come back around the inside though.
Oh, they're at it already. And Drew Stock will desperately want to get a good result after DNF in the previous moto, so he's there in fourth, making a much better start.
Yes.
I got a feeling this one actually might be a bit more of a four-way battle.
Yeah, let's hope. First one was a good race, but all of a sudden we've got 3 riders. And obviously if Hayden Stack puts the pass on Charlie Richmond again, that is then going to give points to our race leader, because Waggett currently 13 points to Drickle, 16 points as Jeffrey Hurling's maps pointed out. He's already in the position with the amount of rounds that we've got left. He doesn't have to keep beating Waggett to win the championship, but he doesn't want riders between him and the number 55. That leader then was the number 55 of Ryan Waggett.
Yeah, he's going to get those 5 points, and he's leading that championship coming in. So that will give him more opportunity. That was Oliver Rees-Williams pulling out this one, or looked like he was.
Yeah, so our first lap leader then, our Planet Moto first lap leader was Ryan Waggett on the number 55.
Yeah, this is shaping up already. I mean, I know it's early doors, but yeah, this could well be a four-rider epic battle in this one.
Everybody just been a little bit careful with the wet. I think they're going to have to give it 2 or 3 laps before they're fully confident that the track is ridden in. We've got a decent entry, 25, 26 riders in this 125, or 30 riders in this 125 class. We have 4 DNFs in Moto 1. Notables, obviously Drew Stock, also Charlie Hucklebridge and Kieran Bullock, and Oakley Kettle did not make it to the end of the first race. So we'll see if they've managed to get out in race 2.
I've noticed already they're using a lot of different lines. I know you shouldn't follow, but literally, you know, Ryan Waggett isn't following. He's on a completely different line in that section to Richmond. Stat is doing a different one. Stock was down the middle where the others are going either left or right. So I think there's a lot of lines out there, and it's obviously piecing them together, Phil, to make a good lap.
Drew Stock lost the toe a little bit in the first one, but you've got to think that obviously he's had a really, really busy couple of weeks. And obviously this championship is gone for him. Is he just riding now to think, well, I'll take what I get, but I'm not going to push too hard?
Well, maybe. I mean, of course, he's got the opportunity to pick up full support from Yamaha next year. It's not a done deal yet. Yes, he won the super finale in Sweden, but what that actually is the top 3 plus 2 wild cards then go down to the south of France in November, where one rider will get chosen to have full support from Yamaha next year on their official EMX 125 team. So Drew and Hayden Stack are in with a shout at that.
And it's a big win, but let's not forget the 2 riders that ended up getting that last year, Levi Townley and Jane Heath, both had a horrendous 2025. So let's hope that doesn't happen. But it's great that we've got 2 guys in with a shout out. A lovely line there from Stat, that inner line. This was where I thought Waggett was losing time in the first race, and he seems to be getting himself on that tight line a little bit better. The top 2 are just pulling away
they
a
are.
little bit.
Yeah, you're right. I think just enough. And looking at Richmond, he doesn't seem like he's over pushing it at the minute. He realises he's got time. He's not in any kind of panic mode, and he's actually closing in marginally on Waggett. I think just fractionally. He's certainly got, looking at different lines, he's taking a lot of inside lines where Ryan is going a bit more to the outside. But having said that, Hayden Stack gets back on the pipe and is now all over the back of Richmond again. Richmond changing his line. That's where he got overtaken.
Yes.
So learn him quickly. So like, I'm not going to go out wide again and get taken by him again. So he took the inside line, taking Hayden's line away from him effectively.
So the rest of the race then, we've got Waggett leading, Richmond second, Stat third, then it's Drew Stock fourth, Finley Pickering in fifth. Harry Lee on the Fantic there, in sixth. Again, he's a man you always expect to see in that top 5 or 6. Zane Stevens having a good ride in seventh on the second of the S. Briggs Commercials Yamaha. Then it's Jack Evans on the 167, he's there in 8th. Lucas Moncrief on the Through Flow Madison Yamaha, he's there in 9th. And in 10th place it is the 142 of Chris Brindley having another good ride. So he's a man that's been there or thereabouts on the edges of the top 10 all season, as Waggett lights the rear end. Notice how they're cutting inside that big bird now.
Get a bit more traction up. You can see where it's shiny. You want to get either side of that. You don't want to be lighting it up on those shiny, on that shiny soil, because that all it would do is cut loose and break loose, and that's exactly what happened. Whereas the 2 Yamaha riders behind came a bit tighter.
A lot of stones in this soil here at Duns as well, which will be starting to find their way to the top as this day's racing progresses.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because they're not big stones. They're not. I don't think they cause much issues with punching it, but they're enough if they lay flat to cause some traction issues.
Yeah. So Ryan Waggett, a decent lap that time by. Not sure who's had the fastest lap of the race so far.
Well,
Jack.
I tell you what, I can get to that right now. Let me dig it out for you, and we'll see who's doing what.
The 4:33 of Oakley Kettle is going to be
Ryan Waggett. I think on lap 2 with a 2:02.927.
Hayden Stat looking racy on the back. Oh, the 30 of Charlie Richmond then.
He is through there. He certainly came into the screen, into the view, hotter than anyone else.
They just started.
This is a good section for him.
Yeah, they're starting to drop Drew Stock just a smidge.
Oh, again, nearly tucking the front end. That's where he nearly washed out in the opening motor, if you remember.
Yes, he did. Drew Stock, the man getting support from the Reefer Transport Group there in Northampton. Guys who I used to race with back in the day. Good to see them putting some stuff back in the sport, but it's all closing up at the front now because they're right on the back of Ryan Waggett. This is a 6-wheeler, Jeff.
I tell you what, Hayden Stat is coming in hot in these corners. He's got to watch it, because if he goes in too hot, he's going to wash out that front end. He nearly did it in that, look, in the background there. But, you know, he's rolling the dice, and you've got to admire that. He really wants to win a race. He absolutely, you know, he said to me in the winner's circle, he feels like the championship's just starting to just get away from him a bit.
Do you think he's fed up and not winning? I mean, don't get me wrong, he's one of the youngest guys in this class. I know Lucas Moncrief is a youngster as well, but this is his first year on the bike. Came up from Big Wheel 85s with a lot of expectation. And I think he's been solid this season.
Yeah, me too.
But
absolutely.
I think that a race win at this point is not undeserved. But he's got to get there.
Exactly, that's what he's got to do, because I think he can turn that momentum round. Like, you know, he knows the Drew Stock's also laying it down. He came in there fully cranked, power on 2-wheel slide. But yeah, if Hayden, if he can just snatch a race win, I think it would give him his own impetus that he's still in the championship. Because they're just edging away now. They're starting to edge away, the 2 ahead of him.
Doing the maths here then, Jeff. If Hayden Stat can put a pass on Charlie Richmond, that will do Ryan Waggett a favour.
Yes.
Because it means that he will pull a few points back on Charlie Richmond. However, if he goes to the front...
Yeah, there's certainly between Richmond and Waggett. You know, there was a 13-point lead coming in. That's next to nothing, really, at this stage of the championship.
It's 16 points after race 1.
Yeah.
And
it's back to 13 now.
It's back to 13 now, so it will be even Stevens. And nothing gained, nothing lost for either of these guys, but the overall victory, as it stands at the minute, will go to Ryan Waggett, and it will be our second race, second double winner of the championship, 6 rounds in. But Hayden Stat is close enough. The gap back to Drew Stock now. He's almost 4 seconds. Not sure whether he's going to get any hassle off Finley Pickering, the man from. Not sure where Finley Pickering's from. I think
he's. Yeah, I wouldn't want to say. I actually don't know that.
I suddenly thought I knew, and then I
remembered. He is pushing it, Hayden Stat here. I'm watching that in particular front end. It's on the borderline of traction. Let's just say that. He is really charging into the corners, and it's starting to just break loose in a few times.
but not looking scrappy, Jeff. Just looking like he's trying hard.
Yeah, you know he's putting in the work.
This is how you've got to ride this track. If you're not looking out of shape, you're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, he's giving it his all. Lovely technique from Charlie down there on the balls of his feet. Stays up round there for the best part. As Phil mentioned before, a lot more motocross coaches now working in the UK. Almost most of these top riders do have a personal ride coach of some description, and in some cases a separate fitness coach as well.
And like I say, these guys are athletes. They are starting to close in. The Radley Rye Racing number 55 KTM of Ryan Waggett with 1.7 across the line, but it's not 1.7 now.
Not at all. And Hayden Statt is very much in this as well. There he is in the background.
He's dropped a little bit of time on Richmond, though. Richmond is now very much looking like he wants to be the race leader again, Jeff.
Yeah, that's as close as he's been, I think, since the first corner. And because he's pulled away just that little bit from Hayden, maybe he's not so, threatened that Hayden's going to run it in there. Shortest route round the track on the inside, working for Richmond there.
But Waggett's not afraid to run the high, wide and handsome line and keep that KTM on the pipe. Although in that they both went down through that rut. But it's at this point in the day the track just becomes maybe a little bit more predictable, and maybe riders not as willing to risk. Was that Richmond going down?
Oh, nearly.
Enough snap.
Yeah.
That was a big moment. I thought he'd gone, Jeff.
So did I. That was a big front end tuck on it, and he managed to keep it upright.
So that's going to give Waggett a bit of breathing space, and another
Again, gets it hung up. Deep ruts around there, Phil. That's actually a bit of a natural spring round there. That's always been a damn part of the track.
All stats showing a wheel up the inside, so now all of a sudden Richmond's gone from challenging for the lead to gapped out by 1.7 seconds because of that one mistake round the far side of the circuit, and then another little one as he got towards the pit lane.
Well, he's got to regroup. He's got time. 7:18 on the clock. It's to go plus 2. So, yep, he's got time to get it done. But he's got to compose himself here, Richmond, particularly if he wants the overall win, which you'd assume he would. If it stays like this, he hasn't gained any points, he hasn't lost any points. But you always want to try and win the overall.
But it's another round tick down with the championships standings not moving. And again, when you get to this point of the season, you've got to take the positives out of every day, because if you're like, I didn't extend my lead and it's a disaster, well, it's just a spiral from there. He's rode good races. Waggett got the gate this time and he didn't get the gate last time. You're within a couple of seconds of the guy that's won. And if it had been the other way round, because I think he won the second race that he won was the other way round, wasn't it?
That's right.
They both went 2-1 or 1-2, and it was a tie. So
now he's back on him again now. I think he's got that gap back down again. Look at that. He has. So good composure from Richmond, because that mistake could have rattled him, because it was a near miss.
Well, yeah, I mean, and on that section of the track, as it looked like Waggett had almost come to a complete stop there, on that section of the track, it's very, very easy to have a big crash, because you're leant over for quite a long period of time.
Well, it's an off-camber, it's all downhill, off-camber, keeps going away from you.
It's the kind of corner that would keep me awake at night, Jeff, that one.
I know track design, Johnny loves that kind of stuff. When we built the track on the Isle of Wight for the GP, we love a big sweeping off-camber. Sort them out.
Waggett then still heading this one. Say not a lot of battles going on further down the field, so we are going to stay with this battle for the first three. And as Hayden Statt, we'll say, starting to drop away, but he's certainly lost the toe on Charlie Richmond. 2 seconds the gap now, back to the third place man. I have to say I'm very impressed in how the moisture stayed in the circuit today. The cloud cover that we've got has meant that it's not been ridiculously hot, and what water was put down all through the night last night, Jeff. Let's not forget, the track is absolutely prime.
Yeah, I think they just held off a little bit initially with midweek watering, because of obviously the weather forecast we've had this week. It's been like showers, and didn't want to over the water the track, but So they waited till the last minute to be sure. Got plenty of water down last night, as you said.
So Richmond then starting to get to the tail end of this one with less than 5+2 to go.
This is going to be tight because he's got to. I personally feel he's got to get within striking distance within the next lap and a half.
Oh, Waggert's coming up along.
Going to go wide as well,
So
and that's up the inside. Oh, yes, lovely. I thought he was off it, but he didn't shut off, and it worked for him.
Oh, big kick there from Waggert. To be fair to Waggert, that's the line that he's been using around that turn pretty much for the whole of the race.
Okay, Charlie's trying everything. Changed his line there, went outside that time. Waggert hanging tough, and they just dropped Stat a little bit.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Now is Phoenix Tug's fastest lap. Then who have we got? That's got to be Charlie Richmond, I would imagine. Or is it Hayden Stat in third, closing in?
Well, they know it still remains as Ryan Waggert, but last lap around, the fastest rider on track, although not the quickest of the race, was number 30, Charlie Richmond. Got to make a decision, right decision. He could have stayed in that rut, and he would have definitely got held up by that back marker. He hit the brakes and did the undercut. Smart riding.
And this is where a little bit of racecraft. So Waggert's got to give it the rev down here.
He has. That was split nice. In the lap rider. That was good stuff from the pair of them.
Yeah, it was a 94 Oakley Skinner. So he's got a lap down. But these are seriously quick 1-2-5s. We saw Richmond take a second in the Junior World Championships in one moto, Jeff, in this class. So make no mistake, these boys know how to ride 1-2-5.
Was that Ryan doing a tear off or roll off, or was he shaking his arms out there? Not sure. It looked like he chucked his arm to the side, as if like he was trying to maybe eliminate a bit of arm pump.
I did not see that, Jeff. Maybe if it was, you'd imagine he's going to do it on the next lap as well. But it is the Ratchet Roy Racing KTM, the number 55 of Ryan Waggert, that took the whole shot and has led all the way through this second of our RFX 1-2-5 British Championship races. Yeah, it's getting
tight. It's getting tight. I tell you, like the pressure is definitely on Ryan, really, because he is going to be obviously under pressure from Richmond for the overall, but he is the first rider. You know, not all the lap riders always see the blue flags, and he is the first rider that's going to come up to them, and this is where Richmond could take advantage of that.
Yeah, he could indeed. But in fairness to Waggert doing Ryan Waggert things, he hasn't looked back once so far in this moto.
Yeah, I think by going wide on that previous corner, I think Charlie's losing a bit of time. That inside line seems to be working better now. So Charlie needs to think about that. Maybe next lap around, actually take the inside and not lose any ground of Ryan round there.
So 1:38 left on the clock. It's going to be 3 laps to go. Waggert leads from Richmond. It's 4 seconds then back to the 5:48 of Hayden Stat. Well, they're really tight again as they came across the lines.
Yeah,
it's the 4:18 of Drew Stock, with Finley Picker in the 3:57 in 5th. Harry leads 6th. Lucas Moncrief on the 5:31. Free throw Crescent Madison Yamaha, he's there in 7th. Zane Stevens, the 2nd of the Spencer Briggs Commercial Yamaha, he's there in 8th. And then it is Wyatt McGregor 9th, and 10th Jack Evans.
Yeah, this is the best race on the track, so we're absolutely sticking with it because it's a race for the lead. There's also a pretty good one going on between Finley Picker and Harry Lee. Harry's just almost under a second behind. In fact, he is half a second behind Finley Pickering. So they're going at it, but come on, we're not going to take our eyes off this when it's for a race win, not only the race win, but the overall.
So Ryan Waggert has ridden a really good race. He's not messed about. He's just got his head down, done his laps. He'll know that Richmond is right in his wheel tracks.
Oh, a bit of mistake there though. Lost a bit of drive coming out that corner. Oh, that pitches sideways. Charlie knows he's got him on the ropes. If this is literally, if this was a boxing match, he's kind of there or thereabouts, and it almost seems like Ryan's hanging on a bit now.
It's 2 to go next time, and this is the bit where Waggert looks like he takes a long, but he gets back on the ground quicker there, and he makes time. So for
it's
me,
here. Charlie's got to go inside this time. He's got the inside.
No, there's no room there.
But at least he hasn't lost ground going wide.
No,
because he was losing time there.
So to me, it looks like the place that there needs to be a change from one of these two guys is the turn before pit lane, because they're all getting hung up in that really deep rut there. So we've got a couple of turns to go before we get to there. So Ryan Waggett is going to take this right-hander, and then this next left-hander, Jeff. It's the inside of the corner here, and they're really getting hung up. I think Richmond's going to get out of here faster than Waggett, and he is. Look, he's up the inside of him. Oh, it's close.
Oh, Ryan footing his way round. They are side by side as they
2
go.
laps to go.
Yeah.
Black Rider. Oh, Waggett gets
he's
through.
going to get held up. Not quite. Charlie made a real fast decision, but he makes it run wide and loses a fraction. But he's on him. He is absolutely on him now. He's smelling those exhaust fumes. He's going to go around the outside.
2 laps to go. They come through the Apico turn, and Waggett just nails the berm.
Okay, what do? Do you keep riding your own race lines, or do you start getting defensive? This is where being out front is not always the best place to be.
The thing is with this, with how this track has developed, Jeff, bit of a mistake there from Richmond. You've got to go defensive. I'm a great believer in ruts and not lines. Waggett has to defend the inside here and send Richmond the other way.
Yeah, the long way round, and yeah, exactly that. You can always pop out of a rut and block past them if you're in the front, can't you?
Exactly that. So Richmond seems able to just get back on the back wheel of Ryan Waggett, and he is trying everything that he can.
Well, they've dropped Hayden Stat. That's obvious. Hayden now some ways back.
This was where we saw the number 55 have a big kick. Is this the place where Richmond's
trying it again? Trying it again. I don't want to go to the winner's circle. I'd like to watch this to the end.
Well, honestly, we've got to change for the leaders. Richmond up the inside. Here we go. Richmond's got it done.
Lovely scrub as well. Now it's up to him to protect the lines.
So as he's just been keeping his powder dry, Waggett runs around the outside.
This ain't over. No way. No way.
Waggett's going down the inside. A bit of contact there. Oh, Waggett spun up. Is that it? All of a sudden, it's 5 bike lengths, Jeff.
Yeah. Just goes to show the importance of getting that power down. But it is a technical track, and you can see, like, now he's worked his way to the front. He's now got to ride an immaculate lap.
Yeah.
Richmond, you can't afford to make a mistake.
Ryan Waggett has shown that he's not shy.
Another mistake, though.
I don't know why they keep hitting that big deep inside rut, Jeff. It really does cost them a lot of time. But 1 to go then, and all of a sudden Charlie Richmond is going to give us another 1-1. He's going to extend his championship lead to 19 points at the end of this round number 6 in this RFX 125 championship. Gutted for Ryan Waggett because he's ridden a great race, but Richmond has hounded him all the way to the end, and eventually he's got himself in a position where he's been able to drive under the inside of Ryan Waggett, that outside line for the Raji Roy Racing KTM. Been working for most of the race, but maybe Richmond was just waiting to pick his moment. And as Jeff said before he left to wing his way down to victory lane, as he picked his moment, he will go 1-1 on the day. Our podium will be, assuming they can bring it round on this final lap, will be the 30 Spencer Briggs Commercials Yamaha of Charlie Richmond. And props to Ryan Waggett, the 18-year-old, for doing everything that he could do, but he's a long way adrift now. With a long gap back to Hayden Stat. In fact, we'll make sure that Waggett's still there in second. Well, the margin of victory at the end of this one on the timing screens will flatter Charlie Richmond, because Ryan Waggett led for nearly all of this race before getting his pocket picked by Charlie Richmond, but Richmond kept him honest for the whole of the moto, never more than a couple of seconds adrift. And whenever that gap went out, this is where Richmond's making nice time here, coming out of this, although he does make a little bit of a mistake, but he is going to come across the line and take the checkered flag and victory, and the overall victory in this round 6 of the RFX 125 Championship. A great ride for Ryan Waggett in second, but on the day he just did not have enough in the tank to keep the number 30 behind him for the rest of the race. He will come home in a great second and take second overall. Hayden Stat, the 548, he will come across the line in third. And there he is. So that will also be your podium for the RFX 125 Championship Round 6. It will be Charlie Richmond, Ryan Waggett and Hayden Statt. Drew Stock should be the next man across the line in 4th, and there he goes. The 418 comes across the line. 14 seconds adrift then of Hayden Statt. Harry Lee should be the next rider across, and he will cement his 5th place in the championship. In fact, he may well. No, you want to take many points out, enough points out of Drew Stock to leap past him, despite Drew Stock's DNF. So we wait for 5th Harry Lee, 6th Finley Pickering, 7th Lucas Moncrief, 8th should be Zane Stevens, but that is a big battle going on. Just waiting for them to go by. So there's Harry Lee on the number 17. And Pickering comes across the line in 8th, so a good result for him. 6th, Then it should be Lucas Moncrief on the free flow Madison. Here's the battle, all arms and legs. And Brindley managing to put one on Jack Evans on the last lap. So it was Moncrief 7th, Zane Stevens 8th, White McGregor 9th, Chris Brindley in 10th. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors and we'll be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Right, here in the winner's circle, there's good days at the office, and that was one of them. You worked hard for that, you kept pursuing that inside line, and eventually it stuck and paid off. You've got to be happy with that. You wore him down effectively, and what a time to make the pass.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't realise there was only one lap to go, but I was trying that inside every lap, and I knew it worked. I just had to keep getting closer and closer. So it was good, really good race, and that's how I know I can ride. So
you said, yeah, first race you're overly happy. You also, early part of the race, you nearly had a moment on that big sweep and left over there. Yeah, talk us through that, because we just saw you just on the corner of our screen. It was like, he's down, but then you managed to keep upright. What happened there?
Yeah, there's like a stone in the ground, and my front just knifed on it, because I was trying to turn tight to get back on the edge. But then I'd come off that line after that.
Yeah, I see. And you trying so much behind him. I could see you trying all alternating lines, and you were quickly processing what was working and what wasn't. To eventually, like I said, getting a run on him, getting close enough to actually make that move stick.
Yeah, definitely. It was hard at the start because Hayden was all over me. He was riding really well, so I couldn't really change up too many lines because I didn't want him to go past him. He might have went past once, but yeah, it was good. And then, of course, I got away from Hayden, and then I just caught up to Ryan, and then just rode my race, tried some different lines, and then managed to get the job done.
So there you go, and the points lead is now stretched out. That's now 2 rounds to go. We're at it again tomorrow. You must be feeling confident regarding tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to win all the races here this weekend so I can go into Ling with a nice points gap.
Well, mate, you've earned it. Good luck tomorrow as well. Quick shout out to everybody that helps you.
Yeah, I want to thank the whole team at S-Briggs Commercials, Airport Autos, Moto 33 Race Suspension, Track Industries, Rhino Power, Mobius Knee Racing, everyone else who helps me, especially Roland Shaw for building me a good engine.
You've done well there. You remembered most of them. Nobody's holding up a pit board telling you what to say. Well done, well done. Good luck tomorrow, mate. There you go. So there's your overall winner this weekend and Moto 2 winner, Charlie Richmond. Let's bring in Ryan Waggett. Come on in, Ryan. Yeah, great stuff. I know winners coming in the winner's circle is never easy, you know, when you desperately wanted to win. But, mate, that was a solid ride. I mean, you were fighting hard towards the end to fend him off.
Yeah, I was putting everything I had into it to try and keep him off, but he was managing to get on the inside after the jump. I couldn't get it.
And that was you feeling that's what kind of cost you as well. And of course, being the leader as well. I mean, it's never easy. Every rider has a right to be out there, tight track. Was you having any frustrations at all with lap traffic? Because you know, for the best part of that race, you were the first guy to come up to them.
Yeah, some of them weren't moving out of the way, but that's what it is.
It is what it is. So you got tomorrow. This is the point. You got the rest of the championship. Yes, some championship points are gone, but you're still very much in it. So how are you going to handle tomorrow? You're going to go away, think hard about what happened today, and get ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to recuperate and come back swinging.
I like that fight and talk. Well, there you go. Again, you have a lot of good people supporting you, so let's give them an opportunity to get some good airtime.
Yeah, Blues, tyres, G-Force suspension, Rippenroll goggles, Motul Coach 38.
Just keep looking at your shirt. Ron.
AS3.
Well, you got the Blues tyres out early. It's good because I said the boss man did. So look, well done. Good luck for tomorrow. Okay, we'll see you back swinging. There you go. Second in that race and second overall, Ryan Waggett. Good stuff. Let's bring in. Is he still here? Yes, let's bring in him. Come on, Hayden Statt, just waiting patiently round the corner. Okay. Hayden, again, mate, this is I know it's a tough one. It's always difficult, at least to come in here when you don't win. But at the same time, you really were laying it on at the start of that race. You was trying everything.
Yeah, I just tried my hardest at the very start. Maybe tried a little too hard and didn't save enough for the end. But yeah, I made some good moves, but he got us straight back. He kept us on my toes the whole race.
Do you feel, clearly you got the pace, do you feel like if you could just like actually make the moves and get in front of them, that you could maybe like then go on to actually get it done?
Yeah, I made a move on Charlie through a corner, but he just got straight back at us and underneath us and passed us out, stood still.
Well, look, tomorrow's another day. Again, I know, like, obviously you travelled over to Sweden with the Blue Crew. You got a bunch of amazing people that help you go in racing, and they really do. So let's give them a name check.
Yeah, I want to thank Robert Dove, Rapid Military. There he is.
He's not even. He's too busy with his. Yeah.
Mr. Dig.
Yeah.
Armour Vision. Yes Goggles. RFX. Race FX. Fly Global. Mick and Debs, Blues, of course, with tyres, so much grip.
Well, there you go, that's good stuff. Listen, have a good evening. We'll maybe see you at the Academy later on, and good luck for tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
There you go, so Hayden Stack also third in the race, third overall. That's us done with the RFX 125s for today. Remember, we are doing this all here again tomorrow. Brilliant race in the 125. Expect more of the same tomorrow. We've still got 2 races to go here today. Coming up next is the MX2 class and the Jude Morris under 21s. Again, so don't go too far away. More action coming up very shortly.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
So welcome back, everybody, and we're here just at the conclusion of the sight lap for the second of our MX2 Motos and our JMR 101 Under 21 Championship. The news then from down behind the grid as we get back ready here in the booth is that Billy Askew will be a non-starter in this race. We saw him take a digger in the first moto and he is unable to take the grid for race 2. They're going to reassess him for tomorrow, Jeff.
That blows the championship wide open because at this stage, admittedly, Tommy Searle missed a round, but still obviously leading the championship. But at this stage, not sure you can afford to lose that many points and get it back.
No, not indeed. Well, let's have a look at the results of our first moto then, Jeff, and we'll see how it's all going to pan out. So here we are. So race 1 then, it was a win for Oriol Oliver, who took victory in race 1.
So that's the qualifying.
That's the qualifying. Yeah, that's not the championship results. So so it was Oriol Oliver that took victory in race 1 from Ben Musto, with Kai Karsmakers in 3rd, and then it was Tommy Searle in 4th, Joe Brooks 5th, Charlie Heyman 6th, Jake Nichols in 7th, and 8th place Glenn McCormack, Callum Mitchell 9th, and Ollie Colmer 10th.
Yeah, so it's going to be blown wide open here, particularly the Jude Morris racing under 21 as well, because Askew was leading that. Well, obviously he DNF'd the opening moto, so he's not anymore. I would have said Charlie Heyman's probably still just edging that, although Musto, who was in 3rd in the Jude Morris under 21 championship, gained a bunch of points, as he did in the main MX2 championship. So Searle's lead has been pegged back a little bit, it has to be said. Obviously Askew was his nearest competitor, but Heyman wasn't too far behind, so he gained points as well. So yep, this whole thing is going to go down to the final moto at Ling.
So big gainer in that one was the 163 AC United Gas Gasser Ben Musto.
Yeah, I just can't believe in either of these championships, the RFX 125 or the MX2 class, I think they will be concluded in the final moto of the season, which is always great. You know, if it can go down to the last race. MX1, not so sure, obviously, because Conrad's been dominating, apart from today, of course, when his win streak has come to an end. But we're more about that when we get onto MX1, which is coming up next as the final race of the day. Big shout out to everybody that gets involved. Obviously, Dirt Store TV, thank you very much to Dirt Store for doing what they do and enabling us and enabling you to watch this live stream free of charge.
Indeed. Also a big shout out to Dirty.com for supplying all of our Marshall's bibs here for the championship this weekend and all year. If you go to their website, Dirty.com, they are the people that can hook you up with all sorts of adrenaline sports experiences, Jeff.
Yep, absolutely. We got brands Honda, Kawasaki, we got Triumph involved. I said a Pico, Motul, Planet Moto, the list goes on. Polysport, Prox, with the don't forget to watch the Prox, by the way, Pit Pass, which will be out in the week. A little bit of behind the scenes stuff that goes on here as well. You can find that on YouTube. The guys will go around there talking to riders. Talking of that,
we'll have a word for
we'll have a word for a few of our sponsors again. Don't go too far away. Just a quick ad run, and then we are back with the second MX2 race of the day here at round 6.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
Well, here we go. MX2 second motor incorporating the Jude Morris under 21 championship as well. Yeah, and of course we have got, in memory of Jude here, we've got the sunflowers, we've got the bench here, everything. And again, big shout out to his family. We're all thinking of you this weekend. And remember, people, keep giving to the Jude Morris Racing Foundation. The money will go back into the sport and in Jude's memory. So that's the very least you could do by helping out and making our sport better and safer.
Definitely. So here we are then, the second of our MX2 British Championship races, the ACU British Motocross Championship, brought to you by Motul. Well, a decent gate of riders, and Oriol Oliveira it was that, I won't say he nicked the win from Ben Musto, but Ben Musto had a stunning ride in the first one. Oriol took the lead about 2/3 distance. 5 second board is up. Here we go.
It's down Searle with a much better start up the inside. He's
got the drop. Always a bit of across the grass. There's another Triumph there at the side. Who's that around the outside?
Is it Brooks? It's Brooks.
It's Brooks. Joe Brooks then. Another good start. So Brooks there leads. It's Musto there in second. Oh, he goes back to third. That was a chop from Tommy across there. Not sure who that is in fourth position.
Musto. I think that's Musto again on the AC United in the yellow and black Troy Lee kit.
Yeah, who's that in fourth though, Jeff? That's another red.
Oh, sorry, that's Oriel.
That is Oriel Oliver.
And that's Musto third, yeah.
Oh, Oliver at the inside.
Yeah, now fourth. Oriel making light work of Musto there.
So Tommy Searle getting a gate in this one. It's the two Triumphs that lead, not teammates. Brooks doing his own thing with the Triumph this year, but it's the Dirt Store Triumph of Tommy Searle that is there in. Oh, he's going to come in under pressure from Oliver, and Oliver switched around the outside. That was that pass looked way too easy.
Well, I think for whatever reason, Tommy went real wide at the top of that hill, and nobody's gone out there all day in the racing, so basically that allowed him through.
Maybe he didn't fancy the freshly watered
Maybe,
track.
Exactly that, Phil. That could have been the case, but either way, looks like Oriel's down!
Oliver hits the front.
Well, let's see what he's got in the tank now then. If you're going to crash, do it on the first lap to give you time to get back up. But he nearly saved it. For a minute I thought he was. That was road racing style. He was knee dragging around that corner.
That's what I call crashing in installments.
Yes, that was, yeah. It's one of those painful ones as a rider. Not physically, just like, you know it's coming and you can't do anything about it.
So all of a sudden, the pressure is on Ben Musto.
Yeah.
So he's sat there in second position.
Wow, what a position.
Second, he's third, he's behind Tommy, isn't he?
Yeah, but what a position for him nonetheless. He won his first pro race at Landrake, but then couldn't back it up, got injured in the second moto, crashed out. This is his chance to get his first pro overall.
Let's not get giddy.
No, but, that's what they'll be thinking.
Yeah, there's 25 minutes plus 2 laps to go as Oliver shoots his way up the inside. Where did he come across the line? He came across the line in 8th. So it is Brooks that leads from Tommy Searle with Musto in 3rd.
I thought Brooks was pretty solid first race as well. And he's got clear track. So could this be his first pro race win?
My expectation from Joe Brooks is that I don't expect him to win this from here. And I mean that in the nicest way. He's been out for most of the season. He's been solid so far in all of his races, but he's got some really, really talented guys that are going to close him down in this one. As long as he keeps his head down, he's in with a chance. And obviously, with a fifth in Moto 1, Jeff, he's going to be hard in a podium.
Absolutely. I think he's got a genuine. I actually personally feel he's got a genuine shot of winning this race. Just been told by Neil that Tommy Searle's close friend Ed Warren from 2 Pro 1 Slow has just tuned in to the live stream, cheering on his boy.
So he'll be jumping up and down, hoping that the old man of the class can keep Ben Musto and the rest of them at bay. But as it is at the minute, a 3-2 will beat a 2-4 for the overall. And whilst it won't close the championship down massively for Ben Musto, the ability to take an overall victory. Props to the 422, the SC Sport Homes Husky of Charlie Heyman there in 4th. Another good ride. He was 6th in the first one after running. I think he must have had a nonsense.
He did. He had something went on. We never got to the bottom of what happened because he was up there and it fell back. 3 positions? Did he get up to 3rd or 4th and then disappeared? So Yeah, so we're not sure. We'll try and find out that. If we don't find out today, hopefully for tomorrow. Remember, we're doing this all again tomorrow. Same track, round 7.
So in all of that excitement, we didn't call the...
Planet Moto
first lap leader, did we?
No, but we knew
Joe Brooks.
it was Joe Brooks either way, yes. So he was the Planet Moto first lap leader. 5 points in the bag for him.
Cheers to Planet Moto for that. As the 433.
That's
on the floor. Sure who that is. That's Jack Lindsay.
So, yeah, I was going to say Lindsay.
Yeah, it was all going on at the beginning of that one. And so Joe Brooks, he will get maximum points. Oh, Tommy off the edge of the track there, Jeff. He landed on right on the edge of the downside of that jump.
Yeah.
Musto is closing in.
He is. He's so full of confidence. I saw, not only in his first race win at Landrake, the podium interview I did earlier on with him, that's the most confident I've ever seen Ben talk in an interview.
I've spoken to him at the beginning of the year at Hawkston, and Hawkston Park at the first race of the year, and his dad, and he was okay, but he was very quiet and reserved.
Yeah,
and I think that obviously he is getting a lot of attention, certainly from the likes of us, because we're blown away by how well he's riding. But I think he's having a feeling of belonging, and that confidence is not just being shown out there on the track. It's been shown in the way that he's going about his business in the pits. He's definitely winning fans. I'm a fan. I mean, obviously we have to be as impartial as we possibly can be, but to see a younger rider coming through, and Charlie Heyman falls into the same category.
Yeah, definitely.
We want to see these boys getting the support.
Look where we're at. In all due respect, other than Tommy, who's obviously done it many times before and towards the tail end of his career, look at the 3 riders at the front of the field. Yes. That is our next generational talent of MX2 in British Motocross. Phil, without looking at the screen, and I'm going to get in the way of it just so you can't see it, stop looking over my shoulder. Who has done the Phoenix Tool fastest lap of the race? Who are you going for?
Max Werner.
Joe Brooks has just done it. Tommy Searle set the quickest lap up to this point. Brooks on that last lap has just got it under the 2 minutes. There's a 1:59.497. So Brooks out front, feeling good.
The only reason I said that, Jeff, the Gabriel SS24 KTM rider of Max Werner, the German, here, his best performance in the British Championship so far, running 5th. Again, a man that was down and out in the first turn at Hawkston. We're getting the signals from outside that it has actually started to spit with rain.
Yeah, it is starting to do that. Hoods are up. I noticed a few of the Marshall's flags are blowing a bit more in the breeze.
And let's not...
just about keeping it on track there was Musto in the background.
So Oriol Oliver has not made massive progress. He's managed to put past Callum Mitchell, but he's made one pass since that tip over in this corner on the opening lap. And so all of a sudden, I mean, I don't think he's going to be particularly worried, although having said that, if he's been paid by the point or paid by the overall, but the championship for Oriol Oliver is gone with all the rounds that he missed. So maybe he's just I've got to go to Turkey next week, and I don't want to be if I finish 5th in this, yes, it'd be nice to take the overall or whatever, but maybe he's just gone, do you know what,
I'll tell you what, if there's a long way to go. If the flag came out now, it's going to be really tight for the overall, because Brooks would have had a 5-1, and then Musto is going to have a 2-3.
A 2-3's got to beat a 5.
It's just about will beat it. Yeah, remember that, but they get that extra 1 point swing for winning a race, so it'd be close. But I think Musto would just edge it.
We need to do the maths.
But it looks like Searle is. You just cannot rule out Tommy Searle, proven at Landrake in the second moto.
Yeah, and obviously if Tommy puts a pass on Joe Brooks at the front of this one, that'll be a 1-4 for Tommy.
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go in this one.
There really is. There really is.
Plus 2 laps.
I think Tommy's feeling good, though. I really do. I'd say Oriol has now just set the quickest lap of the race as he's suddenly gone from 7th to 5th in 1 lap. He is putting an absolute ripper of a time. He's got it to Brooks was a 1:59.49. Oriel has taken 2 seconds out of everybody. He's got it down to a 1:56.6.
So ignore all my rubbish about, well, is he really good?
Oh, yeah. Well, now he's got maybe a bit of clear track. So let's see if he can close in on Heyman, because Heyman's not far behind these front three riders either.
Yeah, Kai Karsmaker's on the DRT Kawasaki. Not an easy man to pass, to be fair. He rides a wide bike. That's probably not the fair, but he's always on the line. He is where he needs to be at the speed he needs to be. And as this track is drying out this afternoon, Jeff, it's finding the lines to make the passes.
Yeah, I got to say, Oriel Olivier is absolutely flying. I just saw him leap across the screen in the foreground. He is catching them fast. He is now right on Heyman there for fourth. And I think they're all starting to pinch up a little bit now. So this could get very interesting. Let's see that there's Tommy, then look, and then comes Oriel into that finish corner, not far behind in the all blue.
So there's Karsmaker's trying to put a pass on the 494 of Maxi Werner on the Gabriel SS24 KTM as they go up.
Got the inside, nice move.
Nice move there.
Yeah.
From the Kawasaki.
That was great. Just that little switchback. He just went over 2 foot over on the left.
Yeah.
Opened up the whole track for him there.
So that was a nice pass.
Okay, another rider on the rip is Karsmaker's then as well, but nobody is turning the laps quicker right now than Oriel Olivier, and I can see now in the background there, he is all over Charlie Heyman. So we have got a really close battle now for fourth and fifth, just ahead of these two riders. Literally just ahead. There they are, and he's all over Heyman now. If he can pick off Heyman this lap, I think he's got a run. I really do think with 14 minutes plus 2 to go, Oriel Olivier could still get to the front of this pack. Oh, Karsmaker standing it up. There we go. He's trying. He's got the speed. Has he got the race in line? No, you've got to drive up the inside.
Not quite. Heyman still got the line there. Oriel Olivier is going to have to fire around the outside of the Ben Musto line, and he lost a little bit of time there, Jeff.
Yeah, he kicked up a big plume of dust, so I think the back end stepped out of a rut there.
So he's going to come upon this the back of the
leader's only there, look, coming out of the corner.
And Musto is only just in front of him, so not much now. If I think if Olivier gets in front of Charlie Heyman, then that's going to be enough for him to take the overall with a 1-4.
6.5 seconds off the race leader. Oriel is currently in fifth, so that's how close it is. Not much in it, considering there's 5 riders. There's just over a second between them all.
Oh, this is absolutely unbelievably close now. And Joe Brooks still not succumbed to Tommy Searle at the front.
No. If anything, I think, did he turn a slightly quicker lap than Searle that last lap? I don't know. I saw Tommy right on him. I'll take that back and I retract that quickly, because Searle is now, oh God, yeah, it's down. All of a sudden, Tommy is right there. He's got it under a second. He's got it less than under a second.
He's through. He's just gone through.
Because he's that one, we were trying to switch back to the race leader. He'd already made the pass.
Yeah, there's Olivier, but we did just see Tommy dive down the inside. They're up on the top now.
New race leader, ignore the column on the left, timing column, because we know that Tommy Searle is now your new race leader. There we go.
That's Tommy Searle then. He's managed to put the pass on Joe Brooks. We just call out as he whistled down the inside of Brooks into the Prox hairpin. Trying to follow the charge of Oriel Olivier through the field, but Tommy Searle back to the head of the field in this second of our MX2 races here this afternoon. Musto getting put under pressure. There's lots to look at here. Heyman right on the back of Musto as well. Jeffy's doing the maths.
Wow. Obviously you get that extra point for winning a race. As it currently stands, if I've got this correct, which I think I have, Tommy Searle leading the race. He had a 4th in the opening moto, so a 1-4 will give him 43 points. Musto with a 2-3 is going to come in with 43 points. So I think as it stands, Searle is on for yet another overall victory. It's all going to hinge on what Musto can do. If Ben Musto can catch up and overtake Brooks.
And we saw he had some late race pace.
He did, love it.
So it's all there, and I think that obviously Joe has given everything that he can to stay at the front of this one. But Tommy has finally got that Dirt Store Triumph to the head of the field. It will be the God knows how many British Championship moto win for Tommy Searle, a man who is heading this championship currently by 14 points, or more than that now, because obviously the second place man Billy Askew not able, DNF in race 1, not able to start in race 2. There's Musto on the AC United Gas.
Yeah, he's got to get moving if he's going to have his first overall pro victory. It's as simple as that. He needs to overtake Brooks. Remember, 25 points for a race win.
Oliver's back to 7th, Jeff. Oliver's gone down.
Oh, he's been on it again.
Karsmakers is up to 5th. Werner 6th. Oliver down to 7th. Heyman makes a mistake. So the charge of Aurel Oliver is, I won't say is over, but it's certainly been stunted a little bit, because he has disappeared from the rear wheel of Charlie Heyman on the 422 SC Sport Homes Husqvarna.
Yeah, you know, top 5 might still be on for him, but I don't think a race victory has gone out the window now with that second crash, as Musto gets a little bit sideways and a bit jiggly coming out of that corner. Must have made a bit of a mistake.
So the Musto pit board, Lee Tolan of the AC United Gas, if he's the man on the board there, or if he's got people for that, the mechanic needs to say, need Brooks.
Well, yeah, as I said, 25 points for a race win, remember, 22 for second, 20 for third, 18 for fourth. So, Tommy there with a 25-18 score.
A bit of mental rain then on the camera lens. There's Brooks. That's the gap then. Then Musto gets out of that corner really nicely. We saw the 1-2-5 guys. I mean, 50 pence piecing out of that, not running out of there at all, but Musto starting to close in on the 419 on Joe Brooks.
It's there, that big dangling carrot.
So what's the gap this time by Jeff to Brooks?
Well, it's come down. You don't need me to tell you that, you can tell, but I will give you the actual gap as soon as the timing refreshes here. But that gap is definitely coming down, and Musto knows it. He would have been told now.
Well, you're looking at your phone, Jeff. We can just see it on the screen.
Yeah, there you go. But no, I was actually seeing if anybody's gone quicker. Still Oriel with the quickest lap time of the race. Phoenix still. I don't think anybody's going to top that at this stage.
Oliver's, no, so he's nowhere. It's a big gap back to the number 51. He's not going to close that gap in the 8 minutes that we've got left.
Okay, Musto is 1.7 seconds behind. As you can see to Brooks on your screen, that is not 1.7 seconds. No way.
There's Oliver on the back of Max Werner again.
It won't be for long, I'm sure. I should expect him to come out in front. There you go. He's got the inside, he's going to control the line. No,
Werner holds him off.
Still plenty of time to go in this one. 7:42 on the clock, plus 2.
Karsmakers still away up the track, but it's the battle between Musto and Brooks now that has the overall hinged on it, because if Musto on the 163 can make the pass on the Triumph, he will nab the overall. Oliver's going to slide down the inside of Werner. No, he's not. So the young German showing a bit of metal, but Oliver drops it across the front of him. So now the Spaniard needs to set off after the Dutchman.
Yeah, well, that's how it will work, as I said, because if Musto does get into second, that'll be 2 point scores with 22 points, and even my maths can tell me that that's 44.
Yes.
So he would then nip it by 1 point over Tommy. Yeah. Right now he's 1 point behind, so he'll get that extra 2 point swing to push him in front, and potentially his first overall pro victory in British Championship Motocross. So Olivier making light work there of Werner, and now bit of a chase down now for the 33 in front of him, which is Kai Karsmakers, that's just ahead of him. He's already passed him once. He's got to do it again, I think.
Yeah, 1.7 the gap between Musto and Brooks that time by. They should already fail. I think Musto might have just squeezed past Joe Brooks in the background there.
Oh, okay.
No, he's right on him.
Is that him though? Is that? No, that was a. There he is. Oh, they got close after that. Musto's still behind, but more importantly, closer. That is not a 1.17 gap. No way.
Yeah.
So he is on him. There he is. Look at that. There you go. So that's what the gap's down to. It's on. Searle riding mint. He's got away a little bit at the front. There he is coming out of the corner ahead.
But Brooks is running a real great race here, Jeff.
Yeah, he is.
5 minutes left, 5:40 left on the clock. And obviously Ben Mustoe not been able to ride, not been able to train since Landrake in any meaningful manner. He's going to be feeling the pace a little bit.
Another rider that I think, Brooks can't be too far away from a pro race victory at some point. If not this year, certainly going into next year.
We look on the K-Tech Tower then. Searle from Brooks, from Mustoe, from Heyman. Then it's the 33 DRT Kawasaki Akai Karsmakers. 3 seconds further behind him is Aurel Oliveira on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. Then it's Max Verner, his teammate. Not forgetting that those two are teammates, of course. Then it's Callum Mitchell on the Triumph. Then the 45 of Jake Nichols on the Crendon True 7 Honda. Another top 10 for him. And Josh Vale in 10th. So another good ride from him. Back marker in the way.
Jonathan Roderick Evans needs to move out of the way, which I think he's going to do. No, he doesn't. Was that Mustoe going through. Sorry, my bad.
I love that, the style of that kit that Mustoe's wearing with the American numbers on the back of it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And I got to say, Heyman looks like, let's see last lap around. I think he might have, he looks a little bit closer to Mustoe.
4:22 plus 2 left on the clock, Jeff. There's still a lot of racing left in this one. Tommy now has a 4.5 second lead at the front, but this is the battle that I think we need to be concentrating on, because although the battle between Brooks and Mustoe is not for the overall between them, it is for the overall between Mustoe and Tommy Searle.
Yeah, that was a better lap from Brooks, that last lap around. He managed to just get away from Mustoe a fraction.
The rain looks like it's not precipitating particularly hard.
It's okay out there at the minute. We might get a severe amount tonight, which actually won't be a bad thing. The track will take it.
It will indeed. We've had some fantastic racing here, Jeff. I can't believe that we got the chance to do it all again tomorrow. See the spots on the camera. So Brooks suddenly got a few extra bike lengths. I reckon we've got about four laps to go, Jeff.
Yeah, going on the times that they're recording. Last lap around was a 2:01 for Tommy Searle, 2:01. So yeah, you can work that one out. It's going to be touch and go, but I think it'll be a 4-lapper. Searle is not that far away still. It says 4.4. I reckon that's a bit less now. Looking at it, I think that Brooks might have got that gap down. Let's see. God, Annie.
He has, yes.
2.5 seconds. He's basically taken a 1.5 seconds out of Tommy there.
So if Brooks can get in front of Tommy, that hands the win to Ben Mustoe.
Back to Mustoe. So Ben would be like pushing, because he needs to push to overtake Joe Brooks. But if he pushes him hard enough, Brooks might do him the favour anyway and pass Tommy.
Exactly that. Oh, this is going to be it's been a great race so far, but we've still got, I think, 4 laps left, as Charlie Heyman is still not out of it yet. So there's Searle landing in the dust. There is Joe Brooks on the 419, the man on the privateer Triumph. Unless you know different, Jeff, but as far as I'm aware, they're doing their own thing this season.
Yeah, pretty much. It's that Nationwide Signs. It's his dad's business. So that's under Nationwide Signs.
I'm sure that they've got people helping them out that are yellow flag.
I tell you what, did well to miss that.
That was a KTM, so it wasn't Tommy Searle. Not quite sure who that was.
I mean, the flaggers were on it, but it was still a bit of a blind spot.
Yes, because the yellow flag was out and the rider hadn't finished crashing. So that was lucky there. Hopefully, we saw Ben Mustoe manage to miss that as well, I think.
Yeah, he was on a very different line. Mustoe's been using that really wide line coming out of that corner. But that was right, Joe. Yeah.
There's Mustoe. And there's Charlie Heyman. So Heyman's got to be sniffing a podium here as well, 6-4. Probably.
Yeah, well, I know they've all been so inconsistent. Karsmakers was a third in the first race, but he's down.
He's a 3-5, so he's going to beat Charlie Heyman anyway.
Yeah.
but I think it's going to be a Searle, Musto, Oliver podium.
Well, it's going to be tight anyway, but as it stands, with 56 on the clock, plus 2, so we're looking at 3 laps from here. Searle needs, there's so many little things here. Searle needs to hold on for the race win to win the overall. Brooks has a sniff at his first ever pro win. Musto has a chance at his first ever pro overall win. And it's all about the championship all rolled into that as well.
Yes. So I think Joe Brooks is going to end up 4th overall in points. We'll have to wait and see and get the official. We haven't, unfortunately, we can't scrape the overall stuff from our timing fast enough.
Looks like he's done enough, I think, now to keep Musto at bay.
Yeah, Musto's started to drop off the back of this battle.
Understandable.
There's Musto. Heyman has also just fallen away a little bit, but I think he made a mistake in that Prox turn there, Jeff. So he was a lot closer on the entrance than he was on the exit.
It's a great ride from Musto, though. Again, look, we don't know the extent of his wrist injury, but injured it is.
Yes,
and you know,
respect to him.
We're getting towards the end of 2 grueling motos, so that might be why he's starting to drop back a bit.
And they've got to do it all again tomorrow, as of we.
Don't remind him of that.
Yeah.
He won't mind that. He'll grit his teeth and go again because he's in this championship battle.
Yeah.
Very much so.
So the Dirt Store triumph off Tommy Searle, the number 100, with the red plates denoting that he is the championship leader. He is going to take the overall. He is going to extend his championship lead. As a quick look over, time is up.
Yeah, Tommy been in this position many times over, and we saw how he withstood the pressure at Landrake. Listen, he's been there at Grand Prix level. I mean, he's had Jeffrey Hurlins chasing him down for 2 motos many times over. Like the British GP was a shining example back in the day. So Tommy's used to it. He's got all the experience in handling pressure and actually, you know, from the front as well.
2 laps to go then, Jeff.
Yeah. 2 to go indeed. There's Tommy. Brooks is in it. I tell you what, he is not out of it yet.
There's a lot of traffic as well, Jeff.
As good as Tommy is at handling the pressure, and as many times as he's been there, he's still got to get round this circuit with no mistakes. Listen, you know it, Phil. Your first ever pro motocross win is that red target in front of you. That's it. That is it for Brooks.
The amount of times
Brooks getting held up.
Yeah, the amount of times that you get to win a race is very few and far between. And Brooks will be able to smell that victory, but his time will come. He's a young rider. It'd be nice to put one across Tommy Searle, and especially across the Dirt Store team as a privateer, so to speak. But he's got back markers then of
yeah, Tommy's done well there. He's got through that lap traffic pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And that's just given him that little bit of breathing space.
We need to get better at the fingers and thumbs maths, but it is going to be Tommy Searle that we think it's going to be Tommy Searle taking the overall from Ben Musto and Oriol Oliver.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Top 2. We're pretty confident of that. Oriol still moving up. Well, he is now. He's moved up to 5th, so
he might
1-5 should do it. Might even get more than that.
Yeah. Oh, Tommy's off the
he's off the inside line.
Yeah. That was one of those moments that's going to get your concentration, isn't it? That's going to be
that's his new line. He meant it. Doing a bit some of those split lanes, you know.
And I think
just overrun it.
They've worked well. Look, track conditions that we've seen here this weekend. It's been dry as a stick up here all week, and the track has been absolutely watered to perfection. 1 lap to go then for our race leader Tommy Searle, with Brooks closing. It was 2 seconds across the line last time. He's just getting absolutely slaughtered by the back markers, unfortunately. 1.7. And Heyman's up to 3rd. That might knock Musto off the podium. So Heyman is up to 3rd. It's too close to call. I genuinely don't know. We are going to do the trophy presentation. We will be streaming that a little bit later on, so you will not miss any of the results, but we're going to do all of our results subject to official confirmation, don't forget. You know, Tommy Searle for the final time. Brooks is right there. He's right there. That's not 1.7 now. Joe Brooks is going all in on this final lap. You've got to get up pretty early in the morning. We've seen Tommy Searle go bar to bar with some of the legends of MX2 and MX1 motocross over the years. And here he is coming under pressure from Joe Brooks. There he is. This is the battle for the win. And this is also going to be the battle for the overall, although I think if Tommy goes back another spot, he will hand the overall to Oriol Oliver. What a race. Only a few turns to go, 3 or 4 corners to go. He's not close enough. But Brooks is going all in. So makes a little bit of a bobble, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. Past where he is. Oh, he's right there. He's thrown it in. Oh, that's it. It's done. So wheelies up past the pit lane, but Brooks went so deep into that turn. What a race that was. Joe Brooks is absolutely distraught, but he should be elated with that race. That was a fantastic ride. Tommy Searle holds out a congratulatory hand. We'll wait for the rest of them to come across the line. So Oriol Oliver passes Ben Musto on the final lap. So now that gets very, very interesting. So it will be a tie for the overall between Oriol Oliver and Tommy Searle. Searle will take the overall because he won the last race. And by my reckoning, it's going to be Ben Musto in third. What a fantastic closing lap on that last of MX2 and Jumaris Foundation under 21s. Musto will win the under 21s, there is no doubt about that. But it was a win. Tommy Searle by 0.8 of a second from Joe Brooks, with Charlie Heyman in third. In fact, Heyman will take victory in the under 21 championship there, so he finishes a strong third in that moto. He was 6th in Moto 1, so he is not going to make it onto the podium. Oriol Oliver was 4th, Ben Musto 5th, Kay Karsmakers in 6th, Max Verner 7th, a great 8th place on the Triumph 4, the 32 of Callum Mitchell. Wait for the rest of the riders to come through, and then it's Jake Nichols in 9th, Josh Vale 10th, Glenn McCormack 11th, Liam Garland 12th, another good top 15 for Garland. Davey Pugis comes across the line 13th, and then 14th will be, I'll wait for our clock to ping back round, go to the second screen. We'll do 14 and 15, and then we will throw it down. So 14th Cole McNichol and 15th George Hopkins. What a race that was. So we are going to take a short break. You can hear a word from our sponsors, and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Down in the winner's circle, winners for winners. He's done it again. Yeah, I tell you what, he just keeps pulling them out of the bag. Tommy Searle, a great second moto, and by our maths, enough to take the overall as well and extend your championship lead.
No, it's not easy today. Track's very, very difficult. and I knew I had to execute the start in that second race, because the first one I messed up the start, got caught in all just the race. You know, it's much better racing from up front, so I got caught in the race a little bit. I only managed to get to fourth, but that one I made it happen, and had to dig deep, really, to be honest. I felt very comfortable, but the pace is fast.
Let's get you honest there. And of course, he had the dangling carrot of you in front, because that would have been, I guess, his first ever pro win as well. So he was pushing on right to the end. So you had to work hard for that, and you're coming off the back of another tough weekend last weekend. How's the old body bearing up?
Grind don't stop, does it? It's different. I tell you that. It's not as. I mean, it's pluses and minuses, isn't it? But it's I've got experience, and those guys have got that desire to put themselves on the map, and they've got that youthfulness, and all of them behind me are obviously a lot younger and going for their first wins, their first overalls. Do you know, they're all fighting for the dream, do you know, like, so it's hard for me to keep them all at bay, but we've done it again today.
You had your partner in crime. I think Ed was watching the live stream, 2 pro, 1 slow, so I bet he was shouting at the TV, probably criticising you as much as he can.
Yeah, he won best pleased after race 1, but this is a little bit far for him. He only really likes to go within 3 miles of his house, so this is a lot too far. He'd have really been anxious up here.
I like that. You got the power of the mic with no retaliation, so you can get.
They're watching at home, but no, he'd be shaking if he was this far away from home. So yeah, he's in his comfort zone on the sofa, I expect.
I'll let you go back and text him and give him more abuse. So there you are, your race winner, the second motor, and the overall winner by RMAF, Tommy Searle, on the Dirt Store Triumph. Okay, Tommy's going to move out. Let's bring in Joe. Joe, come on in. Good to chat to Joe. This will be because I'm sure he's very pleased to be up here. That's good. Back there will be good, mate. Welcome to the winner's circle. Good stuff. You were laying it all on the line there. You know, you had a shot at what I believe, obviously, your first pro race win, and Tommy was right there. But you've got to be pleased, nonetheless, of your performance today, particularly that second race.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with that. I got a really good start, and then midway through I started to get a bit of arm pump and made a couple of mistakes, and Tommy passed me, and then I thought, the last couple of laps I just took a breath and thought, it's my birthday, I really want to win on my birthday, so I got close, but unfortunately it wasn't good enough, but no, I'm happy with that.
Tell us, you know, as a youngster, you know, you really want to get on in this sport, and how difficult it was, you know, to be sat on the sidelines seeing all this go on, and patience to rehabilitation. You must be pleased to be back at it, but as a young rider, that's obviously tough. So mentally, has it made you more mentally tougher?
No, this year I've got a lot more mature, so as much as I've wanted to see the results this year, I've also kept away from my laps thinking I want to be there and I know where I can be. So it's been a difficult year. Obviously we've had a lot longer off than I'd have hoped, but to come back and hopefully have another solid day tomorrow will be amazing, and then obviously last round at Lings. So
we said in commentary, like, whatever happens for you for the rest of the season now, you'll be going confidently into 26.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, January this year I didn't have a good off season, so I was a bit behind going into the season. Obviously I had a crash before the first round, so I've been behind a lot this year, so it's nice to finally get a good result, and it's good confidence going into next year, definitely.
It's good to see you up here, mate. Hope to see you more, maybe tomorrow, eh? Yeah, good stuff. There you go, Joe Brooks getting a solid second on the Nationwide Signs Triumph. Coming in, let's bring in Charlie Heyman for a third, just at the flag there. Nice one, Charlie. It's tough out there. You can clearly see that the track is super technical, but I know it's not where you want to be, but you're still so much in this championship. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, pretty consistent day. 2 good starts. I think would have helped the last race if I put myself in a better position. The first lap, like, I had to come from 7th, which took a bit of work, but yeah, I got up to 3rd, so pretty strong, and I had some really good laps at the end of the race, so looking forward to tomorrow. Should be a good day again.
I guess what's going to clinch it for you is just that, we say all the time, just that better start to put you in a position where you can get a clear track and lay the hammer down, because clearly the speed's there.
Yeah, definitely. Like, everyone's looking for a good start, so yeah, it's an all game. But I mean, there was pretty good starts today, but if you're at the front, you just make life easy for yourself. So, and we're all pretty similar pace today, so it's so hard to pass as well. But yeah, it's good racing today. I've enjoyed it.
I guess it's a bit different for us, the fact that we're going back-to-back races. So I guess you'll have a debrief with the team, maybe make some small modifications to the bike tomorrow, depending on what the weather does.
Yeah, definitely see what the weather does, but it could be a complete different track tomorrow. So hopefully it's like this, because it's been a good day. But yeah, I've had a few changes today and it's worked. Every time I've been out on track, felt better. So yeah, should be good.
Well done on a good day. Good luck tomorrow. There you go. Charlie coming in third in that race, at least, for the SC Sports Home Tuscavana team. As you heard him, we are actually back here again tomorrow for round 7, but we've still got one more race to go now. The Apico MX1 class. Can Hurlings take another race win, or can Conrad turn him over? You heard him. He really wants to try and beat him while he's here. So let's see what goes on in this last moto. Don't go too far away. One more race coming up.
We all ride for the same reason. We all race for the same goal. But we all need our own identity. Do it your way. Ride.
Everything I try to make it look like it's going 200 miles an hour. That's my whole goal there. I'm Troy Lee, and this is our new signature goggle collection. We've been doing collection probably for about 15 years with Oakley, doing a couple goggles every year, a couple pairs of glasses every year. My love is my motocross team, and so first off, we probably have more red in line, but then I always like to throw something weird in. You gotta freak them out a little bit, you know? American flag, stars and stripes always work good, so we add a little bit of metal flake to the oval here and add a little bit of chrome to it. Really, I'm always more excited about the next one I'm working on. It's like I can't wait to get to work and start sketching some new ideas. My name's Troy Lee. I'm the owner of Troy Lee Designs, and super proud to be working with Oakley. They make the most beautiful product on the planet.
So welcome back, everybody, for the final race of our first day's action here at round 6 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship at Duns. We're waiting for our riders to come to the gate, and we're just having big discussions about what order they're going to come to the gate in, because
this year, just for a better word, to make it more exciting, to sex it up if you want to say that, just to make it a bit different, the riders come to the gate, the start gate for the second race, based on their quickest times or their times in the opening moto, not their qualifying.
Who knew? Clearly not me.
Yeah.
So it will be Conrad Muse that will lead them to the gate for Moto 2. We think.
Because if that's not the case, then obviously we've been misinformed, and we'll put our hand up and say,
that's us.
That's us on our bad.
It'll be Conrad Muse, Jeffrey Hurlins, Adam Sterry, Josh Gilbert, Taylor Hamill, Brad Todd, Tom Grimshaw, Joel Rizzi, John Addison, and Ched Etchells will be your top 10 through there. Obviously, the fact that it was qualifiers is what threw me last time. Look, we'll sort all this out for tomorrow. There is a few things that have changed. Then it'll be 11th will be Dan Thornhill, 12th Carlton Husband, 13th Charlie Cole, 14th Tom Murphy, 15th Travis Steele, 16th Joe Louis Kessel, 17th Ross Rutherford, 18th 401 Jack Benniston, 19th Stu Edmonds, and 20 Liam Knight. Last race of the day.
God, it's gone quick. This one has gone quicker than any of them so far. I can't believe we're at the last race already. Good job that we're having 2 days up here, because I feel slightly shortchanged. The racing's been brilliant, but I'm like, it's over already? But we're doing it all again tomorrow. I will say, we're just fending off the rain out there at the minute. It's starting to spit. Inevitably, people sending me messages in saying, I think it is starting to rain heavy in other parts of the UK.
Yes.
If the weather forecast is anything to go by, it's coming this way. But we are going to get through today's racing, no problem at all.
I don't want to see a mudder tomorrow, Jeff.
No.
I think a bit of overnight rain will change the way that the track rides tomorrow. In a way that makes it different enough. And obviously, from our point of view here in the booth, we just want to see good racing, as we see. So it'll be round 6 over, and round 7 circled there next, the 30th and 31st. It's the 31st tomorrow. That's the postcode TD113NS. If you are in the area, or even if you are not, nothing beats being at the track. But obviously, if you can't be at the track, then join us on MXGB TV on YouTube, brought to you by Dirt Store.
By Dirt Store. I'd highly recommend going to the final moto, the final round of the year, though, at Ling. Always a great venue. Obviously, that's done what we're doing right here, right now, round 7. That'll be tomorrow. But yeah, certainly the final round of the British Championship, which will be September, what was it, 21st?
21st of September, Jeff, yeah.
Get yourself there. Even if you've got to travel quite a distance, do it, because Ling is a brilliant circuit, and Ling is a kind of venue where you go to where you want to have a good look around it, because it's almost a track of two halves. You can't see it all, so you've got to walk around it a bit, and it always provides brilliant racing there.
Yeah, so usually an early season round of the championship used to open the British Championship calendar. Used to go a year about with Canada Heights, but traditionally a season opener. But it's going to be the season ender this year. And we hope to see loads of you trackside for that. We've had some great crowds at the rounds that we've done so far, and the rounds out there in that neck of the woods, we had a real good crowd at Blacksall, which is obviously Suffolk, but the track there up at Ling, up in Norfolk, so the other end of that east end of the country. And
just one other thing while we're watching, remember to keep liking, subscribing. We are doing this again tomorrow, so spread the word. If you've got friends that haven't watched it today, text them now, quickly, before the race starts, saying, remember to watch the motocross tomorrow.
Right, as Conrad Muse goes to the line first, we will take a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with the final motor of the day from Duns.
Fly dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
So welcome back then. This is it, the final motor of the day. Jeffrey Hurlins on the factory Red Bull KTM there, one side of the box. And the 426 of Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7. Honda, he is there, the other side. There's the 16 of Tom Grimshaw. He's a man, he was inside the top 10, the 228 of Charlie Cole. So it looks like all of the fancied runners are all down the other end of the gate. So Gilbert, Sterry, Taylor Hamill, Brad Todd, all over on that other side.
Yeah, Conrad, the only rider to the as you looking down the start, the left of the doghouse. So he's going to have
Does he just want that little bit of extra room out of the gate? Is that all it's down to?
Maybe, but he's still got to execute, because if he doesn't, they're all up the inside of him. He's just going to get pushed wide. So he's
here we go. A few guys putting the bikes in gear, so 15-second board looking like it's up. Oh, too soon to say, Jeff, really, isn't it? But we will find out in 5 seconds. That way to go.
Oh, Rizzy
stopped on the gate. It looks like it's Hurlins. Conrad round the outside.
Sterry,
it's going to be Adam Sterry. Is there? Oh, down the inside. Conrad's back to fourth. Who's that there? In third, it's Brad Todd. No, it's not. It's just Gilbert. It's just Gilbert.
John Adamson, though, with a good start. That's not Gilbert in that line. That is his teammate Adamson, I'm sure, there with a really good start, which would be good for the Scottish fans.
They do look similar. So
I'm sure that's Adamson.
Oh, we've got a few riders down. 41.
Nathan Green.
Yeah, that is Nathan Green. So it is Hurlins then will lead from Adam Sterry. So it's the two KTMs at the front. The factory KTM of Jeffrey Hurlins from the 811, the Chambers KTM of Adam Sterry. A hat tip to Tim Chambers at home this weekend, watching on the live stream. Miss you at the track, Tim, and hope that you'll be back with us on a regular basis soon.
Yeah,
there
definitely.
Is Conrad Muse now up to third. Then it's Gilbert. Then it's Hamill. And it looks like it was. It looked like it might have been Tom Grimshaw. So that's a good start from Grimshaw as well. So we just need to see.
It is. Yeah, that's Grimshaw.
Muse clear. Adam Sterry, quick, sharp.
And then I think it was McCormick behind Grimshaw by the looks of it. Hamill opting for the outside there, railing the big KX round. He's going to go round the outside of Gilbert, is he? I think he might, you know. Oh, just right at the end.
He just ran out of room.
Just ran out of room.
That was a brave move round the outside.
And the rut just kind of like fed into another enough to just hang him up.
But are these, well, these are the kind of things that if you can find something like that on this track as it starts to dig out, you can ride past people for fun.
Yeah.
Lap on lap until they figure it out. And by the time they figured it out, you're already gone.
Yeah, totally that. Line choice becoming more of a factor here as this track goes on. You can see the ruts are. We got Cole. Charlie Cole has gone down.
Yeah, not sure who that was with Charlie Cole. Let's see if they come across the line next time. Yeah, it was Grimshaw there.
That's Brad Todd, wasn't it, behind him?
Yeah, and then Brad Todd, yeah. So Tom Grimshaw having, again, a return to form. Been off the bike for a while, and every round he's just come and chipped away and found his way further and further inside the top 10 in these last few rounds. And the guys down there out of Pico Honda, obviously man down this weekend with the unfortunate injury to Martin Barr at Foxhill last week. All their eggs well and truly in the number 16 Tom Grimshaw basket, but he's delivering today. Where did he come in the first one? He was 7th in the first one, Jeff. That's a good result for him.
It is, yeah. Good to see Brad Todd back riding with us again. Apologies for getting that completely wrong. I didn't even get the same class, but getting towards the end of the day, their brain's starting to fade.
Yes. I know who you meant. I wasn't going to say he wasn't in that race.
You should have done. Always correct me, Phil, particularly this point of the day.
If you'd have done it again.
Yeah, but we corrected it. It's Brad Todd. Brad, the adventures of Brad Todd. That was quite good to watch doing it at the AMA, and I think it's fair to say it's probably brought his speed up another level. No doubt it has, but still showing the level of competition at the sharp end in MX1.
And a thoroughly likeable guy to beat, which makes it nice and easy. Well, that's it. So Hamill
still trying.
There's going to be a line there that is going to get him past Josh Gilbert.
He's going to make one. That's what he's actually looking at, because up until that last little bit, it's a good line.
Yes.
So if he can cut a line through that of a rut, that'll work for him. He keeps pursuing it, that will come good.
And this is again another thing that you get to see. As Adam Sterry, he's only 2.6 seconds behind Jeffrey Hurlins. We're getting giddy about can Conrad Muse take a win. Let's give Adam Sterry some props. He's been working hard on that Chambers KTM to get that bike how he likes it. He's had a really decent season. He's had some career best results in MX1 in GPs. He's been there or thereabouts a lot of the time. And well, I'm not sure whether that was deliberate. We'll discuss that with Dad John in the bar later on. But for me, that was style for miles.
Let's say yes.
We'll say yes.
Let's say yes, because it looked rad.
He's only dropped 2.6 seconds off the back of Jeffrey Hurlins in this first couple of laps. Again, in the excitement of everything going on, our Planet Moto first lap leader was, yet again, Jeffrey Hurlins.
And you don't need to be a rocket scientist to work out. He also set the Phoenix Tools fastest lap
of the race.
Yes. With a 1:56.099
so far. But the Phoenix Tool fastest lap of the race went to Conrad Muse last time by the fact that he came to the grid first.
But this time it's currently Hurlins, but the times might come down depending on what happens with the weather here. It is trying to rain, it's starting to spit marginally. I think we get through this moto okay. And even if it did come down, it'd have to come down so hard to really change the track in that amount of time.
Or Conrad running a little bit wide there. And this track now starting to get a bit chewed up. Oh, we got a rider down, not sure who that is.
I think that might be Gary Sharp, I'm not sure. He was one of the only riders out there in qualifying without a name and number on his back.
I went out and watched qualifying because it's always good just to get your eyes on all of the riders at some point during the proceedings. But Adam Sterry is 3.4 then to Jeffrey Hurlins, so he's lost about 0.7 that lap. But the man from North Wales still able to see the bullet in the distance. And of course, the important thing for him as we watch the two Fantic teammates, Etchells and Carlton Husband, battling at the top end of the course there. This is important because we need to see
they're at it. Teammates, look at Jed doing the undercut. That was nice heads-up riding because he could have followed him round there and he didn't. Look at him leaning over. He's like, I'm just stepping in for one event. What are you going to do about it?
And behind them, Jeff, is the number 16 of Tom Grimshaw. So Tom Grimshaw has gone down somewhere and he's now back to 11th. So Grimshaw dropped a few positions on that lap.
Well, what's they say, the first rule, you've got to beat your teammate, and Carlton will not want to get beaten by his temporary teammate.
But let's look. We talk about motocross riders being athletes. Enduro guys are a different gravy. They ride as hard as these guys ride through trees and rocks. This is literally a Sunday ride out down the tarmac road for Jed Etchells.
And he'll love it. You know, Jed, there's no pressure on Jed. He's coming in. You know, he's obviously got good stock. He's a former youth motocross champion, then went into enduro. So he knows how to ride motocross, but he hasn't raced at this level, obviously, for a long time, particularly in pro motocross. And I've got to say, stepping in from the enduro world, running in the top 10, he's doing a mighty fine job of it. Carlton won't agree with that so much. But,
Carlton will not be feeling the love for that. But Grimshaw's trying his best to come back onto the back of Carlton Husband.
I've got to say as well, while we're on the subject, I think the Phoenix Tools guys have done a great job with the Fantic setup.
Yes.
You know, this year, the sort of first year running the team under Fantic, and the bikes look good. I think they've had a stellar first season with it.
Yeah, I think obviously didn't get off to the greatest of starts, and Josh Vale getting injured at the Hawkeston International, and that kind of stunted his progress through the year. But he's starting to find his feet. We've seen him on the lower reaches of the top 10, and let's forget, he was a 125 rider last year, so it's a massive step from 125 into 250 as we watch Tom Grimshaw try and row round the outside of Carlton Husband and get back inside the top 10.
Again, these lines working. Now he's going to set up. That's good course design as well.
But this is what I'm saying about, if that was just ruts through there, you're never doing that. No. Shout out to Dan Thornhill on the second of the Chambers KTMs there in the background. The man from Gloucester, the beach race specialist. He's there having a good season on that second of the Chambers KTMs. Obviously 2 riders in MX2 and 2 riders in MX1 for them. Well, it's a Pico Factory Racing MX1 race. Jeffrey Hurlin's currently leading by 4.5 seconds from Adam Sterry, with Conrad Muse in third. Josh Gilbert, the 326 on the Honda, on the Lexa Honda. He is there in fourth, but there on right on cue, our race leader, and having an easier time of it in this one.
Currently is, yeah, but and I think he will to the end unless Conrad can find. But like I say, props to Adam Sterry. This is a good ride from him.
He's going to pull some points back.
Yeah, he is, you know, and regardless of if Hurlin's here or not, for Adam to actually just, if he can beat Conrad in one moto, you know, that's a confidence booster, because he hasn't been able to do it so far this year.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how important that first moto was, because Adam Sterry managed to hold off Josh Gilbert in the first moto. He'd be looking at second overall here this weekend with a 2-3 as opposed to a 3-2.
He would, but that man on screen, Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda, he was the rider that grabbed that third place in the opening moto.
What's the gap from Gilbert to...
so it's saying that Conrad has now found his way, so he has gone past Sterry. There we go. So while we were talking about it, it happened.
So Conrad up to second. The gap from Jeffrey Hurlin's is 6.4 seconds with 15 minutes left to go. Are we going to see this gap come down even by a couple of seconds, or do you think that Jeffrey is just got a little bit in hand this time?
Well, Conrad's made it harder for himself this one, because obviously first race he really laid down some first 1 or 2 laps and move straight away. He's taken his time a bit more in this one for whatever reason, maybe just didn't have that early pace, but now he's got less time and more of a gap.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake from Adam Sterry. He dropped 3 seconds somewhere on that lap, so the Chambers KTM man gave chase for the first 4 or 5 laps, but now he's back to third, so he will be as it stands at the moment, he will be on the podium in third position, just edging out Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda. But there is our race leader as the drizzle starts.
I thought he was off the track there.
That's a line that a lot of people have been using. It just looks a bit sketchy, doesn't it? But how dark the dirt is there, Jeff. There's still a lot.
As I mentioned earlier on, that has always been a bit of a wet spot.
Yeah.
There must be a spring under the ground or something. Always gets right there. Even on a really dry day, you get incredible ruts there. Just out of the lie of the land, I think. But he's look at that, just kind of like power wheeling around that corner, sat down, making it all look all too simple, which of course it isn't. And I noticed watching him in qualifying, factory bike granted, but that thing, it almost sounds, dare I say it, kind of docile. He's got it set up. It doesn't rev out.
He's always said he does not like a bike that's vicious. He wants a bike that he can ride how he wants to ride it, and I think that he tried Jorge Prado's setup just to see and just said, I can't ride this.
Yeah.
It was far too aggressive, and obviously with the stuff that's going on with Jorge now, not being able to get what he wants in the US. But I was looking around this bike when it arrived yesterday, and no blankets thrown over it. They're just there on a stand, a little bit of a cordon around them, so obviously keep away idiots like me. But looking at the bike, it runs standard sprocket bolts. It is way more stock than you would, or uses more stock parts than you would think.
Yeah.
But there's lots of things on it that you think are the same as the production bike, and are clearly nothing like.
I bet it's not so straightforward when you open up the motor.
No.
But as I said, his setup was obvious. Honestly, regards to the RPMs and the actual noise of the bike, it seemed a lot quieter than some of the bikes when he was going around in qualifying as well. You know, and he just rides those taller gears and keeps it in a more mid-range RPM.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Sean Simpson was always famous for, that he was always lugging the bottom end of that bike, and the note was deep, the revs were down. And Jeffrey's kind of like a little bit more revvier than that, but exactly the same thing. He's not somebody that's bouncing the bike. I would imagine that you could put an advert on eBay like one Jeffrey Hurlin's rev limiter never used, because he isn't that kind of rider.
I was fortunate one year to test all the factory KTMs back to back at St John, and honestly, his bike was pretty rapid but smooth. But Nagel's bike, for me and how I ride, unbelievable. So really docile, suspension softer. I got on some of the others. I'm like, yeah, you got to ride this bike fast to make it work.
Yeah.
And clearly I wasn't.
Yeah, there's a certain level of talent that you've got to have to get absolutely anything out of it.
Like a Formula One car to a degree.
So let's have a. So this is the battle. A shout out to Travis Steels, number 22. He's currently there in 8th position. That's altitude sickness for Travis Steels.
I tell you what, that is some ride. If he can hold on to that, he will be absolutely buzzing. Yeah, and he's making a good go here because we're 10 minutes. You know, we're coming up to the 10-minute mark. We've already had 15 minutes gone almost, and he's still in the mix, Travis Steels. So yes. Now, as soon as we say that, he drops to 10th, but still, he's in there.
Yeah, he's there. So Grimshaw, Etchells and Steels, that was the battles that came across the line. So Grimshaw moving his way back up. Sterry then still third from Josh Gilbert on the Lexa Honda. With Taylor Hamill, another solid 5th for Taylor Hamill. So you don't like saying he's a 5th place guy, but that's a solid result for him. Decent gap in the front and the back, and he's one of those guys that I've always felt would be a really, really solid 450 rider, and he's proving to be just that.
Yeah, he's a big, strong lad, and he's happy to be on a 450 finally. I think he found it quite frustrating in 250s just because of his size.
And there's lots of riders that miss their opportunity on a 250 just through growing. Adam Cincerillo in America, a classic example, spent 3 years injured. By the time he got back on a 250, he was already too big. And we've seen a few guys in here who are definitely getting to the point where, I mean, I would say Ollie Coleman's he's a big dude for a 250. Speaking to his dad, they're going to go another year with the 250s because they feel that that's where they need to be, and fair play. And he's happy on the 250. But he's always going to be a little bit of a disadvantage.
And that's how it rolls, isn't it? Like we saw last week at Fox Hill VMXDN, Reece Jones, who's not racing here, is a classic example. The kid's 16 and he's like I wouldn't want to mess with a dude in an alley.
No.
He's a big lad, so he's destined to be a 450 rider as well. So yeah, it's just luck of the draw. And then you got to like Coyote.
Dot of a guy, isn't he? As they
and he shakes your hand and nearly snaps it off.
So Jeffrey Erling's putting a lap on Charlie Cole then. His British Championship debut on that team. Obviously he was down early doors, so we'll not judge him on the fact that Jeffrey Erling's is putting him a lap down because he's already been on the floor. But nice wheelie out the rut there for our race leader.
That was nice. Foot off, already landing in the corner like classic 90s Supercross style. But Jeff Ward, going out there. That famous shot of Jeff Ward, the picture, he's coming in a land with his foot out. Love all that. It's a very technical circuit across the board. With the ruts, it makes it even more so. But the layout, really thought about. You know, there's some nice jumps. They've put some humps on the inside to open up the track. Here's another example. Yes, a lot of them are taking the inside, but you can see there's an outside line to use as well.
Josh Canton, then the man from Haverfordwest. Just he's going a lap down on our race leader. Let's see, where did Rizzy get back up to? So Rizzy's up to 15th after having an issue off the start, and he did not get away with everybody else.
No, it's a bit of a weird one. I couldn't work out whether he didn't have it fully engaged in gear or something happened with the electrics or something. It was weird. It was.
As far as I'm concerned, Jeff, and I don't know what experience you've got of a modern 450, but if that happens, that's not on you. The auto start and all the rest of it, the launch control, you pin it, you let go of the clutch, it should go.
Yeah.
And whilst there's always a little bit of grey area, whether it just coughed as it came off the gate or whatever, but even on my old 2016, it works on tarmac to a point where also you can't get it wrong, but you've if there is something that doesn't work, it's usually something that isn't working correctly.
Well, I've got to say, Erling's here is with that gap this time, he looks like he always does.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds over Conrad Muse. He's going to take the overall victory here in the Apico Factory Racing MX1 class at the 6th round of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. But again, Conrad gave him a run for his money. We'll try and find out. I mean, obviously you're the man that's going to do the Victory Lane interviews a little bit later on, Jeff. Maybe worth asking Conrad, did they search for something with the bike, or did they need to and didn't? I don't know. Or would Conrad just go, do you know what, I gave it everything in that first one, I'm not going to risk a DNF in the championship for something I don't need to do.
That could have been the case, but in the first race he definitely had more intensity on the first couple of laps. He just seemed to sort of wasn't comfortable to make a move on Sterry straight off the bat, and just sat there for a bit, and that allowed Herlings to get away. And obviously you don't want to let a rider like that pull an advantage that makes it almost impossible to pull back.
And I will say that even though obviously the streak went, he was upbeat about that. He was disappointed, but he realised that the size of the task, and I think that he acquitted himself very, very well. And the expectation that he was going to fire one across the bows of this man here, who, let's not forget, went 1-1-1 at the last Grand Prix, which is probably one of the few Grand Prix where everybody has been in attendance, because everybody was there. Geyser was back, Paul Jonas was back. It was a full Kawasaki team, full Yamaha team, so there was no many people here this weekend. It was everybody was there. The people that are coming back from injury, Herlings can be included in that as well, so that was certainly impressive. I'm really looking forward to things you thought you'd never say. I'm really looking forward to the Grand Prix of Turkey. But it will be interesting to see how that one pans out with all of these riders back to, I wouldn't say full form and fitness, but they're certainly all going to be on the gates. 181 of Ryan Thompson on the gas in his moment of glory.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, just tucked it in, didn't make it up all the way up over that, but I think he did that intentionally so to try and make the corner. Yeah, pretty stylish stuff, gotta say.
But these are the kind of guys that we need to come and race their local round of this Motul ACU British Championship. The guys local to Ling, get your entries in, because come and do your local round once or twice. Get a bit of speed and experience against guys you don't normally race at.
Well, let me say this much. As a rider that was privileged enough to go on and do GPs, when I did them, it took my speed up another level. So if you do that in the same tone, if you're a club level rider, a regional rider, go and do a British, because I can tell you right now, as tough as it will be, it will help you. It'll help you with your club racing. You'll find a different speed, a different intensity. You'll become a better rider.
Yeah, so here's Adam Sterry then on the Chambers KTM in third. A decent day for him. He's certainly been there or thereabouts. Had a good start in this one. And like I say, Jeffrey Herlings poked his way back down the inside into this Apico turn here, but again, he's another man that's going to be flying off to Turkey. I'm not sure whether the Chambers team are going to be doing the flyaways or not, Jeff. I probably would have said not at this point in time. And again, I don't know what you've heard with regards to the Motocross of Nations team for Team GB that's going to be at Ironman in not that many weeks' time.
Oh, I'm hearing all sorts of things, none of which I've had any official confirmation from anybody that's actually...
I've heard that you might be in.
Well, I'm going. I might as well. I'll chuck my boots and helmet in. I mean, I might as well.
Take your kit, mate.
You never know.
Take your kit.
I might get an opportunity to roll out, at best in the mini bike race, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, Adam Sterry's been obviously full season of GPs. Or pretty much a full season of GPs this year. I think there's a couple of flyaways that they didn't do. One of the reasons that he wanted to ride the Chambers team already re-signed for next year, and Tim Chambers' willingness to, looks like it's raining a little bit heavier out there, Jeff.
Yeah, it's coming down a bit now.
It's mizzling. I don't know what the correct term for the rain is here locally, but it will no doubt have its own colloquialism. But yeah, Adam Sterry had a decent GP season. And obviously we've got him and Ben Watson in the Premier class, who are there, there every week. We've got Conrad Muse, obviously, who is in prime form here, back at in the British Championship.
Yeah, I mean, the two MX1 riders, if you want to call them that, the 450 riders, we've got a bit more selection. It's the MX2 class. It's going to be very difficult for Mark Chamberlain to fill that spot. Is Tommy is he willing to even go and do it again? I don't know.
I had the conversation with Tommy.
He's winning the championship yet again and still beating all the potential riders that could be our MX2 riders.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, I'd like to see Conrad go and ride one of Joe Shimoda's factory 250 Hondas in the 250 class. We need one good result from the 250 rider to give you a chance of a decent overall if your 450 guys do what they're supposed to do. Or do you get Ben or
There's so many. There's Anstey still in the mix. There's Dylan Walsh's name's been thrown around. There's
Dylan Walsh,
Heyman, Musto. I think Askew, I don't know, we don't know where he's at because he took a tumble today. Will he be back out there tomorrow? But I wouldn't want to be Team GB manager, put it that way.
I think it's a year too short for any of the MX2 riders that we've got. With respect to how good they're riding here in Britain, I just think they need more AMX experience, a few more GPs, and and another year under their belt to be, do you know what? We'll give you they're going to be the guys in a couple of years' time.
Absolutely, But also, which without getting, we'll quickly wrap this up. Let's not forget as well, you've got to consider logistics as well. It's not exactly it's an expensive old task taking a team to a flyaway Motocross of Nations, and so that's got to be into consideration as well. Some of these UK teams, do they have the resources, budget to even take their riders there? I don't know. So we're going to find out soon, hopefully, because they got to announce the team soon.
So 2 laps to go then across the line. Jeffrey Hurlin's clock just ticked down. Only a few seconds to spare, so it's 2 laps to go. And he's now got a 13-second lead over Conrad Muse. I'd say this track looking absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
So Hurlin's up the inside of the number 7 of Louis Kessel. So it's Hurlin's, Muse, Sterry, Josh Gilbert there in 4th, Hamill 5th, Brad Todd, another fine 6th place for him. Then it's Alexa Honda of John Adamson in 7th. Grimshaw has raced his way back through to 8th after dropping outside the top 10 earlier on in the race. Then it's that was the Tommy Searle line. Then it's Jed Etchells in 9th, and his teammate Carlton Husband on the first of the Phoenix Stubbs Fantics. Well, let's be honest, he's the team lead there. Etchells in 9th and Husband in 10th.
Yeah, all looking good here for Hurlins. Of course, he's got another day, well, we all have tomorrow, so he's getting a thoroughly good shakedown, if you want to call it that. Not that he needs it, because he's coming off obviously success at the last GP, but and you never know what tomorrow brings for any of us. But when I spoke to him earlier on, liking the track, did make that point, like you highlight that it's good, actually quite good for Turkey, because it will be a hard packed track over there in a car park, but isn't it? Or is it in that kind of same track as before in Turkey?
Yeah.
A nice, and he genuinely, I got no reason not to believe Jeffrey. I think he genuinely likes coming to the UK. He likes the variation in the tracks. I think he's starting to build up quite a fan base. We all think he's an amazing rider, obviously.
There's no point at which you can't be a fan of this man. His riding ability, the way that he goes about his business, he takes the last lap board. He's certainly given us.
I mean, when Tommy Searle was racing him for a world championship, we kind of maybe we weren't so keen on him then, but we respected him.
Yes,
always respected him because of his talents.
You knew that you're witnessing greatness.
Yeah,
and we are even now. And like I say, he's gone from being the hunter, which he was for the last 10 years, to the hunted, and he's definitely been the class of this first day of action here at the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. Just not making any rash manoeuvres. Still end up on the floor and lose the overall to Conrad Muse. We have seen stranger things, and this track is starting to slick up in a few places. But the absolute skill of this man. So if you did not watch him last weekend at Arnhem, doing things that no normal mortal could do, other than obviously his teammate who was chasing him down. But it was a fantastic GP, and we're so lucky to have him here this weekend. We've got him here tomorrow. We've got another day's racing here at Duns for what will be round 7 of the Motul ACU British Motocross Championship. And Jeffrey Hurling's here for a second day of action, getting himself, as we've seen in the past, more than willing to travel to come and have a day's racing. Nothing beats gate drops, no amount of practice. And he is going to come round and take victory number 2 and the overall win here at round 6 of the championship. Hopes of Conrad Muse managing to maybe sneak a win in race 2 and take the overall. Connor went west when he did not manage to get the start that he needed, and as a result he spent the rest of the race playing catch up, but he took a good second place. He will continue to just eke out his championship lead over Adam Sterry, which will now go out to, I think, just over 50 points based on what we've seen today. We will update all of the race points for you overnight, so when we come back in the morning we'll have a full what can happen and when. We may well see Conrad Muse in a position where he can take the championship tomorrow. We'll have to have a look and see how the points pan out, but it is a race win then for Jeffrey Hurlings. Conrad Muse across the line in second, Adam Sterry in third, and Josh Gilbert in fourth. We wait for the Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill, the 23 DRT Kawasaki comes across the line, and he will take a well-deserved fifth. That's 5-5 on the day for him, and that will be fifth overall. And then it should be Brad Todd in sixth to back up his sixth in race 1, so that will be a 6-6. And there is the man from Wigton on the Airport Autos D&K Honda. Then it's Adamson in 7th. 8th place across the line should be the number 16 of Tom Grimshaw, and there he is after his what can only have been a tip-off early in the race. He will take 8th. 9th then will be the 47 of Jed Etchells on the Team Phoenix Tools Fantic, and 10th place will be his teammate, the number 6 of Carlton Husband. And then 11th Dan Thornhill, 12th Travis Steels, great ride from Travis Steels, 13th Louis Kessel, 14th Liam Knight. We'll give Jeff a chance to get down into the holding area, to get down to winner's circle, and I'm going to be signing off here and joining Jeff down there for the interviews and hopefully the trophy presentation, as long as the weather holds off. So we will send you to a quick word from our sponsors, and we will join the guys down in the winner's circle. Some word from our sponsors, and we will see you shortly.
This is Dirt Store, your online one-stop shop for off-road essentials. All the latest products from the top motorsports brands. Gear, bike parts, protection and accessories. Whether it's an upgrade for you or your bike, Dirt Store has it all.
Okay, in the winner's circle, you're used to winning. Winning's always nice. You are, though, aren't you? But I mean, that was a nice, solid ride, going round on rails. Maybe not so challenged much that time, but you still have to race the track, and you still went about your business.
Yeah, definitely. We made some changes after the first moto, and I feel that was a bit better for this track. Like I said, first moto, my pre-interviewer said the track is quite slow, so our setup was made for a faster track. So we made some small adjustments, and the second moto felt much more comfortable. So fast in practice and won both motos and 2 hole shots. That's really nice. So. Perfect first day out here and done, so looking forward to tomorrow. Just finished in time because in the end the track got really slick already last few laps, but I think the rain will do good for tomorrow because I think tomorrow's going to be sunshine, so we'll see.
And you must be happy starts. I know you guys, you're always thinking maybe one event ahead, as much as you're racing now. But GPs is obviously your bread and butter. So you've got to be happy with your starts. They're looking really good.
Yeah, also the last race, they were quite good. Obviously, Turkey is a different game because we're in very high altitude. So we have to see, and it's hard to test for any manufacturer to that high altitude. So there's going to be more of a gamble. But definitely looking forward to it. I mean, the stars, since I came back from injury, definitely got better and been up there with the boys, so I hope to do the same in the last 3 races of the year, but first focus on tomorrow and try to get 2 more holies.
And what does Jeffrey Hurlins do on a night in Scotland tonight? A nice chill out, you've earned a good meal after that, you're going to keep quiet, low-key hotel. Don't tell anybody what hotel you're staying at, you'll have loads of people queuing up outside.
Nah, at least I'm not going to get any sunburn here. That's one thing for sure for the night. Nah, just going to have a proper dinner. Always when I go to England, often I go to Nando's. Have they got it in Scotland?
Yeah, I believe so, standard.
Okay, then I'll get a Nando's. Yeah, good diet, so I'll get some chicken and we'll see. I mean, I'm just here with my team and just focus on the racing. I'm flying out tomorrow night again, so just quick in and quick out, but mainly just focus on the racing part and try to take this as a good practice.
Well, listen, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow. There you go, the overall winner, round 6, the champion. Give it up for Jeffrey Hurlins. Well done. Good stuff. So Jeffrey's going to move out of the way. We're going to bring in Conrad, if we can. I don't know if he's bringing his bike in or not. You can, whatever you want, mate. Whatever, freestyle it up. Jeffrey's going to move out of the way. Conrad's going to bring his bike in, quite rightly too, the True 7 Crendon Honda. Well, pretty much as we finished off the first motor, again, you gave it a good go, but you just couldn't quite, that time make a move on Adam, and it took a little bit of time to get into second, and by then, obviously, a long way to chase him down.
Yeah, of course. You're not chasing him down, that's for sure. You need to start with him you need to start with him to even stand a chance. So he put a sprint on them first few laps when I was in third. I think he knew what he was doing. Yeah. And when I got into second, he was too far gone then. And track was technical then, especially with the rain at the end. So I'm happy to have done what I've done today. 2-2, not ideal. But overall I'm really happy, and like I said, it's nice to have him here. It's a new motivation, and I feel like I go to a bit of another level when he comes over. So it's nice. It's nice for him to come over to one round, not the whole championship though.
Because of course the championship's still the main thing. I know Dave's not here right now, so he's watching at home, and that's the main thing for you guys. I know you really wanted that streak, but you really want to get that title back.
Yeah, of course. That's the main goal for me and the team. When I sign for the team, their main goal is to win the British Championship. And I've done well for them so far. Unfortunately, I couldn't deliver for them last year. But hopefully I can repay that this year. Have another good day tomorrow and see where we end up.
I hope so. I hope get better starts tomorrow, because we'd love you to see it, because we know we're so confident you can give him a good run at it. So hopefully you have a good night, and tomorrow will be a different day and you can get with him from the start.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Like I said, the bike was faultless. The team have done an absolutely fantastic job. If he could just wait for me on the second turn till I get into second, and then we'll have a race. But overall it was great, and we try again tomorrow.
Good stuff, Conrad. Well done. There you go. Didn't take the win today, but still your championship leader very much with the red plate. Conrad Muse. Let's bring in third place in that ride. I'm going to just move round the back. Our little conveyor belts of talent coming through. Well, you went missing for one race, the winner's circle. Welcome back. That was a much better one for you, Adam, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first race I struggled a little bit this morning. I didn't feel the best, as in a bit sick, but it's okay, no excuse. And second motor good, I got another good start. I just felt a bit better on the track, pushed the first few laps. I could keep the toe to Conrad, follow his lines a little bit, and I felt good. Josh was pushing, I think, to close the gap. Obviously he needed to pass me for the podium, so I knew he'd be pushing, but I think halfway we broke it a little bit, and then it stayed the same, and then
just tried not to make a mistake when it started to rain. Parts of the track were a bit like ice, and happy. Track was really technical. It was fast, technical. That's what made it difficult to ride. Corners were really technical, straights were fast. So, difficult, challenging day, and now get recovery ready for tomorrow.
Rain's starting to come in. We don't know what it's going to be like. It could be a very different track tomorrow. If it stays similar, you've got a whole day's racing on your belt. Are you looking or thinking of maybe making any changes to the bike or tomorrow? Or are you just going to play that by ear? I'll see what qualifying practice is like tomorrow.
Yeah, like you said, I don't know how much it's going to rain. Maybe it's going to be completely muddy in the morning.
You don't mind a bit of mud?
No, I'm used to it this year. You know, if you've been following MXGP, that's been every round almost a mud race. So, either way, it's fine for me as long as it's not raining while we're riding, because that's horrible. But I don't care. We'll see in the morning. Have a look at the track, and then for the moment we'll leave the bike as it is. But we'll see in the morning if we need to make any changes.
Okay, cool stuff. Look, have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night. There we go. Like I said, Adam's going to move out of the way. I'll just quickly move around here. Basically, that's what he said, because we got all this again tomorrow. This is just round 6 of the Motul MXGP British Championship. Phil's going to come in as well. Phil, it's been a great day. There's no doubt about it. We've managed to dodge a bullet a little bit with the rain. It's starting to rain now, but tomorrow, if anything is going to go by today, we're in for another good day tomorrow.
Look, this is one of the best days racing that we've had, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So if it's only half as good, we'll still have 3 good races out of the 6. We got under the weather just in time, and a little bit of rain, I don't think it's going to be a bad thing for the track.
Yeah, they do a load of good track work, and we've held a little bit back today. We saved our throats a little bit for 2 days back to back. We're going all in tomorrow. We're going out of here tomorrow evening with a sore throat and probably a little drab of whiskey. No, we've got to drive home.
My wife will tell you that all the way home from every one of these rounds we travel in total silence. We're done. I'm spoke now. But a great day's racing. Looking forward to tomorrow, guys.
You heard it, exactly that. So listen, tell your friends, if you're watching now, get on the phone right now, say maybe you've got to watch tomorrow. Tune in. We've got another whole day, round 7 tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Like I said, if anything's to go by, have a great evening. We're going to see you all tomorrow. Like and subscribe. Remember to keep doing that. So we'll see you tomorrow, I believe at 11:30 again. I think we're going live. Is that correct? Yeah. 11:30 tomorrow. Make sure you're tuning in MXGB TV with me and Phil and everybody here at the Motul MXGB British Championship. We'll see you then. Have a great night. So,
dope swaggy, that's how I roll. On another level, on another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so supreme. On another level, on another one above me. Coming through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. On another level, on another level, on another one above me.
As the rocks crumbled, tiny pieces mingled with decayed leaves, old roots. Over